Always the same old story, no sound. Let's try this. All right, we got sound now? I think we got sound now. You know, just TikTok doing the TikTok thing. Skid's in the house. Good to see ya. Casey, Crispin, good to see you guys. Welcome in. I believe we, as far as I can tell, I think we got all the streams open now. Dex, you can hear me? Okay. We should be good to go. All right. So we got the stream open. I'm waiting for our first guest. Casey says they're agnostic. Jay Steele, good to see you, man. Very clear. Thank you, Fire. Good to see you in the house. Ryan, good to see you as well. We've got a lot happening here tonight. Dex, thank you for the 5 subbies right off the get-go. Big W for Dex. I really appreciate that, Dex. Also, remember, anyone who receives a sub, you can go to the first linked profile, the first pinned video in my profile, rather, and you can get access to my deconstruction cheat sheet. I've got a spreadsheet that I put together and I've been maintaining for quite a while that's got shortcuts to all of my favorite talking points and Bible verses. So if you forget something, you can find it on there. Matt, thank you so much for sending out the live for all those shares. I really appreciate it. Dr. Joe in the house. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the paint. I appreciate that. Guys, you know our friend Dr. Joe. She helped us out on a number of occasions. Our last deconstruction session on the Discord, she was there helping for literally the entire time. So make sure you're dropping her a follow. And also remember, as Skits is already putting the reminder in the comments, praise Doug, the rock of our salvation. All right, I think if somebody over on YouTube can let me know if the YouTube stream is working appropriately, if we've got all the audio and whatnot working on the YouTube stream, that would be most helpful. But I think it's working. No one's yelling at me just yet. So guys, we're still coming off of a shadow ban from when this account was banned, and so our numbers are a little bit reduced. So what that means is we're going to have to tap and share and like and induce the algorithm into getting us out there into the back into the airwaves. So thank you. Do I own a fedora? I don't own a fedora. I apologize. Yeah, no fedora for me. I don't think I've got the type of face that looks good in a fedora. That's not a look that I'll be donning anytime soon. I've had the same look since I was like 15, and it seems to be the thing that works. So I'm just gonna keep going with it. We'll get our first guest in here. HFT, how you doing?
Hey man, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So I'm not a Christian. I'm actually Muslim.
That's fine. All right.
Yeah.
What would be your most convincing? Well, are you at least 18?
Oh yes.
Okay. What's your most convincing evidence or argument for why your particular God is real?
Yeah. So.
Oh, hold on. People are saying that they can't hear you. Put a 1 in the chat if you cannot hear the guest. Put a 2 in the chat if you can hear the guest.
Testing 1 2 3. Hello.
No one can hear you. All right. Let me mute you and then unmute yourself. Okay.
How about now?
All right. We muted and unmuted. Let me know if you guys can hear him now.
Better now?
Still nothing? No, we got nothing. All right, so we'll do this then. I'm going to drop. I'm gonna drop you and come on back. And if it doesn't work, I'll just restart.
All right.
All right, see it. Man, we just got TikTok started and it's already acting up. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna open the microphone on my backup profile. Let me know if you hear the echo from my backup profile. So now you should be hearing like some crazy echo because the audio from my backup profile is feeding into it. Did you guys hear all that echo? Nope. Okay, so it's TikTok. All right. What we'll do then is not a big deal. I'll restart the TikTok stream real quick, and it should fix it. We've had this before. It's not a big deal. Give me just like 30 seconds, and we'll restart this and we'll get it going again. Man, TikTok is an absolute turd of bugs. I've never seen a software app that's so utterly full of bugs, demons. All right. We'll run the live here and we'll try it again. We will try it again, guys. We'll get there eventually. We got the YouTube stream up, it looks like. Good to see you guys. Yeah, you heard the echo over on YouTube because it was coming through, but for some reason the TikTok stream is acting up. I don't know why it was doing that, but we'll try this again. We got it we got it open now. We're gonna repopulate here real quick. Good to see you guys. Welcome back in. Hopefully it's working this time. We'll do another test real quick and make sure that works. Matt, thank you so much for sharing out the live. I appreciate that. And actually, let me get the guest in here first before I put my backup profile in. All right. Can you guys hear the guest this time?
Hi.
I can hear you. I don't know if anyone else can. No, of course they can't hear. Why? What is the problem? This is ridiculous.
Really?
Okay, give me a second to look at the audio settings. This is silly.
That's weird. Very weird.
Okay, go ahead, HFT, and give us something. Let's see if we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yeah, sing a song for us. Recite your favorite passage.
It's in Arabic, so it'll sound gibberish to you.
I think we're good. I think everyone can hear you now. I think we finally got it, guys. We finally got it. TikTok is an absolute train wreck, but we got it figured out. Okay, now back to where we started. Over on YouTube, I think y'all heard the whole time. So thanks for being here, guys. It's always rough getting the stream started, getting your technology working. Okay, so what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is, or sorry, the Muslim God is real?
Sure. So my argument for why a God exists or should exist is that we're the only intelligent life in the universe. So I don't.
How do you
think
know that to be the
that's a-
case?
Yeah, well, there might be aliens out there, but till now we haven't found any evidence for that. No one contacted us, and we haven't found anything.
How long have we been exploring space?
I don't know, like almost 50 years or something.
Yeah, like just our parents' lifetimes, basically, right?
Yeah.
You didn't think we were going to find intelligent life the very first time we looked? So,
Yeah, I
mean,
mean, the observable universe is like really large, and we've seen like quite a bit of it, and we haven't found any life out there.
we've examined almost 0% of it. So the universe is trillions of galaxies, and we've examined only a handful of them. So the idea that we were just going to find intelligent life, like in the first millisecond on the timeline that we started looking for it, would be rather absurd. If there is intelligent life out there, it's going to take millions of years to find it, most likely.
Yeah, but
or it'll
they
find us
haven't found
first.
they haven't found us also.
Scotty,
or
thank you.
Haven't
Big W's.
attempted.
Yeah, because they've got the same problem we do. They don't know where the intelligent life is, and there are trillions of places to look.
Yeah.
How would they find us?
The same way we're looking for and exploring outer space.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're more advanced, maybe they're less advanced, but
Right. Yeah, there's trillions and trillions of places to look. The idea that intelligent life out there, that's probably on the same timeline as we are. You know, they've probably, if they evolved at a similar pace that we've evolved, they're probably at a roughly similar place in the evolutionary history, which means their level of technology is comparable to ours. So I wouldn't expect to see from any intelligent life anytime soon. But that to me isn't evidence that, like, the fact that we haven't found intelligent life doesn't mean that God exists. That's the non sequitur.
Yeah, so the second point is here on Earth we're the like only only life that has this level of intelligence we have, right? So the next species that is next in intelligence is far less intelligent than
So,
us, right?
what does that have to do with God?
Well, yeah, I
You
mean,
just described evolution. I appreciate you making my argument for me.
yeah,
Are we the strongest?
evolution.
Are we the strongest animal?
Oh no, but we have intelligence, which is way better
But
than strength, you know?
say that to the gorillas. The gorillas don't agree at all. They've got an insane amount of strength. The chimpanzee, for example, has got like
Yeah.
10 to 25 times the strength as the human being, and
Oh yeah, but
so
we have
they've
guns, you know?
developed evolutionary traits that help them survive, and we developed evolutionary traits that help us survive. It just happens to be that those traits don't happen to be the same traits.
Yeah, but like, do you agree that we're far superior in like intelligence and technology than the rest of the species?
Yeah, and they're far superior in other things. They're much more superior in strength. Some of them are much more superior in being able to analyze sense. So, like what the dog does
Okay.
with its nose is something
Yeah.
human beings will never be able to replicate. Their evolutionary advantageous nose is something that is akin to miracles once you realize how absolutely good it is. They can smell
Yeah.
cancer. They can walk
Yeah.
into a cancer ward and smell cancer. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. But overall, would you agree that we're like overall much more powerful than all the other species?
No, we're just more intelligent.
Yeah,
We
we're more intelligent and more powerful, right?
well, no, we're
Because
more intelligent.
okay,
It
we're
depends.
not.
Now I don't know what you mean by power, but let me read off some super chats real quick. Conquistador says, "If intelligent life exists, they probably visited us and said, nope, they're crazy and left." And actually, I think that might be the case. If intelligent life did find us, there's no guarantee that it's going to make contact with us. Like that's just an
Mhm.
assumption that we made, right? But
Yeah.
that's not a guaranteed assumption. Also, Dex, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Dex says, it's like looking at a teaspoon of water, not finding any life, and concluding that there isn't any life in the ocean. I agree. That's a really good analogy. And I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say here is our search for intelligent life is literally just begun. We're at the very beginning of it. So
Yeah,
give it some time.
I'm not concluding. I'm just putting it out there that you know. Yeah. So by power, I mean like we're the only species that can manipulate our environment at the scale that we do. We're the only species that
It's
has
because
this
we're
level of
intelligent.
technology. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's
So
just because we're intelligent. But there are other animals that have adaptations that we don't have. You're not really saying anything yet.
yeah, but do you agree that intelligence is like way better than strength or all these other attributes that other species have?
I think it's my most preferable attribute. That's like
Oh
if I
yeah,
could pick between the attributes, that would be the one that I would want the most. But
yeah,
that doesn't
yeah,
mean that a God exists. It just means that we as a species, we've developed an adaptation that allows
yeah,
us to thrive. That's all.
yeah. So like evolution did not produce any other species other than us. So we went ahead and all the our ancestor apes they stayed behind.
No, they
So
didn't.
that's also.
They're live right now.
Oh yeah, but they didn't develop the intelligence that we have, right?
So we didn't develop the strength that they have. We didn't develop the nose that
Yeah,
some of them had. I
yeah.
mean, you're just saying that the evolutionary chain had different strands. I agree. We're on the strand that developed intelligence.
Yeah, so it's like I don't know, it's too big of a coincidence for me to have these
What's a coincidence?
like we're the only uh we're the only species that has this kind of intelligence,
No, we're not.
and we're the like this level of intelligence.
I mean, our intelligence isn't that much greater than some other animals. Are you aware that like dolphins are incredibly intelligent? Like they have their own language, dialects. They play
Oh
games. They
yeah,
mourn
but
their
like
dead.
and
So you're not
humans,
really saying anything.
we're on a
My dog is
another
incredibly
level.
intelligent.
Yeah, but I mean, like, do you agree that we're on a way different level? We're so
Yeah, and I'll say it for the last time. We're on a
yeah,
different level of intelligence in the same way that my dog is on a different level of smelling. You're not saying anything.
yeah. I see. Yeah, so That for me indicates like a creator that created
How?
humans.
How does us being intelligent demand a creator?
But we're the only ones, right?
And dogs are the only ones that have their sense of smell that's as keen. You're not saying anything yet. How does
Yeah,
us being intelligent demand a creator?
yeah. I guess you don't like you're not seeing the value of or the value or importance of the intelligence
You're
that
just
we have.
making an argument from incredulity. You're saying, well, it's weird that we're so intelligent, therefore God, but that's the non sequitur. Just because we're
Yeah.
intelligent, it doesn't mean that God is responsible for it. Also, Conquistador, thank you for the $5 super chat. Conquist says, I could be wrong, but weren't there at least 6 other human like species with intelligence on Earth? We were simply the ones who survived. And that is true. It's not like we're the only intelligent apes that ever graced the planet. We just happen to be the most intelligent at this moment.
Yeah, they were our ancestors, right? According to the theory of evolution,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah, we had intelligent
like
life.
Neanderthals and
Yeah, we
whatnot.
had intelligent life before us, and we had a common ancestor that shared blood and intelligence with us. In fact, the DNA evidence is the best evidence for biological evolution, I think, because do you know what an endogenous retrovirus is?
Oh no,
So
I haven't
you can get a
heard about
virus
that.
that finds its way deep into your body, and then it actually inserts DNA into your genome. So, for example, you can string out a strand of DNA, billions of base pairs, and you'll see this little snippet of foreign DNA that's not originally human, that has grafted itself into that snippet of DNA. And because it makes it into the genome, it actually gets passed down. And then it gets passed down
Wow,
continuously forever. And
I see.
so, what we've discovered is that the human genome, all human beings, we share a particular number of these ERVs. It's a little over 200 of them. But there's actually a really high portion of ERVs that exist only in human beings and the great apes. They don't exist anywhere else in the animal kingdom or the plant kingdom because we once had a common ancestor with the great apes. And that's how these
Okay.
ERVs are in our system, and they're also in the apes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with evolution. It really doesn't contradict like my religion. There's a way to incorporate evolution into core beliefs of Islam.
Well, if evolution is true, what do we need your God for?
Oh yeah, so like God created the universe and created evolution.
Why?
You know, I don't know why. The Quran doesn't say why God created the universe and why did He create evil and bloodshed. There's a passage in the Quran that says the angels are asking God, why would you create humans that uh, do bloodshed and do evil things? And He doesn't give an answer. He says, I know what you don't know, right? So
Yeah, but that's not a satisfying answer. If the answer to the question
yeah,
is you can't know because you're not God, that's just a cop out. I could say that for anything. So that's
yeah.
a
So that's
meaningless answer to me. So what
yeah,
is
that's
the
what.
actual evidence that your God is real other than incredulity?
Um, yeah, so yeah, like what I mentioned, I don't have like too much else. If we like alien species discovered us and they don't have this concept of deity or God, I might think we humans developed have these beliefs and it's part of our biology or something. But
Do I go to hell in your religion?
do you go to hell? If you reject God, you do go to hell. Yeah,
Why?
because you rejected God.
No, I don't believe he exists. Why do I need to be tortured for eternity because I don't believe something?
Yeah, so God says that the humans that reject God and don't believe in Him are arrogant and
I'm not arrogant. I just don't believe. Do you believe in the tooth fairy?
oh no.
Are you arrogant because you don't believe in the tooth fairy?
Yeah, well, like God
That's a
sent
yes or no
prophets.
question. Are you arrogant because you don't believe in the tooth fairy?
Well, no, because the Tooth Fairy didn't really make
Oh,
a
yeah,
good
because there's
case.
no evidence. Great. So there's no evidence
Yeah,
that your God is real, which is why I don't believe in it.
yeah. So, like God, He did send prophets and
I don't believe that to be true. I don't
and
believe
books
that
and
God would
whatnot.
send a pervert warlord to be his mouthpiece.
Yeah, that's what happened. I mean,
That's what you believe. I don't find that to be credible. He couldn't
yeah,
even read or write according to your own narrative. People
yeah,
had to write down his supposed words after he died.
yeah. That's true.
And you want me to believe that a god picked an illiterate man in the desert to speak to that couldn't even communicate his own words, and then after he died, his followers just happened to magically remember what his words are? Do you remember a conversation that you had, I don't know, 5 years ago? Do you remember all of the conversation?
Well, if it's a really important conversation and it's the word of God, I try to remember it as best I could, right?
You wouldn't. The fact of the matter is, the human memory is not good. We literally can remember a tiny fraction of the conversations we had, even just hours later. That's why if you quiz somebody on what they saw literally just moments prior, all of the details would be contradictory. So you want me to believe that some illiterate man in the desert died, and then his followers came after him 10, 15, 20 years later and
Yeah.
had his
They,
supposed words written down from their memory. That to
yeah.
me is what is straining credulity here.
Yeah, the followers were alive at the time, it was a 30-year period, so
Yeah, and why should I believe any of that to be true? Because the book is full of nonsense claims like Muhammad split the moon in two. The hadiths
yeah.
say silly things like the tail of the sheep. If you eat the fat from the tail of the sheep, it'll cure your sciatica pain. Aisha was 6 years old when she was married off. Why would I
Yeah.
possibly
It,
find this
it
religion
is
to be
true.
believable?
I mean, I can understand that you don't agree with things that happened in the past with your current understanding of society and rules and culture. So,
Okay, so God created
I
this
get that.
scenario in which it's almost nearly impossible to believe unless you were raised in it. And then if you don't believe it, even though you weren't raised in it, then you get tortured for all of eternity. Make that make sense for me.
Yeah, well, you phrase it that way. I mean, there's a lot of converts to Islam that weren't born Muslim, right?
Very
And
few.
they're quite a lot. And like missionaries, the way Islam spread through conquest and through missionaries.
That's right, through conquest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that, that's what happened.
You guys owned slaves before we did.
Uh, I guess I don't know. I'm not sure about the
Yeah,
Christian
that's exactly why
slavery.
Northern Africa has so many Muslims. Is because y'all went down there and conquested them. The same way we came over to the Americas and conquested the Americas. Fact of the
Yeah.
matter is, conquest is the way by which all of these religions got popular. They didn't get popular because they were great ideas.
Well, both, conquest and ideas. You need both, to make that happen. And yeah, well, slavery was just a part of the world at that time. Romans had slaves. Pharaohs, the
Oh
ancient
man,
Egyptians had slaves.
we had a huge pivot to slavery. Before we pivot to slavery, Conqueef Door, thank you for the $5 super chat. Conqueef says, "Have believers ever stopped to think about how inbred we would be if humanity came from two people? It's insanity." I know it. I've brought this up before, but you know what the Christians and other believers tell me? Like, well, God did a miracle, right? So anytime there's some sort of anomaly that doesn't match what we know about the real world, you can just wish it
Yeah,
away with God doing a miracle. But
yeah.
your new pivot was slavery, right? Do you think slavery is good?
Oh no, it's very bad.
It's very bad. Does your God endorse slavery?
Oh no, it doesn't. He doesn't endorse it, but he codified it into law and organized it,
So he does
regulated it.
endorse it then, yeah. If he codified it in the law rather than saying don't do it, then he endorsed it. So, sounds to me like you're disagreeing with the moral your moral perspectives are
no,
disagreeing with your God.
So God didn't encourage it; He just allowed and regulated it.
Yeah,
Right?
could he have said don't do it?
He could have,
But he didn't. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, if you walk into your bedroom and you see your son beating his sister with a pipe, are you going to say you can only beat your sister every once in a while? Or are you going to say that you absolutely can't beat your sister?
Yeah. So the issue with this is that. So what's the difference between me and God is that
That's
God
not an answer to my question. If you walk into
allows-
your child's bedroom and one of them is striking the other, do you say that you can do a little bit of that, or do you say you can do none of that?
I would disagree with that and say none of that, right?
Then none of that. Okay, and why would you do that?
Because I don't think it's right.
Right, yes, because you don't want it to happen. Right. So if God didn't want slavery to happen, then God literally could have just said, don't do slavery.
Yeah, if God didn't want slavery to happen, He would not create evil and not create slavery in the first place before telling us to
Okay,
do it.
so
right?
your God condones slavery. You disagree with the morals of your God. Thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that.
My God created slavery, created evil, and
Yeah, you're making it worse for you. You're making your God sound worse with every minute. Your God also is okay with marrying children. Do you think that we should be allowed to marry children? Why is it in Iraq you guys are trying to lower the age of consent to 9?
So it's a cultural thing, and
Oh, it's
I don't
cultural.
agree with it.
What's the cultural aspect of the Iraqi people that would lead them to think it's okay to marry 9-year-olds?
I mean, marrying young was like a part of the past. So
Yeah, but what is it culturally inside of the country of Iraq that would lead their parliamentary government to be taking up a motion to allow child marriage? What cultural piece?
it's not cultural peace. It's like
You said it was culture, not me.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not cultural peace. It's like a certain socioeconomic situation that allows this type of child marriage to happen. But
Right.
once people
But
get advanced,
why?
they
Why do
these
why do
things.
these people think it's okay to marry 9-year-olds?
Well, in their world, their paradigm, they think it's fine. They don't have a problem with it.
Maybe
And
because your prophet married a 6-year-old and consummated a marriage with her at 9?
yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah. Or do you think that we should be allowed to consummate marriages with 9-year-olds?
I mean, I want to say that Islam does allow this, but
It's
it
a yes
doesn't
or no.
encourage it.
Do you think that 9-year-olds should be consummated?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to answer with some nuance more than yes or no.
Sounds to me like the real answer is that you're okay with it, but you don't want to say it publicly because you're going to get completely hounded on.
Oh, okay. I'm not saying I'm not okay with it. I'm just saying it's not what happens in this time and place. It's obsolete.
What time and place? Because the people of Iraq are trying to implement it as we speak.
Oh yeah, they're due to the American invasion. They kind of destroyed the whole country,
Okay.
and
So
did a lot of
Iraq
evil
needs to
there.
marry 9-year-olds because the American West did bad things to them.
No, it doesn't need, but the damage that the American West did in Iraq caused their socio-economic level to
Yeah. What did we do? What
deteriorate.
happened to their economy and their society that now
It was
requires
destroyed.
that 9-year-olds get married?
It was completely destroyed. There's ignorance.
I
There's
know,
poverty,
but how
there's
does that lead to needing to marry 9-year-olds?
Oh yeah, so all of that leads to marrying, child marriage. Maybe
How?
even worse
How?
conditions might bring back slavery.
How are the conditions right now in Iraq leading to children needing to be married?
Yeah, so poverty. Like a father can't feed his small child, 10-year-old child, so he marries her off. So
So
that's what
just
happens.
marries. So
Right now.
you guys can't handle adoption. You don't know how adoption works.
Yeah, well, no one is willing to adopt her. No one has
How
the
about
resources
how about you
to
guys set up a
do it.
social safety net? Do you guys know how taxes work?
Yeah,
Have
that's
you
a good
have you
idea.
figured out taxes yet?
Oh yeah, they have taxes. You don't have
Okay,
to.
is there a reason why you can't collect a tax so that
Oh
people with children that are living in poverty can have at least some bare minimum of food to keep
yeah,
their
so
children
the whole
alive rather than
country.
selling off their daughters for marriage at age
Yeah, so
9?
the whole country is poor. There's corruption. There's
Yeah.
very bad stuff happening. So it's obviously not working the way that you're describing, right?
Yeah,
Collect
it's not
taxes,
working
make
the
it
way
better.
it's not working the way that you would want it to work. And the reason is because it's ran not only by fascists, but it's ran by religious zealots.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to, tell you what's happening over there and what caused that
I know what led to
situation
it.
to
There's a lot
happen.
of factors that led to the poverty in Iraq. What I'm saying is that
Yeah,
marrying
so
children is not an appropriate
poverty,
answer to it. And I was going to let you know as well, HFT. As
poverty,
much as I appreciate
religion.
you talking, I just want you to know that every time you talk while I talk, no one can hear you. My mic is cranked all the way up. I've got your mic turned down on YouTube. You'll be saved for all of eternity on YouTube, just mumbling in the background of me talking. So if you want to have anyone hear what you're saying, you should try speaking when I'm finished.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking over me also, so, you know, go ahead.
All right. So, what about the socioeconomic situation in Iraq requires that children be married off?
Yeah, so like I said, poverty breeds all these type of stuff, right,
You said that, but
poverty.
how? How does poverty need children to be married?
Like I gave you an example. You told me, oh, they should adopt and collect taxes and, set up a social safety net.
Yeah, that's how taxes work. I grew up
Oh,
poor as well.
oh,
I had
oh,
7
okay.
siblings.
Yeah.
We didn't have any money, and it turns out we all survived without having to sell our daughters in marriage.
Yeah, that's good for you, but in Iraq, they don't have the same wealth that's present in the U.S. So
Okay, so rather than using the congressional measures that they have to set up a safety
congressional.
net for
Oh
their
yeah,
people, they
Congress.
said, no, we're just going to let them marry children. That's asinine.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
making your religion look worse and worse every time you talk.
yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that it's too bad. Like it's far, it's way beyond, these measures that you're proposing. It's much more worse than what you're saying. So
I'm
the
sure it
situation
is.
is really bad. So
Yes,
so
I'm
that's
sure it
why.
is. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, over there, if they had a way, they would have tried to figure it out. But obviously, they don't. They don't need your suggestion. Oh, raise some taxes and fix it up, easy.
Right. So
it's a
rather than
more
creating a social
harder.
safety net that would help support the poorest people in the economy, they said, no, we're gonna sell 9-year-old girls in marriage. And so all you're doing is explaining to me another reason why I wouldn't even want to believe in your God, even if there was some logical, rational reason to do so.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's no hope really.
I know there's no hope. All right, HFT, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it, man.
Goodbye.
Cheers. There you go. That's what religion does to your country, guys. You let religion take over your country, and before you know it, it turns into a theocracy, and they want to marry 9-year-olds. Welcome in, Decap.
What's up, buddy?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Hope you're doing all right. That was a really hard conversation to listen to, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's not going to get any easier for you. Your book's just as bad.
What do you mean, my book?
Your book's just as bad. Do you know that your book endorses slavery too?
What's my book?
Well, you got crosses in your background. I'm assuming you're a Christian.
I am a
You
Christian.
just really like crosses, or
I really like the crowd. You got to admit, that is a beautiful picture, though, isn't it?
I mean, it's not bad.
The sunset, like, it looks good, right?
I like a good sunset.
Yeah.
Right.
I really just wanted to come on here and ask. It says your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
So me and you both know that no one is going to be able to prove you wrong on that, right?
Oh, I know no one's going to prove me wrong for sure. Yep. But there's a
So
lot of Christians that are going to get up in the stream that think that they can.
got you. So I guess my question about that is, and you don't have to answer it, but why why debate something that can't really be debated?
Because while you can't prove that your God exists, I've got lots of reasons why your God doesn't exist.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So we can talk about some of the moral issues since we're already on the moral topic. Your God endorses slavery. Your God endorses kidnapping women in war. Your God endorses women being subservient to men. Do you think that women should have to stay silent in church?
No.
Okay. Do you think that women should have to be ruled over by their husbands?
No.
Do you think that slavery is okay?
No.
Do you think that people should be allowed to kidnap women and children when they go to war?
I do not.
These are all things that your God says to do. Do you think that genocide's ever good?
No.
These are all things that are in your book that God endorses.
So I'm going to tell you, I have not read the Bible in completion on my own. I have not. Now, I have read some of the things that you're talking about. And whenever I read the full text in the books, because one of them you brought up, what was Leviticus?
Leviticus 25. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're reading out Leviticus. So I don't like discussing verses just because I'm not like a biblical scholar by no means, right? And I'm not going to sit here and debate you on something that I don't really know much about. However, I will tell you that unless you're really discussing the whole book and reading it all the way through,
I have. I've read the whole
right.
thing.
But I haven't studied that completely. I do know the gist of the Bible and some of the books on what it talks about when the slavery is involved. I haven't seen anything in the Bible that specifically talks about slavery being okay, except in the terms of like if you owe money, it was something about paying off a debt, then you're enslaved like to work off to pay off the debt. That's what I've read in the Bible personally.
All right. Well, there's more than that. We can read some. But before we do that, I want to go over a passage real quick. Do you remember the punishment that David got when he had Uriah the Hittite executed in war so he could take Bathsheba because he knocked her up while he was away?
No, I don't. That's the thing. So I haven't read any of that yet. I'm excited to read it, to know what it's about. Yeah.
So David, while his men were away at war, looked out his window and saw Bathsheba and was like, I got to have that woman. So he had her brought to the palace, and then he slept with her and knocked her up. And then he's like, oh, shoot, I knocked up this woman. And now I've got to deal with the husband. And at first he tries to cover it up by telling the husband to go.
I know this story.
Right.
I know this story, actually. I do know this story.
It's a good story. Okay. So anyways.
I wouldn't say it's a good story.
Well, I mean, it's all fiction to me, so it's good reading, right?
Right.
So then David basically has Uriah executed by sending him to the front lines in war, and then he takes Bathsheba, and Bathsheba's pregnant, so they're going to give birth. And God finally sends a prophet to go correct the situation, and the prophet Nathan comes and chastises David, and then David gets 2 punishments for the crime. But I want you to read the second punishment with me. It says in verse 11, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." So God is basically going to have multiple...
Who did he say that? Who is he saying that to?
He's saying that to David.
Oh, David?
So he's going to have David's wives taken from him and raped in broad daylight as punishment for what David did. Do you think that's a fair punishment? Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think that that's good at all, to be honest.
It's not good.
Yeah. But I don't have a lot of context of you read me 2 verses, right? So like if I was to actually like talk about this scripture with you, right? Mm-hmm. I would personally want to read all of it. So we don't have time for that because you have a TikTok thing here you're trying to do. And I know you don't want to sit here and read the whole entire book with me. You know what I mean? Which I get, and I wouldn't expect you to. I actually, am at the end of my work shift anyways. But I do want to say this. The parts that you do bring up in the Bible, I've kind of tuned in here and there to your TikTok because you just come across my For You page sometimes, right? Because I'm on like the Christian side of TikTok. And for some reason, that also gives you the deconstruction videos too. So I've talked to quite a few people that, why haven't I read the whole thing before? Because I don't like reading, if I'm being honest with you. But anyways, what I'm getting at is I know that there's stuff in the Bible. There's like a part in the Bible where it talks about two girls take their father, get them drunk, and like rape him or something.
Well, watch the R word, and that's not quite what happened. That's the story of Lot and his two daughters.
Right, but you know what I'm talking about,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I'm not bringing that story up. I'm not suggesting that God had a hand in that. Also, Horrid, thank you so much for the $11 super chat. Horrid says, love from Oz. I can't donate US dollars, bro, but 666 in spirit. Yes, W666 in spirit. We appreciate that, Oz. So I'm not suggesting that the story of Lot and his daughters was like God had a hand in it. It seems quite clear that the story was told as a cautionary tale because the two people that came from that, the Moabites and the Ammonites, were cursed people groups. So it's a fictional origin story to just to basically poo-poo on these people groups that were enemies of Israel. But on the Leviticus, since you brought it up, the passage that you probably failed to read that talks about permanent slavery is Leviticus 44 through 46. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. And in the Hebrew text, in most English translations, it'll say property forever, or it'll say permanent property, because it says le'olam in Hebrew, which means forever. So in Leviticus 25, it's quite clear that you can have permanent slaves.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that it says stuff like that, or it also, God had, his people go to war with other people. I think there's something about like his people warring against other people and winning or something like that. Like it's like condoning violence, or so to speak. But you got to remember too, like I know the gist of the Bible, and not everyone, according to the Bible, is a child of God. So there's going to be people, and I know you don't believe none of this, right? But I'm just speaking from my point of view.
Right.
And how I look at all this. There's people that aren't children of God that reject God.
Right.
You being a person that rejects God because you don't believe he exists.
Well,
so I would consider that rejection.
Do you reject the tooth fairy?
Do I reject the tooth fairy?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe in the tooth fairy.
Oh, yeah. I don't reject God. I don't believe in God.
I got you. I got you. Okay, so you don't reject God. Okay, got you. Yeah, you don't believe that he exists. You can't, I believe God exists.
You can't reject things that you don't believe exist.
Okay, I got you. Fair point. But my point that I'm getting at is if there are people that reject God and during those times, and if you're an enemy of God who is holy and righteous, then I'm pretty sure you're going to have a tough time.
Right.
And he's going to exalt his people over you because he's the one true God.
Why?
So why?
Why do people who are unconvinced that this God exists, why should we be tortured?
Well, see, I believe that everyone deep down, if they really think about it, doesn't believe that there's not a God. Well, that's my opinion.
So you're a mind reader then?
No, I'm not. I didn't say I was a mind reader. I said that's my opinion. That's what I believe, right? I think that everyone, if you look around,
why do you believe that I'm here lying to myself right now?
I don't think that you're lying to yourself. I think you've convinced yourself for sure.
Like, I haven't convinced myself. I was a Christian for 2 decades. I have a master's degree and a undergraduate degree in biblical studies. You think I did all that because I didn't actually believe?
So you reading and studying, and what do you consider being a Christian?
See, the difference between you and me is I read the book and you haven't. See, you're a Christian because you haven't actually read the book and you haven't seen how problematic it is. I'm no longer a Christian because just like you, I was once a Christian that didn't read the book. And then when I finally did read the book and get some mastery over it, it became quite clear that the book wasn't even true. Not only is it not true, but it's full of barbarism.
Okay, but I said I didn't read the whole thing. I never said I read any of the Bible. I've read quite a bit of the Bible, just I haven't read all of it. And the Old Testament is where I've read the least amount.
Right. I want to read a passage that shows up in the Old Testament and the New Testament. I want you to read it with me. And I think this gives you a good sample of why I'm not a Christian. So it says in Hosea 11, verse 1, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Now, do you know what this story is referring to?
I don't.
This is referring to the Exodus. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son, which is a quote from Exodus 4, verse 22, where God says that Israel is my firstborn son, and then he frees, he tells Moses how he's going to free them. And then he brings them out of Egypt, right? And then they leave Egypt, and what do? They immediately start practicing idolatry, right? So this is all spoken in the past tense, and as far as anyone can tell just by reading it, this is just kind of a short retelling of the Exodus, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
I mean, is there anything here that other than just history?
I mean, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? I mean, what's the guy saying right now? What's he saying?
It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols.
That's right.
Okay.
Is that history?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's talking about events in the past tense. That's what we call history. Anytime you describe events from the past tense, it's just called history.
Okay. So I thought you were like asking me, like, is this true or something like that?
No, I'm not saying it whether it's true. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant.
I didn't really understand what you were trying to ask me. That's my bad.
I get that. No, I get you. Okay, so is there anything here other than history, or is there something hidden here that like maybe we wouldn't know about?
Beats me, dude. I have no idea.
Yeah, there's nothing here. It's just history, right? Last question before we move on. Is there a prophecy in here?
Not that I know of. I mean, you're showing me 2 verses. What is that? 1 verse?
2.
2 verses. You're showing me 2 verses.
Right.
Like I said, I'm not the right person to come up here and debate you on verses of the Bible. I'm just not, man. I just wanted to talk to you about why you're trying, why you're trying to get people to prove something that they can't prove.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Well, we'll end on this, and I bring that up specifically because I wanted to talk about what Matthew has to say about it. If you go to Matthew 2, 14 through 15, it says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I've called my son. So 2 rational people just read Hosea 11 and concluded that there's no prophecy there. The prophet is just recounting the Exodus. But when we get to Matthew's like, no, Jesus coming out of Egypt is now actually a prophecy. So this is why I don't believe that Jesus is anything other than a liar, because every fulfillment that he ever did is just a nonsense out of context quotation.
Oh, you're saying that text right there, people say that's that he's referring to the text you read before.
Oh, it is. Yeah, that's exactly the quote where it came from. Yep.
Okay, and your problem with that is what exactly?
Thanks, Blue, for the gifts. I appreciate that. Well, the problem is it's quite clear. There's no prophecy in Hosea 1 and 2 from chapter 11 that could be fulfilled. So it says here, this was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Out of Egypt I have called my son. But that wasn't a prophecy. There's no prophecy about the Messiah coming out of Egypt. He just grabbed a random quotation about somebody coming out of Egypt and said, boom, it's a prophecy. But that's not how prophecies work.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that he just took that quote and said this was about Jesus.
Yeah. And it's not even a prophecy. So, and this is the nature of prophecy that we find throughout the Gospels. They keep applying random out of context quotations to Jesus and just calling it a prophecy. But if we did that with anybody else, if we did that with the Caesar, or we did that with like Simon Bar Kokhba or one of the early Jewish leaders like Honi the Circle Drawer, if we tried to use this for anybody other than Jesus, Christians would lose their mind. But for some reason, they're willing to accept this type of poor exegesis for Jesus, but nobody else.
Interesting.
Right. Anyways, that's all I had to say about that. I won't keep beating you up.
No, you're not beating me up. I'm very not easily like you being smarter than me on an intelligent letter doesn't affect me at all. You know what I mean? Like it's all it's all respect here, man. Like, I don't hate you or anything like that. I was just curious. Like, I'm smart enough to know that no one's going to be able to prove you wrong about God being imaginary, especially if it's something that you believe.
Right.
Just like you can show me all this stuff with your intelligence that you have in your studies, and I still know that my God is real based off of my own experiences, right? So, like, how, you know what I mean? No intelligence
So
is going to be able to
God is true no matter what the book says.
No, I believe that the Bible is the Word of God,
Well,
100%.
Well, it can't be if it's full of lies.
And you say that it's full of lies, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I believe you that it says that it's full of lies.
Well, we just read one. Want to do another?
Yeah, you can do another one. That's fine.
Okay, we'll grab another one real quick. While we're grabbing that, thank you so much, Lisa, for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. Lisa says, all these people who have zero understanding of the Bible and economics, who are confident about religion and Trump, are killing me. I know. It's the fact that we're about to go right back to Christian nationalism is disturbing. It's not good. It's not good at all. So it says here, in the 480th year, this is 1 Kings chapter 6, in the 480th year after the Israelites came out of Egypt, the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. Okay, so this is easy enough. What he's saying is 480 years prior to Solomon building the temple, the Israelites left Egypt. So if we know when Solomon started to build the temple, we can do some dating here. As it turned out, the temple commenced in 970 BCE, which means if we just take 480 years and we apply it to 970, we can figure out when the Exodus was. And so when you do that number, it comes out to the middle of the 1400s, about the 1450s. So all that's interesting, but it's not as interesting as what we find in Exodus chapter 1, I think verse 11. When it talks about the Israelites being in bondage, it says they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor, and they built cities, supply cities, Pithom and Ramses for Pharaoh. Okay, so while the Israelites are in captivity, they're building the storehouses of the Pharaoh Ramses. Great, that's another data point that we have. But the problem we have is Ramses lived 200 years after the supposed date of the Exodus, according to 1 Kings chapter 6. If the Exodus was in 1450, according to 1 Kings chapter 6, then there's no way that the same Israelites built the storehouses of Ramses, because Ramses didn't live for another 200 years.
You know what's interesting? That you said you studied the Bible and all this, and because you actually read it and studied it, that's what led you to not being a Christian anymore, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How come I've heard the complete opposite? So you hear that, like, you've heard people talk about how they were atheist, and whenever they went in to go disproving God, they became Christian. You have heard of that, right?
Yeah, I've read most of their books, and none of them are convincing because none of them have any actual education in reading the Bible. And when they say they read the Bible, what they really mean is they're skimming through it and they're enjoying the parts that they like the New Testament, and they're mostly ignoring the parts that they don't like, where the Old Testament talks about slavery. So when someone tells me they read the Bible, I take that with a huge grain of salt, because I know how people tend to read the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe like 20 years from now, I'll have read more of the Bible and know the scripture a lot better, to where we can discuss that. And I'll actually go over those verses, and I'll come back to your live.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I will actually do that, and we'll talk about it. Let me actually, what are these verses?
Which ones you want?
Start. Can you send them to me on here?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Send me a DM. I'll send you any verses you want.
Okay, just the ones that we talked about that you want to discuss with me.
Sure.
Like the ones you brought up. You send me those, and I'll actually go through and I'll read all that stuff.
Well, I can't send you anything until you DM me, because I have no access to your information, because I can't follow you from TikTok Studio.
I got you. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not very intelligent when it comes to these apps. So how would I go about DMing you? Do I click on your profile and it'll let me send you a message?
Yep.
All right. So I'll send you a message. I'll get off of here and send you a message,
Okay.
and then I'll look at all that stuff, and then next time I see you online, I'll pop in when I have that knowledge, and we'll actually discuss it, and it'll be a lot more of a fruitful conversation instead of a really smart person talking to a dumb guy on here.
You're not dumb. It just happens to be that I've read the book.
I'll tell you what I'm not, though. I'm not a liar, so I am honest.
I believe that.
And yeah, I am an honest guy, and so to the most part, like I do lie time to time, but I'm honest about what I'm talking about. If I don't know something, I don't know it, man.
Right.
I'm not going to concede to it. You know what I mean?
Right. No, we appreciate that.
But
Hey,
it was
Decap,
good
before you
talking.
get out of here, can I
Yeah,
ask you a
what's up,
question?
buddy? You can ask me any question you want, buddy.
Yeah, because you said something interesting before. You said that you know your God is real because of your experience. Now, you're an honest person, so I hope you know that you know that there are other religions out there. If your God is true because of your experience, wouldn't their gods be true because of their experience?
Yeah, if they believe that, I mean, if that's what they believe, absolutely.
Okay, so my grandmother was a practitioner of Haitian voodoo, right? She used to let out, pigeon feathers all the time under her bed to sacrifice to Baron Samedi. So the Day of the Dead was on November 1st, back in Haiti. I didn't get to go, but it's a pretty good time. So if we go according to your logic, Baron Samedi is an actual real deity that we should worship. So why shouldn't I worship that, which is closer to my culture, instead of being Christian? What will be the difference?
So what I would go to is where God says, don't worship any other gods but me. So that tells me that there's other things that people will worship and they're not true gods. So that would be my opinion on that.
Right. But they would say the same thing about yours.
And that's fine, because I will never ever tell someone what they should or should not believe in, because I think that's disingenuous to do, because my Bible tells me that I'm to love people. And so I do love even the people that hate me in your chat that want to like talk down to me.
I don't think they hate you.
No, I'm not saying they necessarily hate me, but every time I go into one of these, I've only been in two, I get some really awful things said to me. I'm like, man, I'm not even like mean like that. You know what I mean? I'm like being very respectful and genuine with what I'm saying, and I truly believe it. So, like I said, whatever anyone believes, man, that's on them. That's between them and God or whoever that's between them, right?
Right.
Now, I'm going to preach what I think is the truth.
Right.
Just like you're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't come on your little, I don't know what this is called, your live, and be like, hey, don't listen to this guy, he's wrong, and I'm right, you need to listen to me, and then start preaching. This is your live. I just wanted to talk to you because I didn't understand why you were trying, like me and you both know, and I'm not even as smart as you are, that no one's going to be able to prove you wrong, because you can't prove something that you technically can't see like that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if something is invisible and doesn't manifest itself in real life, there's no way you can demonstrate it to be true. But also, Johnny Barrios, thank you so much for the $6, 66 cents over Cash App. Johnny, W666, we really appreciate it, Johnny. Good to hear from you, my man. Also, we got Volsi in the house tonight. He's going to be jamming out with us as long as we're going, as long as he's able to. So if you're not already following Volsi, I implore you by the power of Doug to do so. He's an awesome creator that we've been hooked up for a little while on this app now. So I'm happy to have him with me. Decap, I really appreciate you being up here. I'm going to move on to the next guest, but thanks so much for talking with us.
No problem. And y'all have a great night, and I hope you have better conversations than the last one you had, for sure.
Yeah, I know, right? Man, thanks, man.
All right.
Have a good night, bro.
All right, guys. We're still under a bit of a shadow ban after this account got live access again. I don't know why it's not pushing out. We have like no Christians in here, none. We've already restarted once, and it hasn't really done anything. If I've got maybe one more Christian in the queue, once we get through the next guest, if we can't find anybody, maybe I'll just go back to the backup account. The backup account was working fine. So we might have to switch over to the backup account if we can't get any actual Christians in here. You're right, Jay. I've converted them all.
Yeah, it's been slow for a little bit. It was slow on mine yesterday as well, so I'm not sure what's happening.
It's weird. Well, I looked at my last 2 lives since I've got my account back. So there's a percentage of people. It tells you how they found your live, how they ended up there. And usually it's around 20% followers and about 80% non-followers. And then it'll tell you how many of those people came from the For You page. I had 0 people from the For You page, and it was 75% followers. And since I had a couple hundred shares, that means that literally the only people that came into my live that were Christians were people that my own followers shared it with. I didn't get a single Christian off the For You page. So it's not sharing it out right now, which happens sometimes after your account gets banned and then it gets unbanned. Sometimes you still get kind of smushed into like this shadow ban. So, yeah, just one of those things. Blue Chew, thank you so much for the subscription. I see the subscription. I really appreciate that. This is one of the first times we've actually had more people in the YouTube stream than the TikTok stream, guys. The TikTok stream is getting dogged right now. So we'll give it a minute here. If we don't get anybody in, I'll just restart it and put it on my backup account and be done with it, because nobody wants to come in here and just see me talk to the screen with no guest.
Yeah, same. It's all just gonna be me sitting here. It wouldn't be very fruitful, you know.
Right. Yeah. I hate going to the backup account though, because like the emojis there's no emojis on the backup account, and the emojis are really fun. I like those.
Yeah, I saw the one with Doug. that one's fun.
Right. Yeah, I love the Doug stuff. Really blew up. I didn't realize it was going to blow up like it did. But it's been fun. And even Doug was so popular, he made an appearance on the line Monday night when I was hosting with John. John brought up Doug, and we're like, well, guess what? Now we get to talk about Doug all night.
Yeah, I saw that episode of The Line. That was great.
Yeah, I appreciate you watching, man. So Volsi, while we're waiting for a guest, for people who don't know you, can you give people kind of a taste of your background?
Oh yeah, sure. My name is Volsi. I say that I'm a leftist, a Pan-African, and an atheist. You know, I do a lot of discussions on religion and politics. One of the reasons why I do push out religion a lot, because in my community for minorities, you know, black and brown people, being religious is something that's close to people's identity, and I want to normalize myself. You know, of course, atheists aren't normalized in society yet for anybody of any background, of any race. Of course, I know that, but when it comes to my community in particular, it's such ingrained that you have to be, you know, religious, either some sort of Christian or some sort of Muslim. Otherwise, something is actually wrong with you. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about like mentally wrong with you. Like you have actual problems, or you're a completely immoral person. You know, I'm not sure if it happens in any other community, but I know in my community that's a huge thing. So I tend to want to talk about these type of things so we can get normalized. And of course, I talk about politics a lot because I actually studied political science and public administration. That was my bachelor's. Right now, I'm in a master's degree program for mental health counseling, which is another thing that people from low-income communities, people from minority communities don't seek out a lot. So I want to be one of those beacons of hope to actually give that mental health help out there, so people can come online instead of, you know, people especially for young men out there going to the manosphere to get that help for their mental health, which they don't get. Instead of absorbing red pill content, they actually listen to healthy forms of masculinity, so we can you know, change that tide around. Because I see Gen Z going more to the right, more towards red pill content, because they genuinely do not have any healthy masculine figures out there, and they're far and few in between. So that's why I do what I do, and I hope to be one of those people online giving actual therapeutic advice and content out there, instead of all this manosphere red pill stuff, and from a non-religious perspective. Because if you go over to the red pill space, they're all sort of like toxic Christian and Muslims mostly, you know, so we definitely need that.
You definitely have to wonder why there's so much overlap between the bro culture, red pill space, and religion. I think religion feeds into it. I think it's the justification that they grab onto that says, I'm allowed to have this toxic opinion because of this particular religion. I think when we eliminate religion, we eliminate a lot of toxic behavior along with it.
Yeah, exactly. And I've I've seen it a lot. Like I actually kind of followed not watch all their content, but I kind of followed a lot of red pillars before to see exactly where it goes. And a lot of them would come from, you know, criticizing religion all the way until, you know, either taking the Shahada or becoming a quote unquote cultural Christian. I'm doing the Dr. Evil air quotes right now, a cultural Christian. And we know exactly what that means. You're a Christian, you just don't want to say it because you don't want to lose your following, you know?
Precisely. Well, let's do this, Volsi. We're not getting any Christians in here. I'm going to log off and log on to my backup account. That should push out. Last time I used my backup account, it pushed out in the algorithm. We had, 10, 15, 20 people waiting in the queue. So you're already following my backup account, I assume. I'm following your backup account, actually.
Yeah, I'm following your backup, so I'll come back to it.
So let's do this. I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna log back on with my backup account, guys. We'll do a switcheroo. We'll get Volsi back up in here, and then we'll keep this thing going. Hopefully, logging into the backup account will juice us out into the algorithm, and we can actually get some guests to debate. But guys, thanks for being with us. I know when someone's main account gets banned, it takes a week or two to get things going again. It's just one of those TikTok things. So. How did Dizzy get in here?
How did I get in here?
I don't know. Somebody just let Dizzy in. Must be one of the mods. Dizzy, are you a believer?
I have I am. No.
Okay.
I'm actually deconstructed myself.
Congrats.
But I did have. Thank you. I did have a quick question. Is hell actually found anywhere in the Bible?
Yeah. Like a dozen places at least. In fact, let me grab. I've got a document that I put together, and I didn't put it on my spreadsheet yet, but I'm getting ready to put it on my spreadsheet that lists every mention of hell from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Talmud, Josephus, the Pseudepigrapha books, the Apocrypha, the New Testament, and the Old Testament. And in the New Testament, there's 12, 15, 20 references to hell. The most well-known is Matthew 25:46, when he comes to separate the sheep from the goat, says, according to the goats, these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. So there's a concept of eternal punishment, and that concept is typically, wailing of gnashing and teeth and an everlasting fire that can't be put out, different things like that. So James 3:6 says, the tongue is a fire. The tongue is placed among our members as a world of iniquity. It stains the whole body and sets on fire a cycle of life, and it itself is set on fire by hell. Like there's an inextricable link between hell and hellfire in the Bible. And so, Matthew 10:28, do not fear those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear the one who can destroy both the soul and the body in hell. And then, of course, Revelation 21:8, non-believers get thrown into the lake of fire, so on and so forth. So, hell is definitely a part of Christianity. I know there's a popular talking point right now saying that, no, this hell that we talk about was like invented by Dante or something. That is not true. The concept of eternal hellfire was already cemented in Judaism. Not all of Judaism, just the unofficial Judaism sects, like what you found at Qumran, and it's cemented already in the culture. There's already a big group of people that believed in this particular thing, which is why Jesus' followers, who were definitely zealots that were related to the Qumran sect, also believed in it.
Okay. The other question I wanted is, did you have like a list or a spreadsheet of like talking points?
Yep.
That you usually use to, I guess, disprove the validity of the Christian God?
Yeah. If you go to my profile, if you're a subscriber to my channel, the very first pinned, maybe the only pinned video has a link to my deconstruction cheat sheet. There's everything on there that you can ever want.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right. Cheers. Good to hear from you, Diz. All right, guys.
Yep, keep doing what you do, man.
Hey, cheers. Good luck, man. We're going to log off. I want to log on with a backup account. We'll be right back. Hopefully we'll get pushed into the algorithm and we'll get somebody to debate in here. So hold tight, guys.
I'll be right back.
Oh, TikTok. Oh, TikTok. If YouTube would get their act together and figure out how to do a debate platform, we wouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. The TikTok platform is ridiculous. All right, guys, over on YouTube, thanks for holding out with me. We're just going to log in real quick to our other account, and we're going to, get the thing going. This is the tricky part. I always have to remember what my actual password is because I actually don't remember my password. We'll see if I got it right. We'll see. That's the problem with TikTok. You have to have like 8 accounts with TikTok. I actually know a couple creators that get banned so often. They literally have like 7 different accounts, and when they get banned on one, they they log right back into another one. So it is what it is. Let me get the subscriber goal off of here because we don't do subscriber goals on this channel since it's the backup channel. But I think everything else probably is ready to go. So let me log off on my phone here from my backup account, so we're not double backed up. And then we'll go ahead and we'll get the backup account live. And hopefully we'll get some algorithm push. All right, sending it out now. We'll see if this works better for us. My guess is we'll have Volsi in here in just a second. For those who don't know the backup account, there it is on the screen over on YouTube. It's just Deconstruction Zone number 2, basically. Good to see you guys. Vanilla Gorilla, Liz, MK, welcome in, guys. Good to see you. We're going to try to get things going here with the backup account and see if we can get some guests in the guest box because nobody wants to sit here all night and listen to me talk to myself. Although it's fun having Volsi in here because we can talk to each other. So anyways, guys, thanks so much for being here. We're gonna get some debates. I promise we're gonna get some debates in here. Dex, thank you for the $5 super chat. Super chat's been off the hook tonight. Dex says, I heard from Aaron Ra on an episode of The Line that the Christian concept of hell came from Zoroastrianism. Is that true? And what are your thoughts? Well, you're not completely wrong, actually. So the idea of hell was sort of co-opted both from the Zoroastrians, from the Persians, and also from the Greeks. Now, what basically happened when the Greeks and the Jews and the Persians, when they started to mix, it turned out that this concept of hell that they had, it wasn't incompatible with the Jewish idea of Sheol. Like they were at least related, even if they didn't have the same exact concept. So it's no wonder that when this happened, people were like, oh yeah, I mean, we can adopt this. This isn't something that's outside of the realm of possibility. So they more or less, they added beliefs on top of their already held beliefs that didn't seem to conflict is basically what happened. Although they didn't all believe it. Some of them didn't really accept it. Welcome in, Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how you doing? Dr. Joe, thank you for all the shares. Guys, let's share this thing out. Let's see if we can get it going. We gotta find some fresh meat. Welcome back in, Volsi. Hey, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18, and yes, I would regard myself as a believer.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in my own personal God that's closely related to nature.
Oh boy.
Are you a pantheist?
Oh yeah, someone mentioned that terminology. I think so.
Okay, so you think that basically God is everything?
No.
Okay.
I believe in it's hard for me to define what or who God is because, well, number one, I don't 100% believe in God, but I basically choose to believe in. I choose to believe in some type of being or thing that made that caused all the processes to start and for everything to exist around me. Like there's something that caused that.
Is this God designing things with intention? Like, did he, the way things are they the way he intended them to be? Or is it a she?
That is correct.
Or is
That
it an
correct.
it?
I don't know whether it's a he or she, but I'm saying we'll just use the terminology God and whatever God's pronouns are.
Okay, so the way things are designed is the way they wanted it to be, right?
Intended. Correct.
Okay, I think Volsi already knows what's happening here. So my next question then is, if this is the way that God intended things to be, then I'm inclined to believe that this God either doesn't exist because what it created is anything but humane. Like babies are born with cancer. 97% of the water on the planet is undrinkable poison. A huge swath of the globe is completely uninhabitable. So like if that's the case, and we got natural disasters that, execute 100,000 people a year, why would a God intentionally design a planet that was continually trying to unalive its inhabitants?
I mean, I never said God wasn't evil.
That's a good point. Yeah. So if God is evil, if God exists, I agree. The evidence that we have is that the God must be evil. So do you worship this thing?
Yes, I do pray to God.
Why, if it's evil, why would you pray to it?
That was going to be my question.
Yeah. Volsi, I think you've actually interacted with more people on this plane of thought than I have, actually.
Yeah, it's more of a he says he's not a pantheist, but it's more of like of a deist position. But like, if the thing is that this God has no utility, it's completely useless because you're saying that it exists and it caused things, but then what happens next? Just does nothing or interacts with the universe.
Well, no, I don't know whether or not it interacts. I don't know if miracles are real or not. I'm not sure. The answer is I don't know.
So what are you praying for?
I'm praying for the off chance that miracles are real.
Right.
You can't.
But it,
So can't. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Justin.
sorry, I didn't mean to talk. But like, if the world is an absolute disaster already, and your God designed the world to be this way, why would you think that praying for it would make it better? If he wanted it to be better, wouldn't he have just made the world a better place?
I mean, based on what I mean, I used to grapple with the idea with whether God's good or bad, and I've talked to a lot of Christians, and they did a really easy job of convincing me out of Christianity because I used to be a Catholic for about 11 years, and after that, I vaguely tackled the idea of believing in Jesus, and then eventually, well, now I just think Jesus is kind of like a mythical figure. I just think that Jesus is a good symbol, I guess, of peace and not fighting against each other. But other than that, he's not divine or anything. So I stopped believing in that. But I do.
Let me ask you this. Hey, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What actually convinced you that the God that you believe in is an actual thing? What convinced you of that?
Again, I'm not fully convinced.
Okay.
But
Well, what's the evidence? So I've been through deconstruction before, so I get it, right? So there's this personal inclination. Like once you leave your official religion, you think to yourself, well, the religion might not be true, but I don't need to abandon the idea of God just because the religion isn't true. So I get that, right? So no one goes typically from Christianity or Hindu or, Islam. They don't go from that to dead atheism. There's always a transition period. It sounds like you're in a transition period. But I would encourage you to ask yourself, are you in this position where you still believe in a God because you just don't want to let it go yet, or because there's actual evidence that this God exists?
I never, I don't think I thought about it that way, to be honest. Not through that logical pathway.
Yeah, because I was there myself as well. I was at a point where when I completely left Christianity, like I didn't want to let go of the idea of God, but just like how you said, I didn't think about, am I believing this because I didn't want to let go of the idea, or is there actual evidence for it? But then when you actually start to ask yourself, is there actual evidence for it, and search for it, you'll find out that you come up empty. And at that point, what's the point of holding on to the idea, especially if it has no utility and no evidence?
Well, I think there's a lot of anecdotal evidence in my own personal life.
Could that be coincidence, though?
I'm leaning towards no.
Okay.
All right, why not?
Just because. Let me collect my thoughts for 1 minute.
No, not a problem. But what I was gonna say to that, right, is that I've heard something called the Joe Pesci prayers, where there was a comedian, I forgot what his name was, but he says that I will pray to Joe Pesci for things to happen every single day, right? And he would see that over the time there were things that he did pray for to Joe Pesci that actually did happen. Would that prove that Joe Pesci is a god or granting his wishes, or would it just prove coincidences?
I see your point, but that's not where I'm approaching it from.
George Carlin said that.
Yeah, that was George Carlin. Thanks.
But that brings up a good point, Volsi, because like we've done meta studies on praying for people that are sick, and it turns out that when you pray for large groups of people and they don't know they're being prayed for, it's a blind study, right? When you pray for large groups of people for healing and for health outcomes, they have exactly the same statistical outcome as people not being prayed for. So
yeah, I've seen the study. There's no difference.
Right. So if there's no difference, right, there's no discernible difference, and it would seem to me that if you're praying for anything and then the thing kind of happens, that it's probably just a matter of coincidence. Because if you're going to pray 40,000 prayers over the course of your life, it's inevitable that something's going to feel like it lines up eventually.
Yeah. And it's also weird, like what the comment says, T. Budens, I heard God's voice. I always kind of think in my head, like, I've never gotten to that point, but I think in general, like, I don't know. It's tough for me to realize, because it's like, is it like schizophrenia, or is it actually God's voice? So because like from a psychological perspective, if you're hearing voices like that, like if you go to a psychiatrist, they're gonna automatically diagnose it with something, psychosis or something.
Well, there is a huge overlap between people that have frontal lobe abnormalities and people who have like mystical experiences. And there seems to be that some people are naturally predisposed to having moments in which their brain is making things up that they think is completely real. One of my really good friends on this app actually takes medication for his psychosis, but before he was really on medication, he didn't know that he was experiencing psychosis, and he had actual moments where he believed the most insane things were happening, and most of them have a supernatural or a God connection to them. But eventually, you come to realize that my brain's actually probably just making things up. And as it turns out, since he started taking the medication, all that stuff went away.
Yeah, like I said,
we do have Dr. Joe in the house, I think. Dr. Joe, can you raise your hand, by the way, if you're still in here? We do have an actual licensed therapist that deals with this type of stuff, actually. Her name's Dr. Joe. I'm not saying that you're experiencing psychosis. I'm just saying that maybe these are some ideas that you might want to bounce around with a medical professional who deals in this type of stuff.
Yeah, if you ever saw the movie A Beautiful Mind, it goes into this as well. I don't think Dr. Nash actually had. I don't think it was visual delusions, but it was like more auditory. The movie just kind of played it up. But yeah, like if you're hearing voices consistently, that could be indicative of an issue.
Yeah. And like,
Could be. Or it could be the creator. I don't know.
yeah.
It could be either one.
Well, let me suggest something to you. I never thought I'd have this conversation with somebody, but let me suggest something to you, right? If you do talk to a medical professional and they say, hey, listen, maybe, just maybe, you should try this particular medication. In fact, I think Dr. Joe's in the box. Maybe, they say, maybe you should try this medication. Now, if you try the medication and you're still hearing, audible voices, then you can say, well, maybe it's something supernatural. But if you take the medication and it turns out that all that stops, I think that's basically a one-to-one correlation that maybe your brain is making things up. But that's not my area of expertise. I think Dr. Joe might have something more informative for us.
Yeah, happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday.
I kind of wanted to explain why when somebody has what could be observed to be a psychotic experience, why it usually has to do with religion. Second to that would be sex, actually, and the same. It's sometimes both. I worked at a psych ER for almost 4 years, and we often had both going on. We also had Mary, Jesus, and Tupac there quite frequently, but that's an aside. So what happens when a human has an intense experience informed by a lot of sensory input? The neural pathways of that become very strong. So religious experience is so repeated and so steeped in our culture that the pathways to religious content are quite strong. It's also can be strengthened by music, incense, other experience, watching people with emotion, the energy of community buy-in. All of that is going to hardwire content to religion. So when a brain becomes vulnerable for some reason or another, it could be as simple as stress, it could be enhanced with other things, it could be a diagnosable condition. The brain defaults
When you say other, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you say other things, are you referring to narcotics or stuff like that?
Sure, I just did it. I was being TikTok friendly. I often call them, in my own experience, dry goods. But anyway, the brain defaults to the strongest content areas. And for most humans, those are religious and romantic or intimate or sexual. And so that happens in stress, that happens in when somebody is in the process of unaliving, which could account for why NDEs, when people do experience them, are usually affiliated with that person's experience of religion. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understood it. You understood it, hey?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I just got a quick call.
Yeah.
But, no, I heard everything she said.
So we're not saying that you need medical attention. We're just suggesting that
No,
there.
I've never oh my gosh, I was gonna say I've never heard God's voice, but I think one time when I was 15, I thought I heard something actually, but it was only one time.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think when people believe that certain things are real, they're much more likely to have like experiences with that thing, even if the thing isn't real, right? So, for example, there are a ton of people who report experience like witnessing Bigfoot, but those are people who already believe in Bigfoot. You've never met somebody who was absolutely convinced that Bigfoot didn't exist, and then reported.
Is that like confirmation bias, sir?
Yeah, I think your brain is more likely to interpret certain things in a way that is already confirmed by what they believe. You know, same way
Okay.
people believe, you know, there are people that believe that aliens exist, and they firmly believe that they saw a UFO or an alien or things like that. But all these people are people who already believe in aliens, or they at least they understand the concept of aliens.
Hmm. Oh, okay.
So we're just saying it's possible that you're taking information in from the world around you, and your brain is interpreting it in a way that makes sense, you know, to your own brain, but may not actually be in reality.
I mean, is it part of religion's point to kind of get outside of reality?
Well, my personal opinion is if there's a God, then that God would be part of reality, and that, you know, we would only be able to experience him if he, she, or it was in the same reality that we were in.
Hmm. I'm gonna sit with these thoughts.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
I'll be back.
Yeah, man. Listen, take some time to think about them. Make sure you're following Dr. Joe. She's a great resource. I find a lot of times it's helpful to bounce questions off of somebody who knows how the brain works. Because I'm just I play with electricity all day. I'm an electrical engineer. So, but Dr. Joe, she does this stuff for a living.
Okay.
All right. Good to hear from you, Hey.
Okay. Take care.
Cheers, friend. I feel bad. I think we took the wind out of his sails there, but I mean, so does it Deconstruction potato? Thank you so much for the potato. Does everyone here know the guy who does the Caucasian Space Jesus skits?
I do not.
There's a wonderful creator. Let me get his name, actually. Give me a second. There's a wonderful creator that does these hilarious skits about the Caucasian Space Jesus. Morgan Lee is his name. I would definitely recommend everyone dropping Morgan Lee a follow. Let me see what his handle is. His handle is Morgan Lee 343. And he's got a picture of like a mock-up of Jesus. But Morgan Lee talks pretty openly about how religious psychosis played a role in his journey. And I would just, encourage people to realize that, like, it sounds derogatory to think that you might be having a religious psychosis, but a lot of religious experience can be categorized as a psychosis. And it's amazing that once you start taking proper medication, funny enough, all those experiences no longer exist. And it's also strange that people who exhibit particular types of brain damage tend to have these religious experiences more than others. You would wonder why having, your prefrontal cortex malformed would lead to more or less religious phenomenon. It probably because the phenomenon's not in reality. It's something that your brain is making up. Dr. Joe, good to have you. Guys, you hear me say it all the time, but if you're not following Dr. Joe, make sure you do. She is phenomenal.
Yeah, following her now because, psychiatry is definitely a field I'm interested in. And, I do want to be a therapist. I don't think I'm going to be a psychiatrist after that because I'm tired of going to school. I'm kind of tired. But, yeah, that's definitely a field I'm interested in because I have to work with them anyway in the field of therapy.
Right.
No, so, well, see, I'm the same thing that you're going to be. So I've got a string of initials after my name, but I'm not a medical doctor. So you're headed where I've been. And I got tired of school, too. I went back in my 40s for my master's and then my 50s for my doctorate.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah, so talk about redefining, right? And I started in a seminary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The journey of education is not always clean cut. Like, I won't be starting my PhD till probably I'm 42. So, I mean, it is what it is. You get the education when you have the time, availability, and money to do it. But I see a really interesting comment. Somebody in the comments, let me grab it again. I want to make sure. Did it already go? Yeah. Ruthie says that my dad saw stuff as a result of his Parkinson's. Yeah, that's completely true. People who have Parkinson's, in fact, there's a high correlation of people who experience seizures because of different brain situations. People who are prone to having seizures are also more prone to having religious, phenomena, right? So it definitely makes you wonder, like, there's some crossover there, and it seems to be because the brain is doing something unique. So guys, we've had the main account and the backup account going, and we can't get any push into the algorithm. I don't know if TikTok just shadow banned both my accounts or what, but we have not gotten anybody but heathen atheists in here. Not a single Christian's come through. So I guess we're just going to have to keep tapping and liking and sharing and hoping that we can get a Christian in here. We'll give it another couple minutes. If it doesn't push us out into the algorithm, we'll just do another restart. I've seen a couple lives before where, like, Parker, this is back in the day, where Parker had to do like four or five restarts before it finally just threw it out into the algorithm, and they finally got some people in there that weren't followers. We do have one person in the box. We'll see if they're a believer or not. Welcome in, Rave.
Hey, what's up, bro? How are you?
Good. How are you, Rave? Are you driving?
No.
Okay, because it sounds like you're driving.
I'm not. I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay.
Of the car.
Liars go to the lake of fire, according to Revelation 21:8, right?
I'm not lying.
Okay, just checking. So, are you a believer, and are you at least 18?
I am a believer.
Awesome.
In the good and bad.
I mean, do you believe in a God?
I believe in a God.
Sure, and which God?
I would say the Christian God.
Sure. And what's your most compelling argument for why the Christian God is real?
Relationship. How do you explain a relationship with God, like the Father? How would you provide evidence to someone who has a relationship with the Father?
Yeah, like if my child had an imaginary friend that I couldn't see, I would expect some sort of evidence. Maybe the imaginary friend can like knock something off a shelf. Otherwise, I'm inclined to believe that my child's imaginary friend is just imaginary.
Yeah, a manifestation in our sense experience. That would basically convince me.
Yeah.
Can you pray? Does the Bible say that there's power in the name of Jesus?
I believe there is.
Sure. Did Jesus say that if you pray for anything in my name, it will be done for you?
Yeah. Can we pray? You want to pray with me?
Yeah, let's pray. All right, so this is what we're going to do.
Can I pray and you pray?
Sure. I'm gonna pray to my God, though. No, I can't pray to your God.
All right.
I'm gonna pray to the real one true Lord, Doug the Rock God, and I've got a power charger here. This is what we're gonna pray for. You're gonna pray to your God that the power charger falls off of this bowl, and then I'll pray to Doug that it stays on the bowl, and we'll see who's got the more powerful God.
Can I just pray with whatever's in my heart? You know.
What do you mean?
Like just pray over good things to happen. Like.
Well, I mean, great things are already happening to me.
Good.
No, I already have great health.
More of it, like if there's anything, just pray that those things be removed from your life, and.
No, I want a real manifestation. We've got 250 people in here and another 225 on YouTube. You can convert 500 people to Yahwism right now.
Like that's how I usually pray for people. It's like. For
like
good, so
generic blanket prayers that could mean anything.
I mean, we still want to pray, or?
Yeah, let's do it. But you got to pray for this thing to get moved, okay?
All right, I'll pray for it. I'll try.
I believe in you.
If it moves, then what?
Well, if it falls off this bowl, I'm converting to your religion.
All right. Can I pray? Okay, I'll pray. What is the object?
The object? This is just a little charging brick, that's all.
All right. Let me pray. I'm going to pray for you and the object, if that's okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Thanks, bro. Heavenly Father, just thank you, Lord, for sending your Son Christ, Lord, into this world, Lord, to die for all our sins, Lord, and save us, Lord. Father, I just pray the best for my friend Justin here, Lord. I pray that if there's any health issues, Lord, that they become fixed, and if he's going through anything in life, just guide him and strengthen him. Lord, I ask, Lord, that you just make that object just tip over, Lord, and just prove that you have power, and make it happen so that he can convert to you, Lord.
Can you pray for my receding hairline?
In Jesus' name, amen. Wait, say it again.
Can you pray for my receding hairline? Listen, guys, if my receding hairline comes back
I'll
in the
pray
next
for it,
couple
bro.
weeks,
Father, pray, Lord, that you help him. Well, I mean, it's genetics.
God created genetics, remember?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll pray to Doug. Doug, the rock of our
Did the object
salvation.
move?
No. Doug, the rock of our salvation, the firm planting, the entity that gave water to the Israelites as they wandered the desert. I'm going to give you 10 seconds, Doug, to ensure that this charger doesn't fall off the platter. And if it doesn't fall off, then we just have to assume that you're God. 10, 9, 8, 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doug's still God. We got it. Okay. So you're a good sport. I appreciate you playing along.
Yeah, bro. I'm chilling.
Yeah. So I do think though that if God did answer prayer, that might be like if he consistently answered prayer, that might be at least a small amount of evidence in his favor. But the fact that he doesn't, to me, is evidence that he doesn't exist. Like if God created us and he cared about us, but then millions of people are praying that their children don't die of starvation and that their child born with bone cancer doesn't pass away in week number 6. And then God is like just turning a blind eye to all the children at St. Jude. That to me is pretty good evidence that if this God exists, he doesn't actually care about us. But I think it's more likely that he doesn't exist.
What if it's a part of evolution? Death and everything. Like, what if we become something higher after,
I love this idea. No one's talking about this idea, by the way. This is my favorite God concept ever, and no one's ever brought it up on my live yet, so I'm glad that you did it. So cool. There was once a thought that I had that if there is like a God of some kind, then he must have been an evolved creature just like us, right? Now,
could be.
That's a plausible deity. The question is,
I am very open.
Like, how much can an entity evolve? We don't know yet. We don't know how much an organism or a chain of organisms can evolve. But for sure, if there's some sort of higher being, higher than humankind, I'm inclined to believe that they're an evolutionary product of the universe. The question is whether or not they have the ability to interact with us. Do they have the ability to answer prayers? Do they have the ability to create mankind?
Do you think they could have high intelligence?
I would hope so.
Around so long?
I'd hope so.
Yeah.
But I don't know. At that point, I don't know if you can call it a god. I think you would just call it like a really advanced form of life.
Honestly, I can't even imagine what a god is. Like, I can't even choose. Like, I mean, we just say God, but how?
Right.
Who knows what it is, or what it could be if there is, Yeah.
But, Rachella, I see Rachella crashing out in the comments already. Rachella, I don't know why you come into all of my lives and shout in the comments and never come in the box. I'm hoping one day you'll get the Holy Spirit and come in the box. What are you going to say there, Volsi?
Oh, you get those too, right? The ones that just come to your lives and crash out in the comments.
Every single time.
Get those all the time. All right, so Rave, let me ask you a question. You ever seen Star Trek?
No, but I do want to watch it.
Okay, there's a character in Star Trek called the Q, and the Q are basically like what you're explaining, like a very evolved life form. They're like basically a type 4 civilization. They carry the energy of the entire universe within them. Yeah, sure. Like if you're gonna say something like that, that's very, very speculative. Maybe if we go out into the galaxy one of these years, in about maybe 1,000 years, maybe we'll run into something like that. But like, do you think humanity should worship something like that, or try to interact with it and understand how they got to that area, so we can get to it?
if we did run into that evolve, like they said, the queue, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we should worship them, I mean, I think we should borrow like ideas, like let's say like they have, cures to cancer or certain things. I think we should, borrow, from what they know and use it for our people so they can, not suffer or struggle with, certain things. So yeah, I don't think worship, but definitely borrow. I mean, communicate, so.
Right. Cool. So the God that you worship is that the same thing? They're just an evolved version of a life form.
I can't
There's
really
a problem?
say who or what he is,
But you think they
Yeah.
exist?
Yeah. I mean, when I pray to him, I feel like this love every time,
I get that same feeling when I pray to Doug. So Doug makes
What
me
if
feel
God-
not
what if
alone.
the Doug that you're praying to is actually God?
That's what I'm saying. So the reason why I made
What if God's
Doug,
like, you know what? You may think I'm Doug, but it's actually me.
yeah. Well, the reason why, see, I know Doug can't really be God because I was the one that glued his eyes on. But I made Doug to illustrate a really good point, which is like a lot of the things that people attribute to God, you could get through a pet rock, people, or an imaginary friend. You don't feel so alone. You feel like somebody's listening to you. Or like, remember Wilson from the Castaway movie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, I think God is more or less just a Wilson that we create.
Yeah.
I think another piece of this that rarely comes up in the debate lives is that even if God was demonstrable, I could not agree to follow the Christian God ever again.
Agreed.
Same. Yeah. I want to worship the Christian God. Rave, do you believe in the Christian God?
I've had my experiences,
Yeah, you want to be freed from that?
It's kind of like I believe, but I'm not really one of. Huh?
So do you want to be freed from it? I think we can
Do
free
I
you
want to
from
break
it.
free from it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really under like I'm not really struggling or anything, like I'm totally fine, like I'm mentally stable, it's like there would be like no point in it, it's not like,
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like I'm totally fine, like I don't, like I'm extremely elevated, like my mind is just clear, and I mean, deconstructing would do nothing for me,
we're not saying that it's going to do anything for you. It might do something for us though. So the reason why we do this particular thing is because it's not that we want you to be an atheist. It's just that we think that Christianity and other religions tend to be pretty damn toxic. And Christianity is a really good example because in Christianity, the God teaches that there are insiders and outsiders, and those that are not part of this cult are now your enemies, and that you need to hate on people who have alternative lifestyles, that racism is okay.
Right. I don't agree. I don't agree with how some Christians talk to people.
Right, but that's in the Bible. Is what I'm saying. The Bible.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Right. So if you believe in a God that doesn't think slavery is cool, if you believe in a God that thinks women are equal to men, if you believe in this type of a God, we're more than happy for you to believe in that God. We just want you to realize that is not the Christian God. The Christian God doesn't believe those things. The Christian God says you can own other people as property.
Yeah.
So we're not trying to say that you can't believe in a God or that you shouldn't believe in a God, although I might make that claim. What I am suggesting, though, is that the current God that you're holding on to is a bit of a barbarian. And it doesn't really doesn't serve you any good to hold on to that God when you could construct a God for yourself that makes a little bit more sense, right?
Yeah.
Like, have you read much of the Bible?
Yeah, I read a good amount. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm really like educated in it. Like New Testament for sure. Nobody old.
Yeah.
I have like a good background. I can say I understand like the main message,
Sure.
And obviously it comes to Christ, so. Yeah.
Sure. I want to read you a passage real quick. And this is a very well-known passage in our circles, but oops, what happened? Let me get the right.
Yeah, I watch your lives all the time, bro. I love watching it.
Hey, man, I appreciate you watching.
I like when you read through the Old Testament, like with people and like you argue and all. Not that I like to argue or nothing, but like you learn as you go, So
Yeah, for sure. So you are already familiar with when Saul was commanded to go and exterminate the Amalekites. He says, "Go and attack the Amalekites, utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, and camel and donkey." And of course, this is all happening because
he didn't unalive everything, and God was disappointed. Yeah,
right. But the reason why they need to exterminate the Amalekites is for what happened during the Exodus. The Exodus was 400 years or so before King Saul even lived, which means these people are being wiped out because of the sin of their ancestors, not because of anything that they did.
Were they wicked?
The Bible didn't say they're wicked.
Well, who were they?
There's a people group, and when the Israelites came up out of Egypt and went through their land, the Amalekites said, "I don't think so. We're going to go out and fight." Right? And then God's like, because they did this horrible thing, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the planet. And then he didn't do it. He said he just chilled for 400 years. And then 400 years later, he's like, okay, now it's time to take my revenge on these people who didn't have anything to do with the original thing.
Yeah.
Rave?
What's up?
Yeah, so you asked, were they wicked? I want to throw that back at you about the children and infants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard one,
That's a tough one, I know.
I love children, so I mean, I don't like.
Let me show you.
Personally, I wouldn't want no one to go through any pain or suffering, So just like you guys know that.
Let me show you an example real quick, and we'll end on this. I don't want to keep beating you up, but I really want you to see an example of God doing something as capricious, but with people who aren't wicked. Right? Give me 1 second. This is in Exodus chapter 17, and this is when the Israelites and the Amalekites went to war with each other. So this is what happens. It says, there you go. Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some men for us to go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill. Now this is where it gets really interesting. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, and whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands grew heavy, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Okay, so basically, every time Moses held his staff up, the Israelites were successful in battle. Every time his arm got tired and he lowered it, God allowed the Israelites to get slaughtered by the Amalekites, which to me is the most capricious thing anyone could ever do. If God is commanding these people to go to war with the Amalekites, and it's literally dependent on whether or not Moses has the stability to hold his arm up, and then these innocent Israelites get slaughtered by the Amalekites just because God made a really silly, capricious agreement with Moses' arm. To me, that's the most ridiculous God I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moses should have been hitting the gym. Yeah, I mean, working on his tries.
But it's the craziest story, and the book is full of examples like that, where it's just like there's things really that doesn't make sense. And Joel is right. God didn't actually instruct that to happen. God never even told Moses that that's the way things were going to work. He had to figure that out on his own.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Like, why does God do things a certain way? Why didn't he just like rule, and stop, all the pain and suffering and all this and that,
Sure. Well, as far as we can tell, he causes it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's all bad, bro. I agree with you.
It is bad.
On a lot of parts, dude. And me as a person, I just hope the best, and wish the best for people,
Sure.
And I mean, my beliefs are kind of like private. Like, I'm not really like an evangelical Christian. It's like my beliefs are very secret. Like, I don't even tell people sometimes. I just, you know what I mean. Like, I'm a human. Like I have good friends and good people around me, and like I just showed nothing but pure love, and kindness, you know, and like that thing with God is just something that's just private, you know. So
Well,
I don't really tell people. So
and
yeah,
we
honestly, I ask them.
appreciate that you're good to people and that you love people, and we definitely appreciate that you want to believe in a God that also loves people. I would just challenge you to reconsider the God that you believe in, because I don't think that God that you actually believe in loves people as much as you do. I think you might have better morals than the God that you believe in. So maybe dump that God and find a better one.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Like, not only do I think we have better morals than the God that you worship, I think you do as well, because you seem like a good guy. So,
Yeah.
like, I don't think that you will order, one of your prophets to go slaughter an entire town of people because of what their ancestors did 400 years ago. So you have better morals than this God, so there's no reason for you to worship it.
I would just make everybody rich, bro. Just
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, imagine that, dude. All of us just rich, bro. Just like perfect health, like.
So, I mean, it brings up a good point, right? If God designed the earth for us to live on it and to thrive on it, right?
Yeah.
Then it must wonder, you have to ask yourself, why did God make the planet so inhospitable towards actual survival? Most of the water on the planet's not drinkable. 97% of 97% of the water on the planet is salt water. You can't drink it.
Yeah. What if like everything that we're all going through is just like let's say something happens after we die, and it's like glorious, like how can I put an example? Like, let's say like you've been in pain for a very long time, and then when you're finally healed, like it feels amazing, Like, what if like the afterlife is just something? If there is an afterlife, like what if it's just something so amazing that like we're so used to like pain and suffering that when we're there, it's like it just feels like a lot better.
Well, I don't know if that. My sense is you're saying that like that's a justification
I'm just saying
for
what
the pain.
if. I'm not saying it's like.
Right. Well, I mean, whether it is or isn't, I think for me it's hard to rationalize that a God created us, but then intentionally created us to live in a planet that is constantly causing harm to its inhabitants. Like, it's a contradictory idea, unless you believe that that thing that created us is evil.
Okay, so.
Which is possible.
Yeah. Maybe he isn't all-knowing, like maybe he's not like perfectly all-knowing. Maybe what if he's like existed for a long time and like I don't know.
Yeah, I get you.
I really don't know, bro. So,
well, listen, man, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate you. We're gonna see if we can get another guest up in the box. Okay.
Shall be.
All right, cheers, man. Big dubs for Rave. He's asking good questions.
He was pleasant to talk to and have a conversation with. He was open and
Right. T. Bidens, I see you in the comments shouting nonsense answers that we hear every single day on this live. I don't think you realize how silly your answers are, but you're welcome to get in the box and try them out, see how far they get. I don't think you're going to get as far as you think. But anyways, if there's a Christian in here or a believer in any religion or any God, get up in the guest box. We'd love to talk to you. We're not gonna bite. Maybe we'll nip a little bit. Who knows? But we want to talk to you, guys. We're having a little bit of trouble getting kicked to the algorithm. If we can't get any actual believers in here, we'll try another restart. Sometimes you got to restart a few times before you can get somebody, or before you can get a push to the algorithm. Usually we have like about between 600 and 900 people in here. We've been live for 2 hours now on one account and another account, and we can't seem to crack like 250, 260. So if I look at the stats, actually I've got my app open. Let me see who I'm logged in as. Yeah, if I look at the stats for the first hour that we were live, before I restarted it, I bet it'll say there was nobody in the live from the actual For You page. It's going to say they're all my followers. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so from the For You page, There's none. Nobody was here from the For You page. Over 60% of them was here from my actual followers feed, followers who are online and saw that I was live. And then the rest of them came from flipping through the feed and seeing that I'm live by flipping through the feed. None of them seems came through any other means. Actually, there's about 6% that were other. So only 6% of the people that came through this live were actually not followers of me. So we're just not getting pushed into the algorithm. I'm going to go ahead and do another restart. We'll see if we can get this fixed. I don't know which account. I might go back to the main account. I don't know. We'll flip back and forth. But I don't know. I don't want to keep restarting 100 times. But we got to get some people in here to actually talk to. Because it's no fun if there's no debates, right? So I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna shut it down, and then I'll log back in on the other account, see if we can get a debate going. I did check with an actual TikTok agency this week to see if they can go into my account and remove anything that might be on there, and they said that my account is currently locked out. They can't even see it. So I have no clue what TikTok's doing to my account. But right now they've got me throttled for one reason or another. So hopefully. This week my agent can work, or they'll be soon to be my agent if they can get my account unlocked. But maybe we can get everything going here again. So, anyway, guys, I'll be right back. Volsi, you'll be back with us. We might have Dr. Joe back with us as well if she comes back. So, we'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll be back.
All right, guys, we're gonna keep on trucking. We got some troopers over on YouTube that have been sitting around with us. Thanks for being here, guys. I really appreciate that. We still got 190 viewers over on YouTube. I know it's kind of boring to be here and not get to hear any debates. That's what you're all here for. That's what I'm here for. So we're going to do what we can. We'll do some logins, some logouts. We'll do some restarts. Hell, maybe I'll clear my cache on my app, actually. Let me do that real quick. Let me clear my phone cache. And then we'll see if that fixes it up, or the app cache rather. I think there's a way to do that. Okay, I see TikTok in the apps. Let's see. Is there a way to clear cache on an iPhone? I forget how that works. I might just restart it. Anyone on the YouTube chat, let me know. How do you clear the cache for an app on an iPhone? I know how to do it on an Android, but I don't really recall how to do it on an Apple. I see where the apps are in the settings. Let me check real quick to see if there's a spot to clear the cache. Yeah, I don't see any spot actually here to clear the cache. So maybe that's not a thing you can do anymore. No idea. Pray for it. I know. Hey guys, pray to Doug for me. We're gonna get logged in on the main account, and we'll just see what happens. Hopefully we'll hit pay dirt this time. We'll get some fresh meat. All right, while we're waiting, let me get I had an update that my phone wanted to install. Maybe I'll install that update and see if that does anything. I need to accept my terms and conditions, of course, sign my life away to Apple. All right, I got the main account logged back in. We'll see if we can get something going here, guys. We'll see if we can get it going. Okay, let me get the camera set up. The camera should be set up, and then we'll hit the live again. And we'll see if we can get some traction this time around, guys. We got the live open back up. We should be seeing people filter in here in just a minute. Let's see. That's why he let Satan free to tempt us, so that we have options. Follow him or the devil. That's kind of a silly thing, because you don't actually need a devil as an alternative to God. So, for example, like if I told my child, you can either believe me or you can't believe me, I don't need to send an evil entity to trick my child in order for them to make that decision. You have the decision-making capabilities with or without an evil entity trying to trick you. What's the word, Christ?
What's going on?
Well, we're trying to get some Christians in here. My account was banned a week or two ago, and we've been having trouble since we came back to get any push to the algorithm. So we've done.
You say something about somebody's mother that tends to do it.
I don't know if we did, but we can't get any algorithm push. So it's just we're hoping that maybe this time around, after a fresh restart, we'll be able to get a pushback, and because it's just all followers. There's no Christians in here. There's no Hindus or Muslims or nothing. It's just me up here and Volsi talking to the screen.
Well, unfortunately, I do not necessarily add to the opposition side, but definitely wanted to swing by and say what's up. Finally got my main account back, so that's good.
Good. That's really good news. Well, we're glad to hear it.
I've been keeping it mum about people's mums, and trying my best to be a good boy.
Right. And so for anyone who's not already following Christ Before Jesus, he's a friend of mine. He's not opposition. I do definitely recommend following his account. I think you were doing a live earlier with the Godless Engineer, right?
Yeah, so Godless has been swinging by quite a bit, actually, over the last few days. Generally, I try to go live in the around about 11 or 12 in the afternoon, or I guess morning, about 11 in the morning on Central. And so Godless will swing by there for a couple hours and kind of chat and everything. And I think Godless is also working a little bit on trying to get us connected on a roundtable with Richard Carrier.
That'd be great.
Wanted to possibly run some things by Carrier and see what he thought about the stolometry results and that kind of stuff.
That'd be really good. Also, Parker, thank you so much for the face paint. I appreciate that. Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to do, and I haven't really got around to it because I've got a lot of stuff on my plate, but I really want to get you hooked up with a New Testament scholar who is familiar with the philology and with the paleontology, because I think that might give you guys a little bit of fertile ground to talk about, because I think for a lot of lay people, I think one of the issues that they have with stolometry is it's not really yet engaging with the philological data. It's not necessarily that it disagrees with it. It's just that right now there's not a lot of crossover. And I think to really win people on this particular topic, I think you're going to need to engage them on both of those points. You know what I mean?
I think I know what you mean to some extent. I mean, at the end of the day, textual criticism, that kind of stuff, and just like digging into the content can get you pretty far, or it can get you, it can give you an idea as to what you're looking at. But at the end of the day, things can be inserted into the text later on. Things can be written to appear as written in another time period.
Precisely.
Kind of like the Book of Job. It's written to look like it's really old.
Or the Samaritan Pentateuch. The Samaritan Pentateuch is written in a script that is hundreds of years prior to it, even though we know from internal evidence that it certainly wasn't that old. So, but the thing of it is like, I know that kind of stuff. I don't know if a lot of the people in our circles know that kind of stuff. And so I would love to see you to be able to interact with someone who's really deep on this particular subject with the Greek text. Not because I think you guys are going to disagree. I think you guys are actually going to find some common ground, and you might be able to find some information that supports your thesis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, coming at it from a different perspective, like textual criticism, more that kind of stuff, like philology and whatnot, is ideal, I guess, for some people, because that's more what they're used to, more what they're used to hearing, and that angle. I mean, stellometry, it's there, and we're presenting it honestly and as scientifically as we possibly can. But at the same time, I think a lot of it is just like, whoa, that sounds really scientific. Okay, I'll trust you. And it's like, yeah, I'd like for you to trust me, I guess. But at the same time, I'd also like for you to just understand what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, I'd say talking with that person would probably be good. Who is this person?
Well, I don't know exactly who would be the best candidate, but I've got a professor of mine that I think might be willing to engage in this particular topic. His name is David De Silva. I haven't talked to him in a little while, but he does interact with non-academics as well. So like he's even like read. I used to have a website. He's even like used to read and comment on my website. So he's not one of the academics that like sticks his nose up at other non-academics.
Right.
And he is actively involved in the Greek language. He doesn't necessarily do as much source criticism and textual criticism as others, but he's very familiar with it. So that would be a good jumping off point. Now it might be that Dr. De Silva, you might be able to talk to him, and he might be able to give you even better recommendations for somebody else in the field that would be interested in saying, hey, this is actually a guy that I would like to talk to and see what the data has to say. So, but usually you just need a jumping off point. You need somebody who's in the field that you can have a dialogue with, and then maybe that dialogue leads to somebody else in the field, and before you know it.
Right. Yeah. We actually, I spoke about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago with Dr. Joshua Bowen, who focuses a lot more on the Old Testament.
Right. He's in my area.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, hey, it's talking to somebody. He actually got us in a little better contact with Derek Lambert, and so here in about 3 weeks or so, we're going to be recording there with Derek for Myth Vision.
Good. You're
so
right up his alley.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Like we had like a preliminary chat with him, and Matthew and I were thinking, just don't get your expectations up too high. He's probably going to say, oh, well, your stuff isn't necessarily vetted by scholars and blah, 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 all this different stuff. And then he immediately starts opening up, and we're like, we see completely eye to eye with you. What are you, like, everything he's saying is exactly what we're like, what, did we just become best friends? It was really cool. So yeah, we're going to be working there. And then he's also close with Richard Carrier as well.
Right.
So he was wanting to try to get a little bit of like a round table kind of episode there with him. So it might be pretty cool. You never can tell. But we love everyone who we can, get in contact with, and everyone here in the deconstruction zone, in the deconstruction community here. So thank you very much for having me up. I know I'm not opposition. I'll go ahead and hop down, but
That's
I
right.
absolutely love the show. More power to you.
Well, we love your work, man, and we're glad you got your main account back. So thanks for stopping in. Make sure you guys are dropping him a follow, okay, guys?
Yeah, just to let you know, CBJ, I'm a big fan of you as well. I've been following you for a while. Yeah, I've been seeing your lives about, Christ didn't exist and neither did Paul, which is I'm actually surprised about. I thought most people did agree that Paul existed. So
they do.
I need to keep listening to what you say, because I was convinced that Paul exists. I'm actually still convinced. So I need to watch more of your stuff and catch up.
I don't know. Maybe here before too terribly long, I'll have to debate Justin here on this live.
Yeah, well,
we'll see.
I had Jeff for Truth, because he's a mysticist. He wants to debate me as well, because I'm not. But to be honest, it's not a subject that I spend a lot of time on, because even if Jesus was a real person, most of what we know about him is mythology. So
Right.
we agree on more than you might think. I just happen to think that there's a kernel of truth behind the Jesus guy, but it's not a big kernel.
Yeah. A mustard seed, if you will.
That's right.
I completely understand. I mean, if you will, the three people that we've kind of mentioned, me, Godless Engineer, and then Jeff for Truth. Jeff for Truth is more of Joseph Atwill, where it's a Roman conspiracy.
Right.
We don't find any evidence of that whatsoever.
Right.
In fact, evidence to the contrary. We approach it from a stylometric analysis kind of standpoint, and then the 2nd century kind of view. And then Godless Engineer is more like Richard Carrier,
Yep.
where he accepts the mainstream dating doesn't believe in the conspiracy. No one should. And just kind of thinks that Paul was maybe thinking about a celestial Jesus. But
Right.
we don't think that Jesus or Paul existed.
Right.
So, yeah, there you go.
Well, Christ before Jesus, thank you so much for stopping by. Good to hear from you. And well, let's dialogue sometime, because I haven't been able to get to your book yet because I'm trying to finish my book, but I did order it. So that's next on the block.
Be there when you're ready.
Thank you so much, my man. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, man.
Also, I'll do a plug for his book, because his book right now is like one of the cheapest ebooks you can get. They're not trying to make money on this book, he and his partner. They're just trying to get the data out there. So if you go to his profile, you'll be able to get a Kindle version for like $3. So there's no reason not to own the book. Anyways, welcome in, Obey the Martian.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Before we get started, real quick, let me read a super chat before it's gone. Joseph Johansson. Great name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Joseph says, Justin, you are extremely effective at what you do. The way you force your guests to answer and not deviate is excellent. Please consider deconstructing conspiracies and false narratives in politics. Oh, that's such a good idea. I used to do politics and conspiracy theories back in the day, way back in the day when I was still a Christian. I used to just literally do nothing but conspiracy theories, debating people. And I had a great time doing it online. But since I deconstructed, I kind of gave that up. But I like that. Okay, that's a really good idea. I'm going to put that into my brain and turn that soil over a little bit. So, Obey the Martian, are you at least 18? And are you a believer?
Yes, I am a believer. And I am 34, so we're good.
Yeah, Chet, thank you for the hat. Good to see you, buddy.
So it sounds like you guys obviously debate and are a little bit more on the professional level than I am. So I don't think I'm gonna win a debate with you. I think the ability to prove or disprove, I think is it's almost impossible. I think it might be impossible. But my question to you is what demonstrable evidence would you accept?
Oh, sure. Well, I think there's different grades of evidence. And to me, I think the best evidence, right? If Christianity was true, the absolute best evidence we could have is if every one of the Messianic prophecies in the Bible actually came true. That would be really good evidence, because what they're predicting in the Messianic prophecies are next to impossible. They're like humanly impossible. So if they did come true, I would be very much inclined to believe that the God of this book is real. But they certainly didn't come true. And the ones that are attributed to Jesus are like just random out of context quotations that are fallaciously called prophecies.
Can you give me an example of one so I can look into it deeper beyond this live?
Yeah, for sure. Let's go to Jeremiah 31:15 and 16. I'll put it on the screen for us. So what do you know about the book of Jeremiah? Do you know when it was written? Do I need to lay background story?
So my Bible literacy is growing. I've only recently started diving into Christianity. I mean, I quote unquote grew up in the Catholic Church. I've always had the belief, like kind of like in an agnostic way, that there was a higher being, and then just recently started going to a non-denominational Christian church. And so I'm not well versed on the Bible, and something that I'm actively learning more about and researching more, which is why I like to dialogue with people like yourself, because I feel like if you're gonna have a faith, you should be able to stand up to anybody, right? And you shouldn't be afraid to have these conversations, and I think a lot of people are. And if it's something that I'm gonna hang my hat on for the rest of my life, obviously I want to talk to everybody.
Sure, we agree. Amir, thank you so much for the 666 over Venmo, by the way. Big W, Amir, for the 666. Amir says, kicking ass and taking names. We're kicking a lot less ass today since we haven't had any opposition. But Obey, I want to read this passage with you, and then we're going to talk about it. And it's going to be an interesting time because a lot of people haven't read Jeremiah. So this is Jeremiah 31:15, and this is a prophecy that is just at the time that the Israelites are being sent into the Babylonian captivity. They're being taken captive by the Babylonians, carried away from their homeland. And in Jeremiah chapter 25, God says that that after 70 years they'll come back. So the exile is only supposed to last 70 years max. So we're in chapter 31, and it says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." So, Dizzy, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. So just reading this thing contextually, it seems pretty clear that this is just a prophecy stating that the Israelites are going to not be utterly annihilated in Babylon. They're going to return from Babylon, right?
Okay.
Right. So the only problem I have with this is that it's clear that this is not a prediction about the Messiah. Did you see anything in here about the Messiah?
No, I didn't.
Right, yeah. When we go to Matthew chapter 2, I think, was it verse 18, maybe? Yeah, verse 18. This, actually, we'll go one more before it. It says, what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. And this is, the previous verse was about the babies in Bethlehem being executed. Says that Herod had all the babies in Bethlehem executed. Right. It says, when Herod saw that he had been tricked by the Magi, he was infuriated, and he sent and killed all the children in and around Bethlehem who were 2 years old or under, according to the time that he had learned from the Magi. Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. So the problem here is pretty obvious, is this quotation from Jeremiah chapter 31:15, just a random out of context quotation. That wasn't an actual prophecy about the Messiah.
So the book of Jeremiah was Old Testament, correct?
Yeah.
So are we going back to like the original like text and making sure that the translations are, you know, they're translated one for one? I mean, like, it's English. We're looking at English right now, but obviously it's been translated through, what was it, Hebrew for the Old Testament, right? Mm-hmm. Or was it Aramaic at that time?
Well, the section of text we're in was translated. Original is a tenuous term, but the text that we have were in Hebrew. We don't really know what the originals looked like, but we have every reason to believe that it was a mix.
The New Testament was largely Greek manuscripts, right? So,
right.
So are we possibly getting things misconstrued based on translation?
No, because we have the same translation in the Greek text, which I've actually got a copy right here. So in the Greek Septuagint, which is what the New Testament was quoting, you'll find that the quote is roughly the same. In fact, I've got a text-by-text layout of it in the book that I'm publishing, hopefully here in the next couple months, where it lays out every single difference between the Greek editions. So,
in reference to the book of Jeremiah, the Old Testament, right? Because obviously there was a large gap of time in between the culmination of the New Testament with the Greek manuscripts and when allegedly the Old Testament was compiled, right?
I don't know what you mean when you say compiled.
I guess what I'm saying, well, and correct me if I'm wrong, this would be probably a lack of knowledge because the biblical scholar in me is still young. But what I'm saying is the Old Testament, when it was written or compiled, I'm not sure if it was written in one go or if it was compiled like the New Testament. But what I'm saying is that you're pointing to a translation in the New Testament as it's contradictory to the Old Testament, and my question is it possible that
I'm not saying that they contradict. So that's
you're saying that it doesn't occur.
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is
prophecies are
the events that Jeremiah is speaking about is not about the Messiah. He's clearly speaking about the Israelites coming back from the Babylonian captivity. Jesus didn't mention anything about that. In fact, he was separated by the captivity, by about 600 years. They got exiled in 605.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood. I apologize, but I thought we were talking about prophecies that were said to have been fulfilled that were not fulfilled. So there couldn't have been.
Oh, there are those. The one I was pointing out wasn't that it was unfulfilled. It was that it was fallaciously applied. The prophecy was about the return of the exiles, not about what's happening during the Messianic expectation era.
So it's your position that the return of the exiles didn't take place like it was stated? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to slow this process down. I just want to make sure I fully understand what it is that you're saying.
Yes, Jeremiah is talking about what's going to happen with the exiles. He's talking to these women that are weeping for their children as they're being carried away in exile, and he's saying, "Don't weep." Because they're going to come back. They're going to come back from exile. And then he later tells you they're going to come back within 70 years. But that's the context of the prophecy. Right. So when Matthew comes along and says these babies
how long after is this account being written?
We have no idea how long the timeline is between when Jeremiah spoke and when it was actually written down. Nobody knows that.
Okay, I guess my point is wondering if the this is supposed to be this one person's account of something that happened a long time before his days, right? And it's just one person, so it's like asking somebody.
I don't think you actually follow me at all.
Okay.
I don't think you have any idea what I'm talking about at the moment. So
I apologize if I don't.
All right, just follow along. Okay, so Jeremiah is giving a prophecy, and the prophecy is that your children, the Israelites, they will return from the land of the Chaldeans. That's what the prophecy is, okay? So when Matthew comes along and says that the little babies in Bethlehem were executed to fulfill the prophecy of Jeremiah, that's poppycock. The prophecy of Jeremiah had nothing to do with babies being executed in Bethlehem during the time of the Messiah.
And what does this point to?
It points to Matthew being a liar. Matthew is just randomly grabbing Old Testament texts and just calling it a prophecy.
I see what you're saying now. I apologize.
Right.
I wasn't following at first, but I got what you're saying.
Now, there are actual prophecies that Jesus was claimed to have been the fulfillment of that he clearly wasn't. We can put those up. Also, GH, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. GH says, how about this before jumping churches, read your book? Yeah, I agree. I was a Christian before I read the book too. I think most people become a Christian before they read the book. Then things happen after they read it. So this is Micah 5:2. Everyone, all the Christians and the New Testament agree that this is fulfilled in Jesus, but it clearly wasn't. It says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins is from old, from ancient days. So this clearly wasn't fulfilled in Jesus because Jesus never ruled in Israel. This is talking about a Davidic king.
Okay.
And then we've got a similar one in Zechariah 9:9 that according to Matthew chapter 21 was fulfilled in Jesus as well. When he rode the double donkey into Jerusalem, he says this was to fulfill what was written here in Zechariah. And Zechariah says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. Which clearly didn't happen when Jesus was here. He didn't end all war in Israel, and he was never a triumphant king.
Well, you've given me some stuff to look into. I will tell you that. And obviously, the person that made the comment about read your book. The problem is that I'm coming into it open and wanting to understand. Right?
Oh, for sure.
So although it doesn't necessarily persuade me to not continue down this road, it does give me some things to better understand what it is that I'm wanting to be a part of, right? And so if that at the end of the day, if I determine that, hey, you know what, this there's a lot of things that don't make sense in this, and then I can make that conclusion, but I'm not going to be able to make that conclusion if I'm not intellectually honest and talking to people who, like you said, you've done the deep dives, you've done the research. I mean, anybody can open up a Bible and read it and be well versed in it and have a complete other interpretation depending on, even like the version, right? Going from the New King James Version, or I see you had the International, what was it, New Standard International or whatever.
I've got the NRSV. That's my default. That's the
Right.
New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, and it's a good translation.
What I'm saying is it's easy to be critical of somebody on the outside. Like, I'm actually trying to figure things out and understand. But even if two people read the same version, you're always going to be able to have different interpretations, because a lot of it is parables. You know what I mean? So the historical aspect is what I'm interested in, right? Who was who, what timelines, are these people real? Did they exist? Obviously I know what the Christian church wants me to believe. And I'm not a fool. I know that man is broken, and there are things that could be corrupt and likely have been corrupt. I still want to follow this line down to its finality in my head. So, being condescending to the person that was commenting is just not productive. I'm just going to say that.
No, I agree, and you've been a very great guest. I feel like you're up here in earnest, trying to talk these things out. And I think most people here can see that. So, I mean, certainly, we appreciate your demeanor for being up here and having an open mind to discuss these things.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you for bringing me up and answering that question. It's given me some stuff to look into myself.
Sure
Have a good
thing.
rest of you guys.
Yeah, cheers. Hope you have a good one.
Yep.
I mean, as far as I can tell, he was up here having a good faith dialogue, was he not?
Oh,
Yeah, he was.
he was open and curious and studied. He's going to have to grow a little bit more tough skin if he's going to jump on lives and read the chat.
Right. I do have, it took me a second to get into my account. This is a snippet from my book, which is unpublished, but you guys can get an early sneak peek here. This is the actual passages that we were talking about. So literal English translation from Matthew is, a voice in Ramah was heard, weeping and mourning great. Rachel weeping for her children, and she did not want to be comforted because they were not. So almost identical wording to what we find in the Greek Septuagint, which in my own English, JH translation is, a voice in Ramah was heard of lamentation and weeping, and of mourning. Rachel weeping was not willing to cease over her sons, for they were not. And it's a pretty wooden translation because I want people to see how closely they match or not match. I'm not trying to smooth or gloss anything out. So the translation from the Hebrew to the Greek on this particular passage was really good. They didn't do a whole lot of weird stuff to it. All right, so I tried to get the next guest up in here, but they dropped immediately. I don't know if they were up here by accident, but guys, we need to tap the screen like crazy. We've got there's no Christians or Hindus or Muslims or spiritualists. We got nobody in the queue. So if you're a believer and you believe in a God, we'd love to know about it. We'd love to talk to you about it. Obviously, I'm not a believer in any of those things, but we're here to have a healthy discussion about those things.
Hopefully, we get some more people.
Yeah, I'm curious, Dr. Joe. because you were in seminary as well, and then you deconstructed while you were in seminary, and then you switched to a clinical track as opposed to a pastoral track, right?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Right. Was there a tipping point or like a trigger for you that started your deconstruction process?
There were several things I think that accelerated it. I've said in other settings that I think one of the only reasons I stayed a Christian into my 40s was because my Christian legacy is progressive and liberal, or for a Christian continuum, it was anyway. And I think that's the only reason I stayed as long as I did. A couple of things that accelerated. One was I divorced, and I homeschooled my kids, not for religious reasons, but my peers were all religious. And when I divorced my husband, who, by the way, was elder and deacon of our church, and my peers began to basically ostracize, shun me because of the conservative Christian mindset that most of those were. That was definitely part of it. And then I remarried to someone who actually turned out to have, ironically enough, non-alcoholic cirrhosis, which is still cirrhosis. And cirrhosis is a horrible disease. At the same time, my daughter, who was 10, was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis.
Oh, wow.
And I led the prayer chain, and I began to look at all of those things. I was also immersed by the children's dad, the ex that I originally divorced, in a brutal, hostile custody battle that lasted 4 years.
Yeah.
All of those things were simultaneous, and none of them added up to an omni times 3 God.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Joe, we're glad you're here with us. Tom Roy, welcome in. Tom, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Oh, yeah, I'm 40 something, 45. No, yeah, so I'm not a believer, but I'm a former observing Jew. Just something I hear a lot. You repeat this passage about the voice in Rama. In direct translation from Hebrew, this is a wrong translation. So this is not, Rama is not a place. Rama in Hebrew is high, is like the direct translation would be like the high voice, or voice in an elevated voice, something like that. So Rama is like level, high level. That's it. Just a quick correction on that one. That's it. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, so you don't believe that Rama was a literal place?
No, it's literally like there's no such place like Rama. It's simply when I read like Hebrew, it says like
because I'm pretty sure Rama was the home of Samuel, was he not?
Rama, Samuel,
I'm almost certain it's
No,
the hometown of the prophet Samuel.
Rama. I don't even remember. Like, I lived in Israel for 20 years. I don't think there's a such place there.
There's
or ever was.
Yeah, I think there's actually 2 of them mentioned in the Bible, but the one that's most famous is the home of Samuel. And
Rama is high, like Rama.
Yes,
it's like
yes.
Direct translation from Hebrew is like.
Yes, I'm
when
aware.
you read the passage, like in Hebrew, it's.
I know, and
sound. High voice,
Tom, take
sound,
a breath, Tom. We know all the towns are named after words, just like Bethlehem is the house of bread or the house of food. We get it, right?
Right.
But just because the name of a place breaks down into something that's not a place doesn't mean that it's not a place. Just like Bet-Anath is the house of Anat, the Canaanite deity Anat. So, yes, Rama does have a literal meaning in the Hebrew language, but there was literally also a location named Rama.
You're right. But like when you read the passage in Hebrew, it's not even implying like that the sound was heard in certain place. It is like when you read it, you the only way you can understand it in Hebrew is that it's a high, like, or elevated, or in the elevation, something like that. You know, the meaning, the basic meaning is that the voice was heard up in the skies, something like that. She was crying so strongly that her voice was heard above in the sky. So that's kind of the implication of this passage.
Oh, you
She
mean
was crying.
you mean the appropriate interpretation of the passage is that she's not crying in Rama, but that she is crying loudly. She's crying on high.
Exactly.
That's
yes.
that's a fine translation. I agree. You can translate it that way. Yep.
I'm just trying to translate in my head to English, but as a Hebrew speaking, the way I read it in Hebrew, I look at it at this passage in Hebrew. I can't even think that it means, or it can imply a certain place or something. I don't feel it like in Hebrew, right? Like you don't sense that it means place.
No,
I
agree with you.
Sense in Hebrew that it means elevated. Or again, that it's just my 5 cents. I don't know.
Tom, listen. Now that you finally explained yourself, I agree with you. It's perfectly fine to translate it not as a literal place, but as what the name of the word actually meant before it became a place. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, if I look through all the different translations, I bet there's actually a couple translations that actually do it that way. It just happens to be that the one that I pulled up didn't do it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I've seen a lot of like mistranslations, and in many cases it's actually really difficult to give you the feeling of the language. You cannot like directly, because it was translated in Greek, and from Greek to other languages and then to English. You lose the original meaning.
Right. So do you speak biblical Hebrew or modern Hebrew, or both?
I speak modern Hebrew, but I studied, like, as an observing Jew, you study a bit of the original Aramaic. And
right.
Again, it's been a while. It's been like 20 years since I just what I hear.
Well, make sure that you add me as a friend so I can follow you back.
For sure.
Because there's going to be stuff that I think you and I have some fertile ground to talk about, because I deal a lot with the Old Testament translation, and if I can talk to somebody who actually is a native Hebrew speaker, there's usually a lot to be learned.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. No problem. Yeah, definitely. I'm following you. I'll add you.
Yeah. Now,
thanks.
Since we don't actually have any believers in the queue, so since we have you up, since we got you here, right?
No problem.
Was there anything in particular that you said you're no longer part of the faith, right? You deconstructed as well.
Yeah.
What was your triggers?
An evolution. It's an evolution of it's a process. Like I studied, I'm a biologist. I have masters in medical sciences. So it's a long process of. I actually became a believer after I moved to Israel. I was born in Russia, so I moved to Israel when I was a teenager. And when you go there, you actually, you're exposed to the history, exposed to the. Manishma, James is asking me to say something in Hebrew. James, Hakol Beseder. Look, so when you move to Israel, you kind of walking on those rocks that are like biblical rocks, right? Everything is history, everything is Bible,
right.
Everything, and it's very empirical to kind of fall into this entire experience, and my family they had like the background, so eventually, but I started studying. I started like I studied like engineering, and then I studied medical sciences. So and I gradually just saw that like it's incompatible. Like what's been taught in the book, right? It's incompatible with evidence in the field, right?
Right.
And that's it. It's kind of it's faded.
Yeah, I agree.
The belief just.
Yeah, you didn't mean to do it. It just happens to be that as you continue to read and learn, you know, your belief in one thing started to be stronger than your belief in the other thing, and since they were incompatible, you couldn't smush them together. One had to go, right?
Yeah.
That was my journey as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the best way is look when you read the book, but then you have some critical thinking. You're exposed to science, to scientific, you know, basics, and that's it. You kind of you understand it. Like it's allegorical at best.
Right, I agree. It's allegorical at best. But then, you know, the complaint I always had when people said, well, it's you know, you can interpret it allegorical, like, or it might not be literally true, but it still has theological importance. Well, I mean, if that's the case, the minute you go to this idea that, well, it's allegorical and it's only got a theological meaning, not a true historical meaning, well, that becomes really subjective, because when it comes to allegories, it could mean anything you want it to. When you come to allegorical stories, the meaning of that story is going to be different for every single person who ever reads it. So to me, that sounds like bad communication.
Yeah, and also there's like the one of the major issues with the like Old Testament with the Torah, right, is that the majority of the Bible never happened, right? Like there is like history in it, right? Obviously there are historical descriptions, and you see those rocks, you see those buildings, you see those cities still standing, right?
Right.
Some events happen, but the key aspects like Exodus never happened.
Right.
We've been digging for 70 years pretty much, right? There's nothing. That's, you know, like, and people been like lying about like finding stuff, but none. You know, the best Jewish historians, like, and believers, like archaeological like scientists who are like observing Jews, they're digging for 70 years. There's nothing.
Right.
That's like,
it's
like the also, you know, like the dates, the pharaohs incompatible. And there's like it's really like the collection of different stories which are just emerged from like all the versions, the older religions, older mythologies, mythologies, and eventually nothing is compatible with what we see in the field.
Right. No, I agree. And that's why so many people, you know, there used to be that biblical archaeology was going to be this field that proved the Bible to be true. And now most biblical archaeologists don't believe, right? Because there's so much data and the data is just incompatible with the biblical story, that the ones that are familiar with the data either have to abandon a literal history and go to some sort of a metaphorical interpretation, or they quietly deconstruct. And I can say when I was in seminary and in Bible college, I knew a couple professors for sure, just based on what I saw during class and during private conversations with them, that it was pretty clear that they didn't really believe it anymore. But like their job is to teach, right? So what are they going to do? Quit their career? So they're still there at a seminary, at a Bible college, teaching this stuff, but they don't really believe it anymore.
Well, what is it? I heard about. Is it a clergy project, like, or something where they like all the non-believing priests come together and kind of spill their guts, you know?
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. But listen, Tom, thanks so much for coming up, man. We appreciate you. If you have some insights, sure. You know, you're welcome to come on up.
Is Isaiah 53? What do you want to
listen?
What do you want to discuss?
I can't tell you how many Christians I've cooked on Isaiah 53. It's clearly about the nation of Israel. The section.
I mean, you can't take it out of, like, there's no even like context or any implication. Like it's clear, you know. Yeah, it's really clear.
Well, if you read all of 2nd Isaiah, chapter 40 to 55, he tells you like 9 times that the servant is Israel. So there's like,
absolutely.
When you get to chapter 53, why would you believe that it's about anybody but Israel when he just told you over and over again that it's about Israel? It's crazy to me. Yeah. Anyways, but thanks for coming up, Tom, man.
Thank you very much.
Welcome
Yeah,
anytime.
thank you. Okay.
Cheers.
Thanks. Bye. Bye.
We love some good native Hebrew speakers in here because, man, the Christians will try to say anything about the Hebrew text, having not known anything about it. In bitter truth, you're wrong. You can crash out in the comments all you want. Isaiah 52 and Isaiah 53 are clearly not about the Messiah. You can cope all you need to, but the Messianic interpretation of Isaiah 53 directly contradicts every single other Messianic expectation in the book. So you can have your bad interpretation if you want to. It's not convincing to me or anyone else, which is why we cook you guys on it every time we bring it up.
Another comment crash out.
Yeah, well, it's just bitter truth coming in here crying. He does that every live.
Oh yeah, that guy. He's on mine as well. Always crashing out. Same thing. And I'll always invite him up too. I'll say, hey, come on up, come on up, come on up. Never does.
Yeah, he's got the same talking points. He's only got 5 talking points. But at least I did know, like, when I talk to him and I bring stuff up, then, like, I can tell, like, between conversations, he'll have gone and read, like, something from Apologetics Press or something to try to figure it out. But he never comes up with good answers. He just comes up with whatever he can find on, like, some generic apologetics website, which I've already read. I already know all the apologist answers, so they're not very effective here.
It's always the same thing.
I know. Believe it or not, when I was still a Christian, I used to operate a website, and I can't tell you how often, thank you, Chet, for the hats. I can't tell you how often, even as a Christian, I was finding myself having to, like, take down bad apologetic websites when they're giving answers to things and explaining to Christians, like, please don't use this apologetic. You're making us look stupid. This is not a good apologetic. And I think the one that got the most attention, this is held probably 10 years ago, I wrote something on about the rabbits and the rock badgers chewing cud. And I engaged, like, Sean McDowell and some of the big apologists, and I engaged all their responses onto this because I was like, these are not good responses to the problem. Rabbits and rock badgers do not chew cud. They just don't do it. And I've never found anybody since then to provide a better answer than what's already out there, because the reality is there's no better answer. Rock badgers and rabbits just don't chew cud. There's no way around it.
Right. Usually when it comes to that, they'll kind of move on and ignore it and never bring it up again. And it's like, yeah, so are you gonna admit that you were wrong, or just
right? They never will. I'm curious to know what amount of the apologists no longer really believe it either, because they're engaging in some of the most problematic passages as well. And so there's certainly a number of apologists that just, they're not willing to quit their lifestyle, and they're going to keep doing it just like the Bible college professors that are still doing it. They're not going to give up. Parker, thank you for the $5 over Venmo. Parker says, please keep us posted on your book. I will. I promise I will. I'm hoping to crank out as much as I can this winter. I'm sorry it's a little bit behind. I was hoping to have it finished by now. I'm about a third of the way through it. It keeps getting longer. I'm not exaggerating, but it's going to end up being like 600 pages. There's nothing I can do about it, guys. If I'm going to cover the prophecies thoroughly, it's going to take a lot of pages. So it is what it is, you know.
That is so totally on brand. I love it.
I don't know what else to do, you know? Like, I'm not going to make it shorter. I'm not going to leave information out.
I'll take as much time as you want, because, you know, I got to pre-order the moment it's out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I spent, Aaron, thank you for the $20 super chat. I didn't see that. Philodragon says, what are the main characteristics of the Messiah who the ancient Jews were expecting, and how do they not line up with Jesus? It's a really good question, Philo. So there's a couple main characteristics of the Messiah that they would have been expecting. And I think the most common passages we would go to would be like Isaiah chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 11, Micah chapter 4, Micah chapter 5. Then we would also want to turn to Ezekiel 36 and 37, and then Jeremiah chapter 33. But there's a restoration prophecy that most people believe is about the Messianic age in Isaiah chapter 2, and it's so iconic that Micah steals it. Micah quotes directly from it in Micah chapter 4. And it says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and shall be raised above the hills, and all the nations shall stream to it. Many people shall come and say, let us go to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion will go forth instruction, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And then this is the part that most people know. It says, he will judge between the nations, and shall arbitrate for many peoples. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. And nation shall not lift up sword against nation anymore. So this is the time of eternal peace. This is what most people might say is the second coming, right? But it's clear that this was supposed to happen when the Messiah comes, not thousands of years after the Messiah comes. I'm just saying, thank you for the $5 super chat. Super chat says, hey, Justin, don't mean to be nosy, but did you and Hanji have a falling out? Haven't seen her anymore in your live. I don't really talk about personal relationships or whatnot on the live, but she's going to be helping out on other lives. She's not going to be helping out on this live for a while that I'm aware of. But she's around. She's still around the Deconstruction community. Make sure you find her, support her work, let her know you love her and care for her. But we're gonna be doing something a little bit different here on this live for the future. Isaiah chapter 11 says, a shoot shall come from the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of its roots. And this, of course, is what most people believe is a reference to the Davidic king, the Messiah that's going to come. But look what it says about this guy. It says, the Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him, and the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, so on and so forth. And then what does he do? He actually does stuff that the Messiah is supposed to do. He's going to judge the people. He's going to give equity to the poor. He's going to help the oppressed of the earth. And then we get the world peace. The wolf will lie down with the lamb. The leopard will lie down with a kid. The calf and the lion will feed together. It doesn't say that he's going to come and he's going to die. And then he's going to come back thousands of years later. That's not what it says. It says the stump will grow out of Jesse, and then this is what the stump is going to do. That's not at all what Jesus did. And then we can get even more granular when we go to Ezekiel 36 and 37. Joseph Johansson, thank you for the $5 super chat. Joseph says, please consider deconstructing false political narratives. FDA, CDC, ED, EPA, all are corrupt and useless. I mean, you're not wrong, but I love conspiracy theories, but I try not to do too much politics here. Because I want to keep the main thing on this channel the main thing. The main thing is breaking people free from this religion. So, what's that?
I was gonna say, if people want to talk politics, I like to do that over on my lives, because things about the CDC, the FDA, things like that, conspiracy theories, I like to talk about those things too. And trust me, everything that people say about them, how evil they are and everything like that, I get it. The government is not always to be trusted. But that doesn't mean that you make a crackhead the leader of a health organization.
Oh my God.
Do not do that. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. This is your life. Sorry about that.
The cabinet members that Trump is selecting are terrifying. They're not there to run the government. They're there to break it. They're trying to dismantle the individual agencies. They're not there to improve anything. But that's,
you know what? I'm sorry, just one last thing on that. I just actually made a post on my Facebook about that, and it's like, I kind of find it a little funny because the picks are legitimately stupid. Not that they're just unqualified, but every single person is legitimately an egotistical maniac. Like it's
with significant character issues.
Right. So it's like Project 2025 may not happen just because everybody who's a cabinet pick is an absolute moron. And it's
right.
It's just because of that. But anyway, let's get back to the religion. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
So on back to the religion, while you look for the passage you were looking for, when Obey the Martian was up, it brought up for me a meta question. And there's no real answer to it. But the question is, if a omni times 3 God truly exists, why didn't that God find a clear, unambiguous, direct way to communicate?
Right.
Obey was very early on in his share. He was talking a lot about translation. And none of that would matter if the God had power they give him, because that God could choose to communicate in ways that we would all get it.
Yeah. If the omni-God exists, he's the biggest failure that an omni-God could be, because an omni-God shouldn't fail at anything. If he wants to communicate, he should communicate as best as anything could ever communicate. If he wanted to have a relationship with man, it should be incredibly obvious, and he should get the goal that he desires. The only reason why you would fail at something like that is if you didn't actually have the omni properties. This is
right. And on your information sheet, you actually have some places where God is clearly not all knowing. So, and he's clearly not all loving if he's going to send us to get tortured forever. So
I agree. Ezekiel 36 starts out kind of the Messianic age, verse 22. Therefore say that a house of Israel, thus saith the Lord God, it is not for your sake, O house of Israel, that I am about to act. Now listen, Ezekiel clarifies, I think in chapter 28 and elsewhere, that the prophecies are soon to come. These are prophecies that are imminently about to happen. God says, I will no longer tarry in fulfilling the prophecies. And that's why it says here that it's about to happen. I am about to act, but for the sake of my holy name, which you have profaned among the nations which you came. I will sanctify my great name, which has been profaned among the nations, and which you have profaned among them. And the nations shall know that I am the Lord, says the Lord God, when through you I display my holiness. And this is a very important part, because you can find this in Isaiah 55, Isaiah 56, Isaiah 59, where God, and Zechariah chapter 8, where God is saying, the people will come to know me through Israel. They're not going to come to know me because someone's going to come and die for your sins. He literally says that the nations shall know that I am the Lord, says the Lord God, when through you I display my holiness before your eyes. And then he says, I will take you from the nations and gather you from all the countries and bring you into your own land. That is the Messianic expectation. That's what's supposed to happen during the Messianic age. That's why he says, I will put a new heart I will give you, and I'll put a new spirit, and a new spirit I will put within you. And I will remove from your body a heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you and make you to follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances. Then you shall live in the land that I gave to your ancestors, and you will be my people and I will be your God. So that's the promise, is that they're going to live in the land that was promised to their ancestors. And then the vision actually continues through chapter 37, and chapter 37 gives you a very, very clear reference to what's going to happen during this time period with the Messiah. It says, my servant David, that's the Messiah, because David's dead, right? My servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd, and they will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. And they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. And they and their children's children will live there forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever. And then they're going to have the everlasting covenant of peace, where they're multiplied and they're no longer attacked. So this is the Messianic expectation. This is what they were hoping was going to happen. And they weren't believing it because they were bad Jews who didn't read the book. They were believing it because they actually did read the book. And we'll read one more passage on this. And then we'll get the next guest in here. Delilah's Scissors, Delilah's Scissors. That's such a good name. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Delilah's Scissors. Says, looking forward to your book. May Doug bless it and make it a rock solid success. Big thank you for that, Delilah's Scissors. I do have firm faith because my feet are on the rock, that is Doug, that the book will be a smashing success. We'll see. I don't know. I have to publish it, whether it's people buy it or not. I just have to do it. So this here is a prophecy, just like the one in Ezekiel, where it says that it's about to be fulfilled. It's coming shortly. It says, the days are coming, surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety, and this is the name by which it would be called. The Lord is our righteousness. And this is where it gets really interesting, because we've got a messianic prediction here that directly contradicts everything the New Testament says about Jesus. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. And obviously, if you read the book of Hebrews, it makes a very clear case for why the Levitical priesthood needed to be done away with and why it was replaced with the order of Melchizedek, which is a higher priesthood represented by Jesus Christ, which certainly couldn't be in agreement with Jeremiah chapter 33, because Jeremiah chapter 33 and the latter half of Ezekiel says that the Levitical priesthood is going to be restored, not the Melchizedek priesthood. Welcome in, Bambi.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, Bambi, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, I am 18, and I'm 19, and I am a believer.
Okay. And which God or gods do you believe in?
Abrahamic. I believe in Jesus and stuff like that.
Okay. What be your most compelling argument or evidence for this God's existence?
Only the Abrahamic God would let a rapist become president of the United States.
Big W for Bambi. Yeah, listen, that's hard to argue with.
I know. It's I've been thinking about it, and it's pretty compelling.
I gotta admit, that's kind of compelling, to be honest. You might have just converted some of us.
Yeah, true.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Bambi. I appreciate that.
Of course. Have a good night, guys.
Cheers. Oh, that was great. That's a very good point. Somebody was asking in the comments, in Judaism, how do you get your sins forgiven? It's actually quite simple. You can do something as simple as just asking for forgiveness and repenting of your sins. For example, when we go to 2 Samuel chapter 12, there's a very interesting occurrence. Joseph, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Joseph says, last time someone had an argument that stumped you? Good question. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. It does happen, though. Actually, I remember the first time that I debated Daniel chapter 9 on TikTok, because also CB Shirley, thank you for the $10 over Venmo. We appreciate that support, and we're going to make sure that book gets published. I appreciate that. The first time I debated Daniel chapter 9, it literally been like 10 years since I read it, and I forgot a lot of the details. And a guy came up and started me asking really good questions about Daniel chapter 9. Because like when I deconverted, I kind of stopped studying the Bible. For a long time, I kind of stopped studying it because I was like, oh, who really cares, right? And then so when I started debating again, I had to like retrain, like relearn a lot of the stuff. So I literally had to, after that conversation, go back and like read my old notes from school and reread all the commentaries on it and refresh myself, because I couldn't remember, you know what I mean? But I think the computer's all loaded again. I think the RAM's up to sufficient memory now. But there's a really good story in we talk about David so much. David is just a wild story. King is baffling to me. We don't talk about this, but it's baffling to me that King David was never reprimanded in the way that Saul was reprimanded. Saul did two things. His first crime was that he gave a sacrifice rather than waiting for the prophet to get there, because the prophet was late. And God was like, nah, this really pissed me off. His second crime is that he didn't completely destroy the Amalekites. He let some of them live. And for those two crimes, God said, I'm going to remove my spirit. It says the spirit of the Lord left Saul, and then a demonic spirit came and tormented Saul. So because Saul did these two tiny, tiny little infractions, God had him tormented and removed his king, took the kingdom from him. And then David gets here, and David's out here murdering people and raping women, and he's just a warlord, mercilessly executing random people. Like when he was in the land of Philistia, working for the king over there as a mercenary, he was executing entire villages. These aren't villages that God put his judgment on. These are villages that were part of the Judean landscape. They're just random people being executed. So David is a horrible human being, and God's like, that's my dude. I love this guy. So, which is starting to make me realize that the last caller was right, that the God could be true because he's the one that puts horrible people in charge. But it says here, when David is confronted for his sin of having Uriah the Hittite executed because he knocked up his wife, David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, now the Lord has put away your sin. You shall not die. So literally here, he didn't give any sacrifices. He didn't give any offerings. And he just said, oh my gosh, I've sinned. You know, he realized like he did a bad thing and he shouldn't have done it. And God's like, it's okay. I already got you. It's cool. So when David executes innocent people because he committed adultery, God's like, it's cool, man. When Saul gets a little bit impatient and he offers a sacrifice without waiting for the prophet to arrive, then God gets utterly ticked off, which is wild to me. But the last answer to that question from the comments, how do sins get forgiven? The alternative method is found in Leviticus chapter 4 and 5, where you can offer like a burnt offering or turtle doves or even flour. For example, it says, if you cannot afford a sheep, you shall bring to the Lord as your penalty for the sin that you've committed 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, one for purification offering and the other for a burnt offering. You shall bring them to the priest and shall offer first the one for the purification offering, wringing its head at the nape without severing it. He shall sprinkle some of the blood of the purification offering on the side of the altar, while the rest of the blood shall be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a purification offering. And the second he shall offer as a burnt offering according to the regulation. Thus the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for the sin that you have committed, and you shall be forgiven. But it goes further. If you can't afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for purification offering, and so on and so forth. So you don't actually have to execute any animals to be forgiven in the Old Testament. God appreciates a good barbecue, loves a good barbecue, but he'll take flour instead. If you don't have a barbecue or flour, but you're truly repentant, he'll forgive you without a barbecue. So Jesus never needed to die. That's all nonsense.
I wanted to add, before we get to the guys, I want to add one more thing about that Saul verse, because this is something that I learned in church as well. Because I believe the prophet, I think it was Samuel, in one of the verses, he says that obedience is better than sacrifice. So one thing that we learned in church a lot, we always learned that we were like, obedience is better than sacrifice, obedience is better than sacrifice. And it's really, really nefarious, because it really gets people into thinking that, you know, you have to obey the people that are older than you, your elders. It's respectful. And even if you say, hey, you know, I didn't obey this direction because I needed to do this, you know what I mean? And even though if what you needed to do was actually better for everybody else, they will repeat the same thing. Obedience is better than sacrifice. You know what I mean? And it's really one of those things that like, and when it comes to sacrifice, you know, like in the church, it's very, very opaque. It's very, very metaphorical. So like, if you need to sacrifice like your comfort to obey someone else, they will tell you to do that. Like if someone is not comfortable with an adult, and a person says, you know, I'm not going to sit next to this adult because I don't feel comfortable near him. I would rather go somewhere else. They'll be like, no, you have to sit near them. And be like, yo, I'm standing up because I don't want to sit next to this person. I'm sacrificing my comfort because I don't want to sit next to that person. And they'll tell you, obedience is better than sacrifice. You know what I mean? It's very, very nefarious, and that's one of those things that come up in church a lot, and I think they're still saying it. As a matter of fact, I heard my sister say it the other day. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things that I always tell people to look out for, because they really trick you know, church members, especially young ones, into this mindset of, you know, you have to obey every single thing an adult tells you, even if it goes against the better nature of yourself, you know?
Right. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, now you're speaking my content. Before I got my master's, I became a parenting coach in response to the horrible, abusive, adversarial, hostile parenting programs that were in the Christian world then. And so that would have been things like Ted Tripp and Ezzo and Gothard and the Pearls. And not equipping children especially, but women and humans in general to recognize and honor their spidey senses or their intuition or their feelings of unsafe was epic in setting people up to be victims for sure. In your practice, as you develop into a counselor, if you aren't already familiar with this book, I want to recommend it, but also to anybody in the chat who's a parent. The book Protecting the Gift by Gavin DeBecker. He was a former, he was an FBI profiler, and in the book, he teaches you why you get that sense from certain people, what's behind it, and the patterns of behavior of people who are predatory. And he gives real statistics about risk rather than thinking somebody's at risk in a public bathroom or in their front yard. He talks about, no, they're at risk with sports teams. They're at risk in youth group. They're at risk in the church pew. And it's an excellent book. I give it for baby showers. I suggest it to almost all of my clients who are parents. If you don't have kids, the adult equivalent would be The Gift of Fear by the same author.
Okay. So Gavin DeBecker sounds like be a good read.
Yes, exactly.
Definitely gonna pick that up. But I'm sorry, we had Philo dragging up here for like 20 minutes. Thanks for being patient.
What's the good word, brother?
Yeah, so I mean, I am deep in Bible study right now. You're helping me, right? So,
Yeah, that's what we want to do. We're having a little trouble getting non-believers in here tonight. In fact, put a 1 in the chat if you're not, or if you're a believer in a God. I want to see if there's any actually in here because I don't think the algorithm's still pushing us out.
So my task right now that I'm assigning to myself is to go through all these passages in the Tanakh, right, in the Old Testament that talk about the Messiah and who the actual Messiah was to be expected. Because one of the things that happened to me when I deconverted is I started to look at these passages and I was shocked. I was like, whoa, that's not what I was told before, right? Mm-hmm. So perhaps one question to you is like these passages in Ezekiel that you just went over, I wrote some of them down. Maybe a challenge is, how do we know that these passages are talking about the Messiah?
Sure. Well, so for example, if you go to Ezekiel 37, we'll grab Ezekiel again real quick. It's also, there's a little bit of a chronology to Ezekiel. So the chronology here, it's not on the screen. This is Ezekiel 37, and this is a very famous passage, the Valley of the Dry Bones. Well, what do we talk about? When we're talking about the Valley of the Dry Bones, he's referring to these people that have been beaten down by the Babylonians, right? Because Jeremiah is prophesying right at the beginning of the fall, and then after the fall. That's why he's the weeping prophet, remember? So he actually writes the latter half of his stuff over in Egypt. So he gets to escape. He goes over to Egypt and writes some of his stuff over in Egypt while the rest of the people are in captivity. But so he gives a very clear restoration prophecy about the people that are in the valley of death currently. He says, the hand of the Lord came upon me and brought me out by the Spirit of the Lord, and he set me down in the middle of a valley, and it was full of bones. He led me all around them, and there were many living in the valley, and they were very dry. And he said to me, mortal, can these bones live? Of course, we all know the metaphor. The metaphor is that the dry bones are the people of Israel that God is going to restore. It says, so I prophesied, and as I had been commanded, and as I prophesied, suddenly there was a noise, a rattling, and the bones came together, and bone to its bone. I looked, and there were sinews on them. Flesh had come upon them, and skin had covered them, but there was no breath in them. Then he said to me, prophesy to breathe, prophesy mortal, and say to breathe, thus saith the Lord God. So then, then they get reanimated, and it says, then he said to me, mortal, these bones are the whole house of Israel. So God is saying, I'm going to restore the house of Israel, guys. It says, they say, our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We are cut off completely. Therefore prophesy and say to them, thus saith the Lord God, I am going to open your graves and bring you up out of your graves, O my people, and I will bring you back to the land of Israel. And you shall know that I am the Lord, when I open your graves and bring you up from your graves, O my people. So this is the Messianic expectation. I will put my spirit within you, and you shall live. This was supposed to happen when they came back from Babylon. In fact, Isaiah deals with the very same thing. Isaiah chapter 55 through 66 is all dealing with things that were supposed to happen immediately when they came back from Babylon. Isaiah 61 is the clearest example of that. But the problem is, during this time period, what's supposed to happen? They're going to be restored to the land. They're going to have peace, so on and so forth. And then, well, who's going to rule over them? Well, it says, my servant David will be king over them. They shall have one shepherd, and they shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes, and they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob. So all of this stuff is stuff that was supposed to imminently take place when they came back from Babylon, which is one reason, like, even if you deconstruct from Christianity and you think, well, maybe Judaism's true, bullshit. The prophecies in Judaism didn't come true either. Both Jeremiah and Ezekiel say that the land of Egypt and Tyre are going to be completely wiped off the map. They were never wiped off the map. Were they devastated? Sure. Were they wiped off the map? Absolutely not. It says the Nile River is going to be split into 7 rivers. That obviously never happened. So, like, the failures of the Messianic prophecies aren't just that Jesus didn't do it. It's that they didn't even happen in the time frame that they were supposed to happen. And I think a really good example of this, and nobody talks about the book of Zephaniah, but I'll talk all day long about the book of Zephaniah, because Zephaniah is chock full of prophecies about, like, the end of days, like what we read in the book of Joel, and none of them came through. Not a single prophecy from Zephaniah actually came true. But he did say, let's see where it was. Yeah, in verse 14, he says, the great day of the Lord is near and hastening fast. The sound of the day of the Lord is bitter. And then he talks about the day of the Lord, how God is going to come and he's going to give destruction to the earth. Everything's going to be wiped out, but then Israel is going to be restored, just like every other prophet. The problem that we have is he says things like the great day of the Lord is near. Well, if it didn't come for 3,000 years, guess what? It's not near. He's just a failure. Nothing in this prophecy came true, and nothing in this prophecy ever will come true. The day of the Lord is not near. Sorry, I got on a tangent there with Zephaniah.
No, that's fine. No, this is stuff that I'm rereading from years ago, and it's really great. You know, as remember I told you I ordered too many Bibles, right? So I have some gifts for any giveaways. But yeah, it's actually awesome doing this, like going through this with as you go through your lives. I follow along. I'm like, okay, let me go to that passage, because I'm just refreshing my memory and going, whoa, that's right. It's like it's a totally different way of looking at it. Like, you know, like not looking at it with your pastor's interpretation in mind.
Right. Right. And they'll say silly things like, well, a day is like 1,000 years of the Lord, and that's completely nonsense. That's just cope. That's just people coping with the reality that words don't mean words. When God said something is imminent, it doesn't mean it's imminent. When God said it's near, it doesn't really mean it's near. Words just don't actually have meanings anymore. Rather than admitting that a prophecy failed, you just have to say, well, the word didn't mean what the word actually meant. Yeah, sure. If that's your cope, you can have it. I think we actually have some opposition. Welcome back, Mom Life.
Hey, how's it been?
It's been. How about you?
Good.
What's in your mind tonight?
I just came on your live right now, so I haven't heard any of your previous topics, but I just wanted to talk about prophecy. Yeah.
Sure. Which one?
So, I wanted to go through the book of Daniel. Last time we spoke, I don't know if you remember, we had some disagreements on the prophecies in the book of Daniel and who was who and what was what.
Sure. Yep. Which one do you want to go through?
So basically, well, I guess we can start with if you believe Daniel was even a real person.
I don't.
Okay.
No, because the documents that we have for Daniel are written in a time period and language that postdated Daniel by hundreds of years. And whoever wrote it doesn't know anything about what's happening during Daniel's time period, but he gets everything right about what's happening in the 2nd century. He knows 2nd century events very well, but he doesn't know anything about Daniel's time period.
Well, you could say that, but there's also,
Who is the father of Belshazzar in actual history?
I don't know. Who would that be?
Nabonidus.
Okay. So was Belshazzar, isn't that something that only Daniel or someone who living during that time would know, that Belshazzar actually was not necessarily the king, but the king's son?
Yeah, if Daniel actually lived at that time period, he would have known that Belshazzar was the child of Nabonidus and had absolutely no familiar relationship with Nebuchadnezzar. Zero.
So you're saying that Belshazzar was not, so when he refers to Belshazzar as the king, that's not something we have any historical evidence for proving? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that Belshazzar is labeled as the son of Nebuchadnezzar, according to the book of Daniel, but in fact, in history, he wasn't. He was the son of King Nabonidus, and as far as we can tell, he was never actual king. He was the co-regent, while his father was away in Tema.
I've never heard that, so...
Sure, yeah. I'll read you the documents that are related to this because they're really interesting.
Well, so he wasn't the actual king, son of Nabonidus, right? So but that was the last king of Babylon, correct?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, Nabonidus was the last official king of Babylon. It gets a little bit muddy because, as it turns out, there's a mix of Medes that were there before the Persians, and it is a little bit cloudy as to who was actually in power when the Medes walked through, because the Medes kind of just walked in and took the keys. They didn't really fight that hard for it because Babylon was already in shambles. But most people agree that the last actual official king would have been Nabonidus.
So we have the Nabonidus cylinder that did confirm that Belshazzar was left in charge as a co-reign during Babylon,
yes,
while his father was away.
So the fact while that his father Nabonidus was away.
Yeah, Nabonidus. So the fact that Daniel refers to Belshazzar as king may reflect the fact that, you know, he was the de facto ruler during that period, which only someone with knowledge of the inner workings of Babylon, of the Babylonian court, would know. So,
no, not even close.
Yeah.
If he was a member of the Babylonian court, he would have known that his father was Nabonidus, not Nebuchadnezzar. I don't know how many times I have to say it. Daniel says that the father of Belshazzar is Nebuchadnezzar, and it's not.
Where does he say that it's Nebuchadnezzar?
He says it about 4 different times. I'll just show it to you. There we go. Daniel 5:2. Under the influence of wine, Belshazzar commanded that they bring in the vessels of gold that his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple of Jerusalem. Same thing, 5:11. In the days of your father, referring to, it's speaking to Nabonidus. Twice he's called your father Nebuchadnezzar. Clearly not him. Again, another one in chapter 5 and another one later in chapter 5. And
so
then
historically you're saying that King Nebuchadnezzar did not also have his son Belshazzar?
He did not.
So what time period would that have been? King Nebuchadnezzar. So that would have been...
Nebuchadnezzar would have been ruling, I don't know, somewhere at the beginning of the 6th century. So a little bit at when it, like 590.
Would have been...
We can just look it up.
Let me see. Let me get my computer out.
Yeah, he reigned from 605 to 562.
Okay, so let's just say that it was written as you claim, which I'll disagree.
Well, you're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with all of biblical scholarship. There's not a single critical scholar that agrees with you.
That's that thinks that Daniel was actually written in the 6th century, not the 2nd century BC.
Facts. Yep. Even Tremper Longman, a conservative theologian, agrees with this.
There is definitely, but there's definitely scholars who do believe that Daniel was real, credible.
I've never met one.
Well, I've never. So you're saying if I Google it right now, there's no credible historians that believe Daniel actually written in 6th century BC.
Nope. I know of no actual historians who believe that. What you'll find is a couple New Testament fundamentalists who will say this, but they have no training in history and no training in the Old Testament text or in ancient Babylon. But what we do have are actual records from the temple. So these are temple records from the time of Nabonidus, and this is a receipt. So we've got 2 different receipts from the time period. It says 1 mina of silver, the tithe of Belshazzar, the son of the king. And then who is the son of the king? It's Nabonidus, king of Babylon. And then we've got the same on a second receipt. It says 2 shekels of silver to Danu Ahishi Ibni, the son of Nergal Abulit, who the son of the king Belshazzar is sent on the 7th day of Tammuz, 9th year of Nabonidus, king of Babylon. So what we do have is verifiable evidence that Nabonidus was the father. We even have a prayer that is told from the Dead Sea Scrolls that recounts the tale of Nabonidus, not Nebuchadnezzar, where he was stricken with an evil disease and then he went away for 7 years. This tale originally was about Nabonidus. It got changed later in the book of Daniel because the book of Daniel is not real. And it got changed to Nebuchadnezzar because whoever wrote it was a nitwit. And we got again on the actual Nabonidus cylinder from his time period, a prayer where he says, "As for me, Nabonidus, king of Babylon, save me from sinning against your great Godhead and grant me as a present of life of long days. As for Belshazzar, my eldest son, my offspring, instill reverence for your great Godhead," so on and so forth. So we have ample evidence demonstrating that Belshazzar was the co-regent left in charge when Nabonidus actually left for a period of 7 to 10 years, and he has zero relation to Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, so let's just say that it was written. So when do you want to say the book of Daniel was written?
Primarily in the 2nd century, right before the Maccabean revolt, or maybe in the middle of the Maccabean revolt.
Okay. All right, let's go with that. All right. So it was written in, say, second century, somewhere around that time, right? So if you interpret the prophecies correctly, you've got still from about 168 from the time of Rome all the way up until today's time, prophecy predictions that have come to pass. So things that, well, let's go through it from the way I see it, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong.
Every prophecy in Daniel is written in post.
So I think it's more, if you study it alongside history.
I have.
You can see that.
Remember, I actually have a degree in biblical studies, and you don't?
Yes, I do. I do know that. Yes.
Okay, just make sure we're clear. Okay, so
I definitely
can you
know
find
that.
Rome in the book of Daniel?
Okay, so the legs of iron.
That's Greece.
And then you have the terrible beast with the 10 horns. It's not Greece.
It's Greece. The book tells you it's Greece.
No, but you think it's no. It doesn't say that it's Greece.
Yeah, it does.
That's okay. Let's go there.
The 4th kingdom, the shaggy goat, is Greece every time. Greece is mentioned in the book of Daniel on like 3 different occasions, but as it turns out, Rome is never mentioned.
Okay, so this is where we had disagreed last time.
Right, and you were wrong, and you're still wrong.
And I was okay. So let's see if historically it foots.
Daniel chapter 8:21, the male goat, the final animal in this particular vision, is the king of Greece, and the great horn between its eyes is the first king. Okay, so we've got a direct reference in Daniel chapter 8:21 to the kingdom of Greece.
Let me go to it real quick. Sorry, I'm flipping there. All right, so let's go to Daniel chapter. I mean, you got to go through Daniel chapter 7 because it expounds upon Daniel chapter 2, and Daniel chapter 8 also expounds upon Daniel chapter 7.
I don't. He just tells you who the final kingdom is here, and it's clearly
enlarging.
Greece.
Okay. So, okay, well, let's, so we're in Daniel chapter 8, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we've got the ram and the goat. All right, so let me see. Okay, and it tells you exactly who it is, right? So then he
Yep.
came to the ram that had two horns, which I'd seen standing beside the river, and ran at him with fierce power. And then I saw him confronting the ram. Let's see. He was moved with rage against him, attacked the ram, and broke his two horns. There was no power in the ram to withstand him, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled him, and there was no one that could deliver him from the ram's hand. Therefore, the male goat grew very great, but when he became strong, the larger horn was broken in his place, and four notable ones came up. That's Alexander the Great. That's talking about Greece.
Keep reading.
That's exactly who it's talking about.
Yeah, it's Greece. Yeah, is Rome mentioned here?
No.
Oh,
So who comes
fantastic.
after- Okay, so who comes after? But who comes to on the scene after Greece? What happens?
The Israelites
Who's
do.
the next power? Who's the next power?
The
that
Israelites.
rose? Oh, so there's no Roman Empire?
The Roman empires
That didn't
don't come for another 120 years.
Exactly. So Greece
So-
ruled from 331 BC to 168 BC. Rome comes on the scene 168 to
Wrong.
about 486.
Incorrect. So what you're referring to is the reign of the Israelites. So are you aware that in 167 to 164, during the revolt, when they actually were able to overthrow the Greeks, are you aware that they actually reestablished the Promised Land again under the leadership of the Israelites?
Who was the main power at during? So how long did the Grecian?
Do you
Empire
even know who the Hasmonean dynasty is?
Well, I mean,
This is embarrassing for you. Okay, so there's a whole dynasty of Israelite rulers that ruled in Palestine after they overthrew the Greeks.
But did they rule? So you're telling me they?
Do you know
ruled
who
all
John
of
Hyrcanus
Western
is?
Europe? And they ruled all of Western Europe.
They didn't rule Europe. This is not about Europe.
Okay, the old. Okay, so you're saying that they were the major player on the scene during that time.
They reestablished their homeland again. There's
Well,
not a
that's
single
great, but were
reference, Mom. There's not a single reference to Rome in the Book of Daniel. Rome is Rome. They don't know anything about Rome because this was written in the 2nd century before Rome overthrew anybody.
Okay, so if we're looking at it from a historical context, who rules after Greece? What empire?
In
rises?
Israel, the empire that rose was Israel.
And you're saying that I'm not saying that they didn't come into some power or they reestablished.
They
but
did.
They were not they were not like the Roman Empire.
I never said they were, but they reestablished their dominance over their homeland. In fact, the Israeli Empire, after they overthrew the Greeks, was actually larger than the empire prior. They even conquered parts of Syria.
Okay, but if you're interpreting scripture and it tells you that these are powers that arose, then this is not a large power that rose. So it can't be that. It can't.
It
be,
is.
That can't be
There's. I'll just break it down. I don't know why this is so hard for you. There are 4 powers. All right. The first power is Babylon, and then Media, and then Persia, and then Greece. They thought what? Just stop talking. You're embarrassing yourself every time you talk. They thought that when they finally overthrew the Greeks, that they would finally be done with their oppression. That's what apocalyptic literature is about. It's about, hold on a little bit longer, your oppression is almost over. But that didn't happen. So they thought that they were finally going to overthrow the Greeks, which they did, and then they were going to be done. But they weren't done because after about 100 years, the Romans came through and decided otherwise. The book of the nation of Rome has nothing to do with Daniel. They're not mentioned even once. Daniel is a failed prophecy about what should have happened after the Greeks got overthrown. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, so if you are properly interpreting the book of Daniel, it lines up perfectly with history.
No, it
like
doesn't.
if you look at it
it from a historicism, if you look at it that way, it will line up perfectly.
It doesn't. So we've already demonstrated that they don't know who Nabonidus is. They don't know when Belshazzar was alive, and they don't know when Nebuchadnezzar was alive. So it doesn't line up with history. You got a big problem there.
The symbolism lines up.
It's not symbolism. It's just a failed prophecy.
Well, it is symbolism because it's telling you these are beasts, and these beasts represent kingdoms.
Yes, and those kingdoms are all kingdoms that predated the Hasmonean dynasty.
And so if you're looking at the book of Daniel and you're saying, okay, you have Daniel chapter 2 that lays out these kingdoms.
Yes,
then we have to look at
which
history and say,
ends in what kingdom?
Okay. Divided Rome.
No, it doesn't. It ends in Greece.
It ends in the feet of iron and clay.
Which is Greece.
The feet of iron and clay is Greece?
Yep.
What if I told you that that the legs of iron is Rome and the feet of iron and clay is divided Rome?
Well, you'd be wrong then.
But I have a question.
But I have a question. Have you read a single scholarly commentary on this?
Absolutely.
Whose commentary?
Did Rome divide into
Whose commentary did you read?
It's a question. Did Rome
Whose commentary did you read?
Let me see. I don't know whose commentary I read, but it's a simple question. Did Rome divide into 10? Yes or no?
No. Not in the way you're thinking.
The Roman Empire.
Yeah.
It absolutely did.
The Greek Empire did. In fact, the commentary I'm reading right here says that the Greek Empire is a symbolism for the 10 horns. This is by John J. Collins, the preeminent scholar on apocalyptical literature. And he's not an atheist.
Okay, so
are you aware that the Jewish people wrote about who these 4 kingdoms were? Do you think that the Bible is the only mention of the 4 kingdoms? Do you know that in the Dead Sea Scrolls they literally name the 4 kingdoms as Babylon, Media, Persia, and Greece? Are you aware of this?
Then you have Rome, then you have divided Rome.
Rome's not mentioned.
It doesn't name Rome.
But it does name Greece.
Power.
It names Greece. And every time Greece is named, it's the final kingdom of the 4. So I have no reason to believe that randomly in one part where it doesn't name the individual kingdoms, that now I'm going to throw one of the kingdoms out and replace it with Rome. It doesn't follow.
Okay, so the way history tells it is you have Babylon, then you have the Medo-Persians that ruled from 539 BC.
You're wrong. You're wrong. The Jews, I don't care what you Google. The Jewish people don't combine. Stop talking. I swear, every time I talk to you, you just spaz out. The Jewish people do not combine the Medo-Persian Empire into one empire. They were clearly 2 different empires. The Median Empire defeated Babylon first, and then the Persian Empire came in later and defeated what was left of those 2. They weren't one empire at first. They were 2 empires, which is why the Jewish people refers to them as 2 different empires throughout all of their writings. If you bothered to read anything in Jewish literature, you would have seen this already. She's probably still talking. She has no idea she's muted.
Well, I'm just saying, so what I was saying is, why are we looking at it from a Jewish perspective and not the way our secular historians look at it today?
Because the Jewish people living at the time period had a way that they spoke about the 4 kingdoms. The Jewish people are the ones who wrote the damn text.
Well,
so if the Jewish people, the people who wrote the text, say that these are the 4 kingdoms, we know them as these 4 kingdoms, I have no reason to believe that there is somehow a different division of kingdoms that the Jewish people somehow forgot.
But the Jewish people believe that it was written in the 6th century.
No, they don't. In
They
fact,
don't believe that
in fact,
Daniel-
in fact, a lot of
they don't
Jewish,
believe
a lot
Daniel
of
was
a lot of
written.
people in the Jewish community didn't even want Daniel to be canonized. It almost didn't even become part of the Jewish canon.
But it is.
It is, yes, I know, yeah, and it was hotly
So
contested.
they do believe that Daniel was real.
No, they don't.
You're telling me that Jewish people do not believe that Daniel was a real person?
50% of Jewish people today are atheists, first of all. The ones that are actually believers in religion aren't fundamentalists like Christians are. Most Jewish people today don't believe that the Old Testament is quite literally true. Most of them don't believe that.
So which 50% do we believe then?
We believe neither. We can just look at the writings from the Jewish people that were alive at the time period. So when we have a prophecy about 4 kingdoms, and the book itself tells you that the last kingdom is Greece, and the people who wrote the book knows that there are 4 kingdoms under these labels, why would I assume that the people who wrote it are now using a different labeling system?
So what about Daniel chapter 7?
What about it?
It lines up with Daniel. The way it should be interpreted is Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 8 and 9. Basically, it's expounding upon each other, right?
Yeah,
so
and they all
we're
end
talking
in
about
Greece.
the same kingdom.
Yeah, they're all talking
So-
about the kingdom of Greece, which was overthrown when Judas Maccabeus started the revolt. There's all history written in post. Have you read?
That's a quick question.
Okay,
Have you read
the only
Maccabees?
size of brass-
Have you read Maccabees? Because everything
I
in
don't know how
because
Maccabees is relevant to
everything
me.
in everything written in Daniel chapter 9 came true in the book of Maccabees.
I don't know what the book of Maccabees is.
Because everything in Daniel chapter 9
book of
is
Maccabees?
recording events that happened in the 2nd century. It's not a prophecy. It's recording history in post, pretending to be prophecy, and everything in that particular prophecy happened in Maccabees chapter 1 through 3 and 2nd Maccabees chapter 4.
Okay, so the way I've read it and interpreted it, I was able to see it line up exactly with the way history played out.
You didn't.
You're telling me. Okay, so I see it as Babylon, Medo-Persia.
Media.
Which you're saying, okay, I call it Medo-Persia.
Well, you're wrong.
And Google says that too.
Well, you're both wrong
too.
because Google
And then-
isn't
and then-
isn't an information source,
Okay, and then you have the Grecian Empire.
and that's it.
Greece. So you have the Grecian Empire.
That's it.
And then you have the Roman Empire.
Nope, Rome's
and
not
then you have
mentioned.
Rome divided.
Rome's not
So-
mentioned.
Okay, so let's not talk about scripture.
Oh, so now you don't want to talk about scripture. Okay.
Well, I'm saying, okay, let's just talk about what happened and then go back to scripture and see if it lines up.
Yeah, it lines up with Greece. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yep.
So, but I can show you that it lines up with Rome.
No, you can't.
bias.
Okay.
Yeah, can I have a can I just ask a quick question, because I'm not as educated as Justin is on this topic, but I've been this entire time I was quiet. I've been trying to read Daniel chapter 8, and I really don't see how you see Rome here. I see just what Justin said. It ends at Greece. Where is Rome coming in here? What verse is that?
Rome is in chapter 2 and chapter 7. Chapter 2 and then chapter
Rome's
7.
never mentioned, not once, but Greece is mentioned on a number of occasions.
Yeah, so
Daniel chapter 11. What happens in chapter 11?
Daniel chapter 8 is expounding upon Daniel chapter 7.
Yeah, but is Rome ever mentioned? Because Greece is mentioned, and Greece is the final empire. That's why it says, "Then a warrior king shall arise, who shall rule with great dominion." And I'm sorry, we went one too late. In verse 2 says, "I will announce the truth to you. 3 more kingdoms shall arise in Persia. The 4th shall be far richer than all of them. And when he has become strong through his riches, he shall stir up." Stop talking. He shall
follow with you.
stop.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt
You
you.
can't
I'm just
follow
trying
while
to
you're
follow you.
talking.
Well,
The
I'm
4th
trying
shall be far richer than all of them, and when he has become strong through his riches, he shall stir up all against the kingdom of Greece. Then a warrior shall arise, who shall rule with great dominion, so on and so forth. The 4th kingdom, every time it's named, is always Greece.
Were you just reading in Daniel chapter 8? Because I was
This is
just trying to follow.
Daniel 11.
Oh, you're in Daniel 11.
It's on the
so we-
screen.
Daniel 11. Oh, sorry. I'm looking down at my Bible. I wasn't looking at the screen. I apologize. Okay. As for me in the first year, all right.
Which is another problem, because Darius the Mede didn't exist in history. He got his Darius wrong. There was a Darius that ruled much, much later who wasn't a Mede.
There's the Great, right? The one before Xerxes.
Yep.
Just up against the kingdom of Greece. Okay, so yeah. The warrior king shall arise and rule with great dominion and take action as he pleases. So it's, let me see. Daniel chapter 11 is talking about.
Yep. 4 kingdoms.
That's, yeah. So you got Greece.
Yep.
What happens after Greece?
The Israelites
So what
are supposed to
happens
rule and reign forever.
Well, hold on. Not that. Well, let's see what it says. And so if we keep reading, let me see. How long shall the vision be concerning the daily sacrifices? Hold up. Let me see. Came a little horn. Oh, yeah. Then we got to talk about the little horn, which you say is Antiochus Epiphanes, but that's not possible.
It is.
The male goat grew very great, but when he became strong, the large horn was broken, and 4 notable ones, I'm going to say that's Alexander the Great because it fits, came up towards the 4 winds of heaven, and out of them came one, a little horn. So if you go back to, what about Daniel? When you go into Daniel chapter 7, it aligns with Daniel chapter 8, where it talks about the next kingdom that arises after the Grecian Empire.
It doesn't say after the Grecian Empire. There's no empire. There's no empire listed after the Grecian Empire.
All right, so we got the lion, which has eagle wings. That represents Babylon. Okay. After that, so if we keep reading, right? Then there was another beast. So that's the second beast, like a bear.
That's
Media. Going to be Medo-Persian.
Media.
This is where
does it say Media, or does it say Medo-Persian?
No. Okay, so it doesn't say.
Okay, can you find me a single Jewish text ever that combines the Medo-Persian Empire into one?
Well, it says it was raised up on one side and had 3 ribs in its mouth.
Yeah.
Between its teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Which is not the Medo-Persian Empire; it's just the Median Empire.
Well, the reason why it was raised up on one side is because I believe the Persians were stronger, or the Medes were. Was it the Medes that were stronger than the Persians?
The Medes initially were stronger, and they beat them to the punch. They invaded Babylon first. It wasn't until later that the Persian Empire came through and conquered the Medes.
Well, and then they had to conquer Lydia in order to come into power. Who'd they have to overcome?
They had to overcome a lot of people, but the main people that they overcame were the Medes.
Lydia, Egypt. There was 3: Lydia, Egypt, and what was the other one? Like notable ones. Let me see. I know I have this somewhere. Which is why the bear has 3 ribs in its mouth, because it's representing Medo-Persian Empire.
No. There's no such thing in Jewish literature as the Medo-Persian Empire.
But why, again, are we talking about Jewish literature?
Because they wrote the book.
So why does history tell us that the Medo-Persian,
Jewish people wrote the book?
Came together? So it wasn't the Medes and the Persians that came together to overthrow Babylon completely?
No, the Medes already overthrew Babylon.
But that's not what history tells us.
Yes, history does tell you that. If you bothered to read it, you would find from your primary sources that the Median Empire came into Babylon first, and then later, King Cyrus came through and conquered both the Medes and also the Babylonians.
Listen, can I just make a quick observation here from a total layman standpoint?
Yeah.
When I'm looking at this Daniel, right, in these passages, one of the first things that I notice here is, I'm a lowly philosopher, but what I think about this is you have this alleged deity named Yahweh who allegedly was inspiring people to write this down. And if it's him, then he puts down words like Persia and like Greece, and yet he fails to just easily just put in there, tell them to write Rome as well.
Yeah, it's weird that like he mentions the empires throughout the book, but Rome is never mentioned.
But we do know that Rome came on the scene, right? When did Rome rule?
Rome ruled over the nation of Israel much later than the Greek Empire fell, so about 100 years later.
But historically, when did Rome come to power?
Oh, they came to power roughly the end of the 2nd century, beginning of the 1st century BCE.
So around 168 BC, around there.
No. Have you never read about the Hasmonean Empire?
I'm just I'm just reading.
I highly doubt that you ever read anything about Jewish history.
Well, I'm not studying Jewish history. I'm just
Okay.
looking at what history, like secular historians say, not what
I don't
Jewish
think you.
historians.
I don't think you've read secular history, because according to all history, the Hasmonean dynasty ruled in Israel until about 35 BCE. So from the fall of the Greek Empire, from about 164 all the way to 35 BCE, so a little over 100 years, they had their own empire, and they even expanded their borders past what the original borders were. That's how successful they were. It wasn't until the Roman Empire grew in dominance and took them over near the end of the 1st century BCE that the Israelite Empire fell. And they didn't really even fail. They got co-opted.
I mean, if I look right here, it said this is I'm looking at this Israel, my God. So this is a Jewish website, and it says right here, Cyrus was the head of the Medo-Persian and conquered. Was head king of Medo-Persia and conquered Babylon.
And if you
So
read
even
an
they
actual
recognize
history
it as
book, that's
Medo-Persia.
wrong. If you read an actual history book on the Media-Persian Empire by people who specialize in this, they will disagree with you.
So there are some that say it was Medo-Persian Empire, and there are some that don't say. So
there are
we're just
non-specialists. There are non-specialists who refer to them as the Medo Empire.
Who says they're not specialists? I mean,
They're not specialists. There are people who don't actually study this time period that refer to them as the same empire because they did join forces at one point, but there was a period in which they weren't joint forces, and this was during the Jewish period, and they were referred to in all of the literature of the time period as 4 separate kingdoms. So yes, people did later come and start referring to them as the Medo-Persian Empire, but that's not what they were referred to back then. That's a later convention that we put on them. The same way people say Judeo-Christian values. Judeo-Christian values didn't exist in the 1st century. That's something that people later put onto the ancient culture. That's not something that they used back then.
Arguably, they don't exist now, but
Yeah.
Can you guys explain to me why this distinction is so important that we've spent 20 minutes on it?
Yeah. Yeah, the distinction is because she thinks that somehow Rome is supposed to be the superpower that is last, so that she can say, well, when Jesus died, the Roman power was somehow spiritually shattered by Jesus.
No, not at all.
Okay, then your timeline's off for 10 different reasons, not just one reason.
No. Well, no. What I'm, but you didn't let me say what I believe, so
Go
you're
for
not
it.
really interested. So the way I've interpreted it is that it was the Babylonians that ruled first. So the kingdoms that were talked about in Daniel chapter 2 was Babylonian, which was the head of gold. Chest of silver was the Medo-Persian Empire. Then you had the thighs of bronze, which was Greece. And we know that Greece was even represented with bronze. They used a lot of bronze in their time. And then you have the legs of iron, which I believe represents Rome. And then you have the divided Rome, the divided nations of Rome, which were 10, right? And that's the time that we're living in right now, is divided Rome before the second coming of Christ, which is represented by the stone cut out without hands that crushes the image on its feet. So if we look at it from that perspective, and we're living in the divided Romes, we have this little horn power that rises up, and when it comes to power, it uproots 3 of those 10, which we do know there is a power that arose that uprooted 3 when it came to be, and it fits all 9 of the distinctions that it says in Daniel, that these characteristics, this 4th beast shall be a 4th kingdom on the earth, which shall be different from all the other kingdoms. It shall devour the whole earth, trample and break it into pieces. 10 horns are 10 kings who shall arise out of that kingdom. Then another shall arise after them. He shall be different from the first ones. He shall subdue 3 kings when he comes to power. He shall speak pompous words against the Most High. He shall persecute the saints of the Most High. He shall intend to change times and laws. The saints shall be given into his hands for times a time and for a time and times and half a time. So if we
that's
look
Antiochus.
at that, I think the papacy fits that perfectly.
Well,
In
you're
fact,
wrong.
they hit every single 9 of those, because Antiochus Epiphanes does not rule, and then right after that you have the court seated. So it's saying that this kingdom is going to rule in the end times, and that can't be he's not ruling right now.
Not
And
even
he wasn't,
close.
right.
The timeline.
I have several. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Justin.
So the timeline of Daniel is 490 years after either 605 or 539. There's not a timeline for Daniel that goes beyond 490 years.
Well, you can't believe that because you can't believe there's a God that could actually know these things. But we do know that.
No, I'm telling you what the book means. The book tells you what the division of weeks are. It comes out to 490 years. At the end of the 490 years, the final kingdom is supposed to be shattered.
Well, you got the 1,260 day prophecy. I'm going to call that years because a day for a year. And that is exactly how long the papacy ruled for. And according to what it says right here, it would rule for a times, and half a times. And
No, wrong. How long is a time?
1 year.
Why is 160 days a year now? Why did day change to year? I'm very confused about several things of this. Number one,
Mom's
if this was a prophecy.
So a time is 1 year. Times
wait,
is 2 years.
wait, hold on. Let me ask a quick question because I have several questions about this. If this was about Rome, then how come they just didn't say write down Rome like how Phil Dragon said? And number two, Rome didn't even break up into 10 kingdoms. It broke up into 2. There was Western Rome and then the Byzantine Empire. After that fell was the Holy Roman Empire, which was several kingdoms in of itself. Why are we in the time of broken Rome? This sounds very, very Eurocentric. How come we're not in the time of broken Qing dynasty of China, or the time of broken Congo, or the time of the Incas? Why are we in the time of broken Rome? It sounds extremely Eurocentric. We're in the end of the world because Rome broke up. Why is Rome so important?
No. Because it's the area where the kingdoms were. You had Babylon, which was. This is where the significant powers that's where they were at. So that's
okay, but China was also significant. The Qing dynasty and the Hermit Kingdom and Japan, they were also very significant. How come we're not in the time of broken those kingdoms and we're in the time of broken Rome? What's so important about Rome?
Rome was a kingdom that killed. That's where Jesus was. They killed him. That was during his time.
So
it's significant. Well, if he's God, as Christians claim he is, then that would be the significant.
Well, he's not God. He's not even the Messiah, much less God.
Well, I mean, you don't believe that, but...
Well, you have no reason to believe that he is. But the times time and a half is referring to the period of 3.5 years, the same 3.5 year period, the half a week that is mentioned in Daniel chapter 9.
But I believe a day for a year.
Okay, so how many days were Jesus in the ground?
I don't know. I just want to stick to this.
Was he in the ground for 2,000 years, or was he in the ground for 2 days?
I think prophetically, when you're speaking, whenever you're talking prophecy, it's interpreted that way. So if
It's not. No, there's no biblical principle that when you hear a time frame in prophecy that it's now 1,000 times 1 day.
Well, anytime prophecy is spoken of in Scripture, that is how it's used.
No, it's not. There's not a single prophecy in Scripture that equates 1 day to 1,000 years. That's nonsense.
Well, no. 1 day, one year to a day. There's a day for a year.
Yeah, only in the book of Daniel. Do you know why that's true?
Why?
Do you know what's happening? Daniel says he's reading the prophecy of Jeremiah, and he's also obviously looking back on the prophecy of Leviticus, where God says in Leviticus, I think chapter 25 or 26, that if you don't follow me, these are the punishments that's going to happen. You're going to be in captivity for 70 years, and then after 70 years, you'll be set free. And that didn't actually happen. The promise after 70 years didn't actually come true. And so Daniel is trying to figure out 70 must mean something other than 70. So he figures out that, no, 70 is actually 70 times 7, because it says in Leviticus that even in the exile, even in your punishment, if you don't turn from me, your punishment will be made sevenfold. So he comes with this idea like, oh, it's not 70 years, it's actually 70 times 7. And he comes up with this idea of weeks, the weeks of Daniel's. So Daniel comes to this conclusion that it's not actually 70 years that we're going to be punished. It's 490 years that we're going to be punished because God has now multiplied our 70 by 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not a multiplication of 1,000. That's a multiplication of 7. So what you end up with is a period of 490 years, not 4,900 years.
I didn't say that. I said what I did. I said one day, a year is a day. One day is a year. That's what I said. So I said 1,260 years, which is how long the papacy ruled for.
No, one day is not a year. It's 70 times 7. 70 years turns into 7. There's 7 weeks times 70.
A day for a year. Yeah. One day.
No. 70 years. 70 years is the original punishment given by Jeremiah. 70 years.
Okay, so 70 years.
And so, so Daniel says it must not be 70 years. It must be 70 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Okay, because 70 times 7, 70 times 7 is 490 years.
Yep, exactly.
So 490, not thousands.
Yes, 409 years. That brings you all the way to the stoning of Stephen.
It doesn't. 490 brings you to roughly when Onias III is executed.
It depends on where you start it.
You should start it at the 2 logical starting points, either 605 at the prophecy of Jeremiah, or you would start it at 539 when King Cyrus decided that it was time to not free the people, but send them back to their homelands to rebuild.
No, it was from the going forth of the decree to rebuild Jerusalem.
Yes, and that was in 539 under King Cyrus. That's written in Ezra.
No, I think it was under King Artaxerxes.
It wasn't. Artaxerxes issued no such decree.
There is historical evidence that
There's
Artaxerxes issued a decree. Yeah, there is.
No, there's not. I'll pay you $100 right now in Venmo if you can find it.
Where Artaxerxes issued a decree.
Yeah, find me an issue of decree from Artaxerxes where he issued a decree to the kingdom to go back and rebuild. Because what I can do is I can show you both from the stop spazzing out, Mom. I can show you a decree in the Bible and in Josephus where King Cyrus issues the decree.
There's 3 decrees issued.
There's only 2.
So biblically, did King Artaxerxes issue a decree?
No. King Artaxerxes gave a letter to Nehemiah that granted him permission to collect some goods and some money and to give him passage to go back to his homeland. It wasn't a decree. It wasn't issued to the kingdom. It wasn't given to anybody other than that one person.
Okay, so that's just a difference of interpretation.
No, it's just a fact. And it's also true that God told you that King Cyrus is the one that's going to rebuild. I'll read that for you because I know you haven't read it. Isaiah 45, I have aroused Cyrus in righteousness, and I will make all of his paths straight. He shall build my city and set my exiles free. Not for price or reward, says the Lord of hosts. So Isaiah says Cyrus is the one who's going to rebuild my city. And then isn't it weird that we have an actual decree from Cyrus in the book of Ezra? And we also see that it's happening when you go to the book of Haggai. He returns to the land and people are actually rebuilding. Ezra 1:5, in the first year of King Cyrus of Persia, to fulfill the word of the Lord, the thing that was prophesied from the mouth of Jeremiah, the Lord stirred up the spirit of King Cyrus of Persia so that he made a proclamation throughout all of his kingdom in writing, saying, Thus saith King Cyrus of Persia, the Lord God of heaven has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Let any among you who are of his people, may their God be with them. Go back to the homeland. King Cyrus did it.
King Denarius did it as well in Ezra 6:1-12.
Oh, he didn't do the same thing. No, he sent Ezra back.
So you're saying in Ezra 7:1-26, the letter of Artaxerxes to Ezra.
Well, you mean Nehemiah?
Wait, hold on. Did I get that mixed up?
There's two things that happen, okay? Nehemiah is sent with a letter, and then Ezra is sent as a priest to go back and teach the law. So those are the two things that you're referring to, and you're getting mixed up. So which one do you want to talk about?
So if we go to, I want Ezra 7, 1 through 26.
Verse 1 all the way through verse 26?
No, Ezra 7, 1 through 20. Well, I guess we can start at like verse 7. Now, after these things, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra. So this is where, I mean, if you want to read through it, this is where he
sends Ezra. Yes, I know. Some of the people of Israel and some of the priests and the Levites, the singers and the gatekeepers and the temple servants also went up to Jerusalem in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes. Why was Ezra sent there? Do you remember the story? Ezra was sent there to teach the law because the people there had lost track of the law of the land and they were living basically without law. And so the king said, this is not good. They need to have a teacher of the law. So then he sends Ezra, a scribe, it says, who was skilled in the law of Moses that the Lord God of Israel has given. The king granted him all that he asked, for the hand of the Lord was upon him. And then he sends Ezra to go and teach them the law. That's all he did. There's no decree here to rebuild the city.
So why? Okay, so let's see. The king granted him all his requests, right? So according to the hand of the Lord of the God is upon him. Some of the children of Israel, the priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers. So I mean, Nehemiah was like super sad and upset, right? Because he wanted to.
This is Ezra. You're reading the wrong book right now.
Rebuild Jerusalem.
You're reading the wrong book. We're in Ezra right now. It's talking about when Ezra gets sent back.
Yeah, Ezra came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, which was in the 7th year of the king on the 1st day. So
this is the sending of Ezra. There's no decree issued to rebuild.
I issue a decree that all those people of Israel and the priests and the Levites in the realm who volunteer to go up to Jerusalem may go with you. Whereas sent by the king, I thought there was like some historical documents where like they were upset because when they sent them, that's what they were rebuilding.
The only thing you're thinking of is probably the narrative from Nehemiah, where Nehemiah goes and there's trouble rebuilding it, rebuilding the wall. That's just the wall. The temple was already being built. The people were already living in paneled houses, according to the book of Haggai.
Yeah, so the temple had been started under Cyrus, right? So they went, but they never finished it.
It was finished, in 516. They started building it in 520. It was finished in 516. Joshua was the first high priest anointed in 516.
Justin, let me ask you this question, and this I'll sort of set aside the notion that without a God you don't have prophecy. There's just prophecy doesn't exist without a God. You need that. But let's set that aside. Let's say, for example, that you, Justin, are in fact a prophet, and you're going to make a prophecy about the next president of the United States. How specific are you going to be with that prophecy? And is that prophecy going to be interpretable in any more than just one way?
Yeah, I mean, I would have been very specific and I would have been very clear.
Well, I do believe if you are very specific and very clear, then you give room for those who you make way for somebody to try to change it or manipulate it or make it happen. And then you would be saying, well,
okay, so vague prophecies would be better.
Yeah, I think it's not necessarily vague, but more concrete to where it's like that's why I feel like Daniel chapter 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, Daniel 11, it slowly expounds upon it. So there's
on the four kingdoms,
you can't say that,
which is not Rome.
Knew exactly what it was. So they self-fulfilled the prophecy because they knew what it was, and they did it to make it fit type of a
Well,
scenario,
Daniel wasn't
right?
self-fulfilled prophecy. Daniel was writing about events in the past. All the stuff that Daniel was writing about was stuff that already happened.
No, I believe that it's I just don't.
I know,
it to be that way.
I know, and you're wrong every time.
I mean, we can agree to disagree on that.
There's zero reason whatsoever to take your interpretation of Daniel. There's no textual evidence. There's no historical evidence.
So if I were to interpret what I read in Daniel chapter 7, right? When I read in Daniel chapter 7, the papacy fitting every single one of those
It
9
doesn't.
identifying marks. Well,
All you're doing is endorsing. You're just practicing pareidolia. You're saying, look, I already have this presupposition that the papacy is this evil thing that the Bible prophesied about. Can I find any links between the papacy and something in this book? Of course you can. But you could do the same thing for anything, like any evil entity that ruled for 1,000 years. I could do the same thing with North Korea. I could just insert North Korea in here.
If you go through all of the points, it hits every single one.
It doesn't.
Uprooted 3 when it came to power.
No, I didn't.
Yes, it did. It uprooted the Hurlai, the Ostrogoths, and the Vandals.
No, that happened much later.
If we're talking about if we're looking at it from the perspective that I had said that the divided nation, the divided Rome, where you had the Visigoths, the Anglo-Saxons, the Franks, there's 10 of them.
Yeah, and
so you had the Visigoths,
that happened much later. Rome's rise. None of those superpowers had to be defeated for Rome to come to power.
Well, Rome wasn't defeated; it was divided.
No, I'm saying you said when Rome came to power. None of those people came to attack Rome when they rose to power.
No, I said when the papacy when he rose to power.
I don't care. The final kingdom
is
labeled as Greece.
It says there would be a little horn that rose up out of the 10.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And who are the 10? The Visigoths, the Anglo-Saxons, the Franks.
Wrong.
The Lombards.
Wrong.
There's 10 of them.
No, there's not.
Is there?
There's
So
not.
none of those existed?
None of those kingdoms have anything to do with Daniel chapter 9. The horns are clearly the horns are people.
If you see, well, that's your interpretation. It
No,
says that
because the one horn is uttering blasphemies.
Yeah, that's a
Which is Antiochus, which is exactly what he does. If you read the actual Jewish history, Antiochus is the one. He's the arrogant horn that's uttering blasphemies, who decimates the temple and puts the desolating sacrilege in the temple. Have you bothered to read any Jewish history?
Okay, have you bothered to look at it from my perspective?
I have, and you're wrong. I was a Christian for 2 decades, and I learned better. I know better now. I used to believe the nonsense that you believe. I don't believe it anymore. Let me just read from you, First Maccabees. Okay, this is what actually happened according to the Jewish people, the same people who wrote the book of Daniel. Okay. It says.
I don't believe that, by the way, but I'll let you believe
You don't think the Jewish people wrote the book of Maccabees?
I believe that the book of Daniel was written by Daniel in 6th century.
I'm talking about Maccabees.
Okay, so go ahead and read.
The book of Maccabees was written by the Jewish people roughly the same time period that the book of Daniel was written. And there's no evidence that Daniel was written prior to the 2nd century. It's written in Hasmonean Hebrew. It's written in a form of Hebrew that didn't exist until the Greeks fell. It's ridiculous. Okay, so it says here in the book of Maccabees, it says of the conquering, Daniel chapter 9, 2 years later, the king sent to the cities of Judah a chief collector of tribute, and he came to Jerusalem with a large force. Deceitfully, he spoke peaceable words to them, and they believed him, but suddenly fell ill upon the city and dealt a severe blow to it and destroyed many of the people of Israel. So now we've got the Grecian king, Antiochus, who came and dealt ill. And how is he described? It says in verse 24, talking to them, he went into his own land and shed much blood, and he spoke with arrogance. And then what did he do while he was there? Verse 39, her sanctuary became desolate like a desert. Her feasts were turned into mourning. Her Sabbaths were a reproach, her honor to contempt. And what else did he do? Verse 54, now on the 15th day of Kislev, on the 140th year, they erected a desolating sacrilege on the altar of burnt offering. All this stuff was predicted in Daniel chapter 9, but it wasn't really a prediction. He was just retelling history. The same thing the book of Maccabees is doing.
I don't know what the book of Maccabees is. I don't necessarily subscribe to I don't know that's why I would listen to the book of Maccabees.
Because the book of Maccabees was written by the same coalition of people that copied the book of Daniel. It was written in the same damn time period.
But it's not in the Holy Bible. It's
it
not
is
in the Catholic Bible. Isn't that Catholicism?
It's in every Bible. It's just not in the Bibles that were printed after the 1900s.
Did it come from Catholicism? The same people that we're identifying as the beast here?
It came from the Jews.
Okay, I don't believe in the book of Maccabees. It's not part
But
of
you should study your history, because the book of the Maccabees was included in every canon, even the Christian canon, all of them, and it was even included in the King James Bible.
It was included in the King James Bible? No, it was not included in the King James. Let me Google that. I don't think it was in the King James.
Sure as hell is. I've got a King James Bible right here from 1823.
A Catholic Bible?
No, it's a King James Bible. I've got two of them right here. Both of them from the 1800s. See, this one's not my King James. Let me grab my King James. Here we go. Holy Bible, the Old and New Testament with Apocrypha, published 1823. It's a King James Bible. Sorry, I can't really maneuver it the same way.
Let me see. The story of Maccabees is not part of the Jewish Bible, but it's included in some Christian Bibles. I don't
it's included in every single Bible that we have that the early church used. The early church used the Greek Septuagint. The primary manuscripts are the Alexandrinus and the Sinaiticus. Both of those included the apocryphal texts, which is why all of the early Christians included these texts in their canon. It wasn't until Jerome was the very first person in the early church that even questioned why these things were included. And he only questioned it, not because the Christians wanted him to question it, but because he went back and talked to a bunch of Jewish people because his Hebrew wasn't very good. So he got training in Hebrew from actual Hebrew rabbis. And while he was training with those Hebrew rabbis, he learned that they didn't hold all of the Apocrypha to be the same level of authority. And he said, that's kind of weird that us Christians do. Isn't that kind of a weird thing? And so he's the only one in the early church that ever raised any alarm bells about the Apocrypha. For 400 years, everybody in the Christian church not only quoted from the Apocrypha, they preached from it, they called it scripture, and they even referred to it. Justin Martyr even refers to it as a main source of prophecy about Jesus.
So what about 3rd Kings and 4th Kings and all of that other stuff? Is that in there as well?
Yeah. That's just a different division of the books. They're the same books.
Okay, so it wasn't in the Jewish canons?
No, it wasn't part of the official Jewish canon. It was part of the official Christian canon.
So I thought you were. So first you were quoting from the Jewish, and now you're saying, I don't know, I'm a little confused with that. But
yeah, because the Maccabees was written by the Jews. It's a historical text that the Jewish people kept. I didn't say it was part of their canon. It's part of their history.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they got it right. I mean, that doesn't mean that it was inspired word of God. You know what I mean?
Well, the Bible is not inspired word of God. Why do I care?
Well, I believe it is, but I believe the book of Maccabees is not inspired. So that there's a conflict there for me.
Well, we've already demonstrated that Daniel's not true.
Yeah, but you were using the book of Maccabees to go against what I was saying in what I call the Holy Scriptures. So that doesn't really fit. So when I think of blasphemy, I'm thinking of the definitions by which the Scriptures given.
All right, somebody's microphone's really fucking up. Hold on. That was you, Volsi. Well, I got to mute you for a second, Volsi. Your microphone's going crazy.
So
it won't stay muted. There you go.
Okay. So,
Okay,
so
mom life.
can I
So
explain
let
what I
me help
believe
you
real
understand.
quick?
I already know what you believe. I was a
Well,
Christian for 20 years.
okay.
So
So what do I believe blasphemy is? If you know
I
what I
don't care
believe.
about blasphemy. We're talking about Daniel.
Well,
Okay, so
but it's really important.
it's not
because,
important. I'm trying to help
Well,
you to
it's-
understand that the book of Maccabees is a history book. And as it turns out, the events that Daniel is recording, pretending to be prophecy, shows up in history. And that history was recorded by the people who experienced it. Do you understand why I'm referring to Maccabees? I'm not saying that you should believe it's scripture. I'm saying that the people who experienced the events Daniel was talking about wrote it down. They said that they experienced it. Joseph, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sorry I didn't get to it sooner. Joseph says, ever deconstructed a loved one, and if so, how? Mom is a devout Catholic. Any argument I make is just shunned off as devil speaking through me. Yeah, Joseph, here's the thing. Don't deconstruct your loved ones. No prophet is ever honored in his hometown. Let your family believe what they want to believe. They'll never believe anything you have to say.
I'm not Catholic, by the way.
We're not talking about you.
Oh, sorry.
We're quite aware because you can't see accuracy through your hate of Catholicism.
I don't hate Catholicism, but
Sounds like
it
you
fits
do.
the point.
It doesn't
Well,
fit.
well, when it says that it would blasphemy in the New Testament was described as they told Jesus he was blasphemy when he claimed to be God, and they told Jesus he was blasphemy when he said he can forgive sins. There's only one person on earth that has any kind of significant power that says, "Hey, you can come to me and I can forgive your sins," and they also claim to be God on earth. So that fits the blasphemy.
Yeah, Jesus was a blasphemer. I agree.
Okay, well, but what I'm saying is, according to the prophecies, it says that this power would blasphemy, and so it fits that point.
And he
It
did.
also says-
Antiochus Epiphanes did. Do you know what the name Epiphanes means?
but it also says that
Do you know what the name Epiphanes means?
No, what is Epiphanies?
It means God manifest. He called himself Antiochus God manifest. And he issued a decree to the Jews to set up an idol in the temple. He is the blasphemer that's talked about in Daniel. He's the one, Daniel chapter 9, where it says that they cut off sacrifices and offerings for half a week. Literally exactly what he did.
Where's he from?
He's from Greece.
He's from Greece.
Yes, he's from the broken Grecian Empire. He's one of the horns.
But so see, that doesn't fit with me for history because I believe it's Rome. And
I know,
divided-
and you're
Rome
wrong.
divided into
You're
two
wrong. It's
territories.
not Rome. It's Greece.
But Rome still fits because it did divide into two territories.
Rome doesn't
yes or
fit
no?
because the fourth kingdom is listed as Greece in the book. The book calls it Greece.
No, that's your interpretation of it.
No,
doesn't call
it literally says Greece. It uses the name of the kingdom.
It doesn't say the fourth kingdom is Greece. No,
It does, yes. On two different prophecies, we've already read them twice now, where
It doesn't
the
say
final final kingdom is Greece.
The thing is when you're talking about when you go to chapter 8, it's not talking about when you go to chapter 8, you're already starting at the second of the four.
There's multiple prophecies, and all of them end in four kingdoms, and the fourth kingdom is listed as Greece.
So you're saying so Greece makes sense and it fits the 10 toes. What is that?
Greece makes sense because it fits everything in Daniel, and it fits the actual history of the Jewish people from what was happening in the time period that it was written. Do you understand that the prophecies in Daniel that we're reading were written in a form of Hebrew that was instituted directly after the Greek Empire was overthrown? That this wasn't the form of Hebrew that they spoke during the Aramaic period.
Okay, well, some linguistics would argue that linguistically it does fit.
It doesn't. Name one.
So the Aramaic and the Hebrew, right? But you also have the absence of the Greek loanwords. They say,
No.
some of the scholars point to the Greek loanwords as
No.
evidence of a later date.
No, there's
So-
tons of Greek transliterations and loanwords in the book of Daniel.
So parts of Daniel were
In fact-
written in Aramaic, right?
John J. Collins documents them. Have you bothered to read an actual academic commentary? I don't think you have. Read an actual academic commentary, and they're going to disagree with every one of your bad talking points.
How do I know that they're credible?
Because John J. Collins is the guy that gets cited in every other commentary. You find any other commentary on the book. Stop talking. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer it. Every other commentary that is published on the book of Daniel is going to be quoting from John J. Collins. He is the premier scholar on this topic. Find any scholar that has an education in this field, and they will all tell you that John J. Collins is the guy. And if you don't believe me, I'll be more than happy to hook you up with my Bible professors, and they'll tell you the same thing.
Okay, so part of the book was written in Hebrew, right?
Most of it.
Which was... So you have it written in Aramaic and in Hebrew.
Most of it was written in Hasmonean Hebrew.
But there was some of it written in Aramaic.
Very small portions were written in Aramaic.
So...
And you know there's Greek fragments as well? Do you know that parts of it was written in Greek? Do you know that we found... So this is the biggest problem with Daniel. Daniel is a growing tradition. Daniel was added to and modified for hundreds of years. Even among the Dead Sea Scrolls, we've got additional Daniel narratives that are written in Greek that somehow didn't make it into the original Daniel, because Daniel is a fictional character that they just kept adding to.
Okay, so if, I don't know, you just can't convince me in my brain that it's not the way historically I mean, after reading all of the history.
Read a real commentary. Read a real commentary from an actual academic, and they'll give you all the resources you need to undo your brainwashing.
I mean, even the Grecian Empire represented as the third kingdom with a leopard with
It's
four
not
wings.
the third kingdom. It's the fourth kingdom.
See, I see. So you're saying the first kingdom, which would be Babylon, which
Babylon,
is the lion,
Media,
and then you have the
Persia,
bear. And so
then Greece.
Okay, so the leopard with four heads, you're saying is Greece?
I'm saying that there are four kingdoms, and the last kingdom is always Greece.
I want to
Okay,
touch.
so who's the lion?
I have no idea. I'm telling you that all four kingdoms are
What do you mean you have
Babylon,
no idea?
because I don't know which order it comes in. I'm not looking at the text right now. There are four kingdoms, and it's Babylon,
chapter 7.
Media,
Can we go over-
Persia, and Greece. Rome
what
is
about Daniel
never
chapter
mentioned.
7?
Greece is mentioned.
Daniel chapter 7. Can we go over it?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're reading
What part you
Daniel
wanna read?
chapter 7, there's four beasts.
Yep. It's Babylon, Media,
Okay.
Persia, and Greece every time.
Okay, so then you're saying
I'm saying you're
that
wrong.
The lion. Okay, I hear you. So, all right. So it says that there's four beasts. You've got the lion, the bear, and you have the leopard, and then you have the horrible monster with iron teeth and 10 horns. That's the fourth one, right?
Greece. Yep.
So that's Greece.
Yep.
But so we've got four. We've got the lion. Who's that?
You tell me. Who do you want to be?
Babylon. Well, it's Babylon.
Obviously.
Okay. And then you have the bear.
Yep. Media.
Okay. Then you have the leopard.
Yep. Greece. Do you know why those are depictions of those two kingdoms?
Yes, I do.
Why? Why are those the two
Because-
depictions of Media and then Persia?
So it's the bear is raised because it's represented by a bear.
Yeah.
Right.
Why is the
And
bear representative of Media?
Well, I think it's Medo-Persian, but okay.
It's not.
Okay.
Do you know how the Medes conquered?
You tell me why.
Yeah, because the Median Empire didn't actually walk in and go to war and conquer anybody. The Median Empire had a slow westward march, and they just sauntered on into Babylon and kind of took it over. And they didn't really even fight for it. And then with lightning speed, the Persians came behind them and conquered both of them. It happened almost overnight. The Media Empire lasted for a short period of time before it was taken over by the Persians.
And the Persians became stronger,
Yeah.
which is why I believe it's raised up on one side. Why the bear is raised up on one side. And that's why I believe the horn in Daniel chapter 8, one grew taller than the other one.
Mhm.
And then you had the Grecian Empire, which is Alexander the Great,
Yep, that's the fourth king.
which is why the leopard had 4 heads, because it was divided amongst his 4 generals, right? And then you have what I'm going to call Rome.
Rome's
The
not
fourth
mentioned.
kingdom.
The fourth. You just told me the fourth
there's
kingdom. The fourth kingdom was Greece. You said it. It came out of your mouth. Alexander. He ruled over Greece.
No, because it said, no. If
You're
you read in
wrong
Daniel
every
chapter
time.
7, no, because in Daniel chapter 7, there's the 4 beasts. You have
Yep.
the lion,
Babylon.
you have the bear,
Yep.
then you
Media.
have the leopard,
Persia.
and then you have the last beast that had 10 horns.
Greece.
Pagan Rome.
Greece.
Which fit? Pagan Rome.
Greece.
So what do the 10 horns represent of Greece? How does that fit Greece? But that's only 3 then if it's Greece.
Greece was split into many different territories. Are you aware?
That's only 3. It says there's 4. So why are you saying Greece? That's 3.
But I'll just read it for you.
The
I know
Bible says
reading's
there's
difficult
4.
for some people. Which part do you want to
The
read?
Bible says there's 4.
Which part you want to read?
Just read chapter 7, Daniel chapter 7.
Fantastic. I don't know why you have to waste my time when you could just read an actual academic commentary. So the first year of King Belshazzar of Babylon, which he was never king, first line number 1, Daniel had a dream and visions in his head as he lay in bed. And they wrote down the dream. I, Daniel, saw in my vision by night 4 winds of heaven stirring up the great sea, and 4 great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. That's Babylon. Then, as I watched, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand like 2 feet, like a human being, and a human mind was given to it. Another beast appeared as a second one, Media, and it looked like a bear. It was raised up on one side, had 3 tusks in its mouth among its teeth, and was told, rise and devour many bodies. After this, I watched, and another appeared like a leopard. That's Persia. The beast had 4 wings of a bird on its back and 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. After this, I saw in visions by night a 4th beast. That's Greece. Terrifying and dreadful and exceedingly strong. And it had great iron teeth and was devouring, breaking into pieces and stamping what was left with its feet. And it was different from all the beasts that preceded it, and it had 10 horns. I was considering the horns when another horn appeared, a little one that came up among them. 3 of the original horns were plucked up before it. There were eyes like human eyes. Let me ask you something. It says that this horn had a mouth speaking arrogantly.
Mm-hmm.
Which Antiochus was this one? Do you know what his number was?
What?
Antiochus the 4th.
Okay.
Antiochus the 4th was the one who spoke arrogantly, which is why we read in Maccabees that Antiochus the 4th came through and spoke arrogantly and blasphemy.
So read 21 and 22.
All right. Oh, you want to skip all this?
Just keep reading because Antiochus can't fit the next few parts. So go ahead.
Well, you skipped the whole thing. I don't even know if he's still talking about Antiochus.
Okay. So
as I watched, thrones were set in place, and this is Daniel chapter 7. So yeah, this is supposed to be the end of Greece, which didn't happen. Okay. And I watched because the noise of the arrogant words that the horn was speaking, and as I watched, the beast was put to death, and its body destroyed and given over to be burned with fire. As for the rest of the beasts, their dominion was taken away, but their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. As I watched in the night vision, I saw one like a human being. Of course, this is what Jesus thought he was going to do. He thought he was going to get the kingdom.
Wait, hold on. Did you, what chapter? You're at 7, what verse?
I'm in 7, and this is the fall of Antiochus now. He's dead. He dies.
What verse are you in, though? Because
I just read 9.
21. Oh, you're not. Okay, we're not even there yet.
Yeah. So, according to the narrative, the Greek Empire falls, Antiochus is killed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is now after the fall of the Greek Empire, in which the kingdom was supposed to be handed over now to the everlasting kingdom, which didn't actually happen. That's why all critical scholars agree that this was written probably during the Maccabean revolt, and they were talking about events that were happening at their time, and they expected that when they were finally done with the Greek Empire, they would be over with all of their being dominioned by other people.
Okay.
Now, in 15...
So they got it wrong because this is actually talking about the end of the last days.
No, they got it completely right.
It tells you.
It's not the last days. They thought they were in the last days. They thought the promises God was near, and it didn't come through. And so what happened is, this is the strength of my position, why your position is shitty. Because I can, as an atheist, look at this and say, oh, it's just a failed prophecy. It didn't come true. You have to cope and say, oh my God, it didn't come true. So now I have to reinterpret everything in here, even though there's no evidence for my interpretation. I have to reinterpret everything because I can't admit that this is a failed prophecy.
No, I can go back and say, oh, actually, they were wrong because Rome hadn't rose to power yet. They didn't know. It wasn't.
I know.
They
didn't know.
able to see
I know.
Rome divided into the 10.
Yes, because they're not prophets. I know.
So they didn't know that. So they weren't living during the time when Rome was divided into 10 regions.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Rome wasn't. So you're lying again. Rome
Well,
wasn't
so
divided.
Maccabees-
Rome wasn't divided into 10 regions.
Yes.
No, it absolutely was not.
Rome was not divided into 10 territories.
No.
How did the fall? Was there a fall of Rome?
Oh, Rome definitely did fall. But it was gradual.
To who? Who did it? It was gradual, and it was divided up into 10
No,
territories.
it was
That's
not.
historical. Okay, what happened to Rome?
It fell just like every other empire.
To who? It didn't fall to anybody, just like
It,
the Bible
it
says.
basically fell to the Turks.
It didn't fall to the Turks.
Yes, it fell during the Reformation area, in the Reformation area, because of the westward expansion of the Turks and the breakup of the Holy Roman Empire under the force of the Reformation churches that are forming and were leaving Europe because they no longer wanted to be part of the church. The Holy Roman Empire didn't break up until the Reformation period, but it didn't break up into 10 different sections.
So we don't have Spain, England, France, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Portugal. Those don't exist.
Yeah, but they have nothing to do with the Holy Roman Empire.
That is that where Rome was? Was that all of Rome? Was that who was
all of Europe? All of Europe was considered under the Roman Empire.
Exactly. And
yes,
what happened?
and how many countries are in Europe?
Okay, there's how many?
More than 10.
7. Why is there only 7? Oh, because when the papacy came to power, he uprooted 3: the Heruli, the Ostrogoths, and the Vandals.
There are 44 countries in Europe.
Okay, you have Spain, England, France, Germany, Switzerland,
44.
Italy, Portugal is what it
44.
broken down into.
Right. 44. Okay. So the prophecy is not about the Holy Roman Empire. The prophecy is about the Greek Empire. It tells you it's about the Greek Empire. It lists the Greek Empire as being the fourth empire. There's not a single reference in here to Rome. Not one.
And really quick, Justin, let me just come back to this. I want to touch on this. Aside from, again, the fact that without a God, there's no such thing as prophecy. Prophecy is not real without a God. But if I set that aside, okay, if we go back into Daniel chapter 11, Mom, you said earlier that we can't be too specific, because they can work against it. And yet the text itself speaks directly against this, because the text itself mentions very specifically Persia, Greece, and many things that theoretically could be worked to be stopped. And yet this alleged deity, Yahweh, puts very specifically Persia and Greece, and yet conveniently leaves out Rome.
Yeah. The text specifically mentions Greece as the final kingdom, which coincides perfectly with what we know from the actual textual evidence when it was most likely written. We have no reason to insert a Rome in here. There's no evidence for it other than you can't handle the fact. You can't handle the fact that it's just a failed prophecy. You're just coping.
You can't handle the fact that God predicted that Rome would be split up into 10 and that one power would rise up.
It didn't say that, though. It didn't say that Rome was going to be split into 10.
It doesn't specifically
Mom, Rome didn't split up into 10. When Rome fell, the Western Empire fell, and the Byzantine Empire still succeeded. So there was the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire. Only the Western part failed. and the eastern part continue to thrive. It split into two. It split into 10.
Yep.
And that's documented in history. You can't say that's wrong. It's documented that the Byzantine Empire continued to thrive after Western Rome fell. So it split into two, not 10. And then the Holy Roman Empire itself was an amalgamation of like 20 or 30 or 100 principalities. It was extremely complex, which is why Europe was in chaos for centuries because of that.
So there was the Roman Empire wasn't 10 kingdoms then.
2.
So we didn't have. So what's the Alami, the Franks, the Burgundies, the Burgundians, the Vandals, the Suevi, the Visigoths, the Saxons, and the Ostrogoths?
They're not anything to do with Rome. In fact, you just named
Those
two.
were their-
You just named two.
that-
You just named two
so-
of the Germanic tribes.
Okay, so the Roman Empire wasn't what? Go Google the Roman Empire. What was it?
It was
Just
divided
Google it.
into
What is
two kingdoms, just like he said. The division of the Roman Empire was divided by the East and the West.
Okay, so just Google the 10 kingdoms of Rome.
Are they going to be in a history
what it has
book,
to
or are they
say.
going to be in some pseudo history book?
I don't know. Go look and tell me.
All right, we'll look up her pseudo history here. Also, Tippy Tappy Tutor, thank you for the $2 super chat. Really enjoying the show. We're glad you're here. All right, let's find an actual kingdom or actual history for this. Funny, nothing comes up except for really bad Bible websites. The Adventist Watchman, DanielProphecy.org. None of them are actually historical websites. Isn't that weird? BibleProphecyWritten.com. It's almost like you don't know how to do actual research, that you just Google stuff and you're willing to believe anything that's listed on Google.
Not even Google Scholar. My life is seeing this through room-colored glasses.
Yeah. There's not 10 kingdoms of Rome.
Justin, really quick, let's try this. Let's say that you're a prophet and you're going to prophesy, you're going to make a prophecy that can't be worked against and can't be stopped by any human being, but that is very specific. Go.
Wait, say that again?
Because I'm responding to Mom saying that we can't have prophecies too specific because then people can work against it. But that's just not true. So
I mean, that's just
let's say you're a
that's me.
prophet.
That's my theory. I'm not saying that's fact. I'm just
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm just telling you, it's demonstrably. Justin can think of a prophecy right now, if he was a prophet, that could not be stopped by any human being, and yet it would be very, very specific, which just contradicts the idea of the Bible. It has to be vague. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. All the very clear prophecies in the Bible, I'm willing to bet Mom would say is,
Wait, say that
that's,
again?
That's for another time.
Wait, say it again, Justin. I
So
didn't hear you.
all the actual clear prophecies in the Bible about the Messianic age, I'm willing to bet if I read them, you're going to say, "Oh no, that's not for when it said it was. That's for thousands of years later."
Yeah, I don't study those ones. This is the prophecy that I study. These are the prophecies that I study that
Daniel?
gave me the conclusion. Daniel, and along with Revelation and what's going to happen in the end time with.
Well, Revelation's just a
where
failed
we're at.
prophecy for the first century.
So basically, I parallel the book of Daniel with Revelation and where we stand today.
Why?
And I have
None of it came true.
The beast coming up out of dry land as the United States of America.
No,
making an
the
image
beast
unto
is
the
Nero.
first beast. So well, let me just tell you what you can tell me I'm wrong. I don't care, but I'll just tell you what my interpretation is and what I've learned it to be. So you have the beast that rises up out of the sea, which I believe was the papacy, and then you have that which received a deadly wound, which was the French Revolution when
Nero.
Berthier took him captive, right? And that deadly wound is slowly healing even up into this day. And the United States is the beast that rises up out of dry land, which is going to make an image under the first beast. And that image is they're going to basically rule the same way Rome did, which we will not have in the United States any longer a separation of church and state, which we can kind of see the political landscape already moving towards that. So when it says that the United States would make an image like under the first beast, that was the image of the first beast. They were a It was the papal power which ruled by, forcing their religion upon the people. And the United States is eventually going to move in that direction. And you have all of your Christian churches here that are basically considered the daughter churches of the papacy, right? Because you have so I see as most of our Christian churches here in the United States are apostate Christianity. That's going to basically clasp hands again with the papacy. And that's the way I view prophecy. And it's going to get pretty bad. And the true believers of Jesus Christ are going to be persecuted. And it's going to get pretty crazy. And my belief and the way I interpret it is that Satan himself is literally going to impersonate Jesus Christ coming back. And that is when it says the whole world marvels after the beast. That's when that takes place. Because for an atheist, seeing is believing. And when they see Satan interpreting Jesus Christ coming back, they're going to be like, oh, dang, there's Jesus. But it's not Jesus, it's Satan. That's my interpretation. That's my whole thing.
All right.
That's it.
And here's why you're wrong. Because the beast is a human being, and it says that it's a human being. It says that the name of the beast, or the number for its name, this calls for wisdom. Let anyone who understands calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a person.
Yeah, the papacy. His name is Via.
Wrong. It's not. The number of the beast is 666, which comes out to Neron Kaiser. Nero Kaiser, the Caesar. Nero is the beast. And it's also true that if you read the Latin manuscripts say 616. You want to know why that is?
Why?
Because the Latinized spelling of Nero drops the final noon, and it becomes 616 when you do Hebrew gematria on it. So both of our traditions, in Greek and Hebrew, understood that this was a reference to Nero Kaiser. And it's also true that the rumor about Nero was that he was mortally wounded and that he was revived from his wound and he was coming back to persecute the Christians and the Jews. This rumor was so well spread, so well known, that it even shows up in the Sibylline oracles, and it's written about in Tacitus. It's also written about in Suetonius and Cassius Dio and the other Roman historians. It was so popular that the Roman government had to start executing imposters pretending to be the resurrected Nero. So everything in here is just about the Nero Revivitus legend.
So I have Vicaris Filia Dei, which is what the Pope's name is, what he calls himself, basically the Vicar of God. And if you look at the Roman numerals of that, it's 666.
It's not.
Did you hear? Have you looked it up?
Yeah. Do you know Hebrew gematria?
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you that's what I have interpreted as.
Do you know how Hebrew gematria works?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'll show you.
I just know you could fit the papacy with his name into that.
You can't.
Well,
okay, so this is how Hebrew gematria works. The individual letters have numbers. Now, in the original Greek manuscripts, you had to do a little bit of transcribing. So it would be Greek letters that transcribed into Hebrew. Same with Latin. You would transcribe the Latin numerals into Hebrew, and then you would do your gematria. And what you have here is Neron Kaiser in Hebrew. And this comes out to 666. I did the gematria on this myself. I made this image. You can do the same thing with the Latin spelling. The Latin spelling, which is Nero Kaiser, comes out to 616, which is why all of the Latin manuscripts literally say 616 instead of 606. Now, I want to know, whoever you're talking about, does the Hebrew gematria on his name come out to 616?
Why does it got to be the Hebrew gematria?
Because it's done in Hebrew. That's how the calculation works.
Why can't you do it in Roman numerals?
Because it was written in Greek, and the Hebrew gematria was being written to Jewish-speaking people, Hebrew-speaking people. They knew what gematria was.
But they're already they're not living in the last days like we are. So
okay, then show me where this person's name comes out to 616 using Roman numerals.
I see it as 666, right? So you're saying 616, not 666?
There's both. In the Latin manuscripts, they say 616. In the Greek manuscripts, they say 666. Because both of them end up pointing to Nero Caesar.
So the Pope's name is Vicar of the Son of God. That's what they call. That's what he calls himself. And in Latin, it's. I put it in the chat. I don't know if you can see it, but I don't know how to pronounce it right. Vicarious Filia Dei or something like that.
Vicarious Filii Dei.
Filii Dei.
Mm-hmm.
So when you add up the Roman numerals to that, it's 666. So that
Why?
works for me.
Why would they be using Roman numerals when Hebrew gematria was a firmly
It's
established
Latin.
tradition within the people that the text was written to? Nobody in this time period was using Roman numerals to refer to people's names, but we have many
but it wasn't
instances of people using
but it
Hebrew
wasn't for
gematria.
them.
It
Because
was.
it wasn't for them,
It was.
right?
Yeah, it was.
But it
It
says
was
that
written. It
seal
was
up
written
this
to the
book.
early Jewish Christians.
No, God told Daniel, seal up the book. This is for the time of the end.
This is not Daniel. It's Revelation.
Okay, it's for the time of the end. It's for end time.
Yes, and they all thought Daniel thought it was happening after the overthrow of the Greeks.
Yeah, but this is
The book of Revelation thought it was happening after the overthrow of the Romans. Both of them failed. Both Daniel and Revelation are just failed prophecies, and what you're doing is you're engaging in advanced cope for failed prophecies.
Okay, so if we see the United States going in the direction that I just said, and you see that happen right before your eyes, and it's because it is, my prophecy's still lining up.
No, it's not.
You're seeing it through confirmation bias. You have a filter through which you are looking for data and information, and when you think it might line up, you're stacking it in there.
If I would have told you that we would not have separation of church and state 30, 40 years ago, and that the United States is going to become this way, if I told you what the political landscape to, you'd be like, no way, you're crazy. But yet we see it right here before our eyes.
We're not seeing anything come true from Revelation. Revelation is failed prophecy for the first century, which is
The
why
United States is
in the book of
definitely-
Revelation, it says over and over again that this prophecy is near. You need to hold strong, hold out, because it's happening imminently.
Yeah, I interpret it differently. I see
Right.
it as
I know the words never have meanings to you people. I know. It's
the
also
United States
it's also true
is gonna
that
be a theocracy.
Vicarious Filii Dei is not a name or a title of the Pope. Where did you read that Vicar of the Son of God was a name for the Pope?
Catholic.com.
I'm literally looking at Catholic.com and they say they disagree.
Let me see. They have it in their encyclicals.
I'm looking at it right now. Catholic.com literally says Vicarious Filii Dei is not one of the Pope's titles.
Well, they're going to say that
Oh, right, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to say that
So
now.
I
but
went to 12
yes,
years
they
of
do.
Catholic school, and you know who I learned the title of the Pope was? I was told that the title of the Pope was the Vicar of Christ, which is why you read here, the closest title is the Vicar of Jesus Christ. But even traditionally in Catholic texts, it doesn't even say the Vicar of Jesus Christ. It just says the Vicar of Christ. And
Which is the Son of God.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. The Roman numerals don't add up.
Well, if you say Vicar, Son of God in Latin, Vicarus Filii Dei, I don't know. I guess
It's not the same title. That title was never applied to
Not-
the Pope. See, this is the problem. You read things on the internet and you believe things without even double checking.
So his title is not Vicar of Christ.
It's Vicar of Christ, which doesn't add
Okay,
up
and
to 666, like you said.
can
Also,
you
thank
say
you so much, iReactor, for the super chat. Thank you for the $6.66.
Christ-
666 stands
Christ
for a
and-
post hoc ergo propter hoc. I know that's a good one. I forgot
So
who made that
Christ-
up, but
So Christ and Son of God.
Mom,
are
I
the
just
same
want
thing?
to let you know real quick here that every time you talk while I'm talking, you're going to be recorded forever on YouTube, and my mic is louder than yours, which means every time you say something while I'm talking, no one will ever hear you. They'll only ever hear you mumbling in the background of me talking. So every time you do it, you've wasted your own breath. You're welcome to do it as much as you want. I love it when people talk over me. You can talk over me as much as you want. I'm just letting you know that no one will ever hear what you say.
Okay, can I talk?
Yeah.
So is Son of God and Christ the same?
Do they come out to the same Roman numerals?
I'm just asking if they're the same.
They're roughly equivalent in meaning. Are they roughly equivalent in Roman numerals? Because you're making an argument that the Roman numerals add up to 666.
So can I interchange them?
No.
Or no? Okay, so I can't interchange Son of God and Christ as the same thing.
It's always the same. Words don't have meanings. That's not a title used of the Pope.
Okay, so his title is not son of his title is not vicar of Christ.
His title
Christ
is
doesn't-
vicar of Christ. His title is not vicar of the Son of God.
And Christ doesn't mean son of God. Okay.
So you're just playing bananagrams with the titles of the Pope. I can play bananagrams too. In fact, if you give me a whole bucket full of letters, I bet I could find something about moms being the Antichrist too. The anagrams is not the way to read biblical prophecies.
I'm just saying son of God and Christ are the same.
Yeah, but they don't equal the same thing numerically.
Justin, I want to bring up another thing really quick that's kind of standing out to me that hasn't been touched on. In multiple times here in the past hour, Mom has mentioned this word, fits. It fits, it fits, it fits, it fits, right? I think there's an elephant in the room here. It doesn't matter because any person's quote unquote personal interpretation can be made to fit any book or data. I don't care if quote unquote it fits. I care if it's accurate.
Okay.
Yeah. When you have vague prophecies like in Revelation and Daniel, you can find just about anything that'll fit. That's how vague prophecies thrive.
I'm going to say that the U.S. is going to become a theocracy, and I'm going to tell you that I got that prophecy from the Bible, and that's been being preached since like 1844. That same exact message. So if it comes to pass, it's pretty incredible.
It's not incredible at all. Not only will it not come to pass, but if it happens, then the people that gets into power next will just undo it.
Okay.
I mean, imagine I'm the one who comes along and says there's going to be wars and rumors of wars.
I mean, that's vague. That's super vague.
Yeah, which is exactly what your New Testament says. It doesn't mean shit.
Well, we're pretty close. I'd say the people chose Barabbas, and we're getting close. I'm just saying.
That's not a prophecy. There's a prophecy about Barabbas.
I didn't say it was. I'm just paralleling the times.
Sure. Do you think that Jesus fulfilled any messianic prophecies, or is he going to wait till he comes back to fulfill them all?
Do I think that No, I believe that he fulfilled them, but I've heard all your arguments on it, and I'm not as well versed in it as you, Justin, so I can't battle you on that. That's fine. So you can.
Okay.
I just wanted to. I have a very different interpretation of the Book of Daniel. I think different than most of the Christian world as well. It's
different than all of the scholars. All of the scholars agree with me.
Yeah, I think they got it wrong. I'll be honest with you.
I know.
And
Yes.
so far,
I'm sorry. What are your credentials again? I forgot.
I don't have credentials in
YouTube. Right. That's right. YouTube. Okay. Just checking.
But I mean it makes sense in my brain. So yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't need it to make sense in your brain. I just that's how I see it. So.
Okay.
Hey, Mom, can I ask you a question, Mom?
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever heard of the Rastafari religion?
Rastafari?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, but I've kind of heard of it.
Yeah, according to the Rastafari religion, Emperor Haile Selassie was the second coming of Christ, and they have a whole bunch of verses in the Bible that make that fit. Are they correct because it fits?
Well, if it's coherent throughout all of Scripture, possibly.
Okay, so Haile Selassie, the emperor of Ethiopia, the one that died like about 50 to 60 years ago, he was the second coming of Christ. So are you going to convert to Rastafari?
Well, if I were to study it and I was convicted to study it and look into it, possibly.
Yeah, just listen to all of Bob Marley's albums. He explains it very well.
Are you Rastafarian?
No, I follow more of Haitian Vodou, but you can go ahead and listen to all of Bob Marley's albums. You can research Rastafari. They make everything fit that Haile Selassie was the second coming of Christ. So are you going to believe that just because it quote unquote fits?
If it lines up, I mean, the way I do it is I look at it if it aligns up with history. I mean, yeah, if they make it fit, they make it fit, but it's got to fit 100%.
Okay, but
I see this fitting 100%, so I haven't found any errors in it yet.
Well, we just
haven't
pointed
found
out
anything
several errors. Okay, never mind.
I mean, I think he pointed out differences. I think there's other scholars that would disagree with Justin and can prove their point very well.
There's not.
They're just not
You're more than welcome. I'll find you the scholars you want to talk to. If you want to talk to someone, if you think that I'm misquoting the scholarship, I'm more than happy to hook you up with the scholars in the field.
I mean, I think there's different ways to interpret things, and you're going to come to different conclusions. So you're gonna see it through the lens of your lens, and you're not going to see it through my, you won't even attempt to see it through my lens and be like, okay, I can see how that would make sense. So there's no point. So it's the same difference.
Isn't it funny that the scholar who wrote the study notes in my study Bible says that this is about the Grecian Empire, the Fourth Kingdom? Isn't that weird? This is a Christian study Bible.
I have a Christian study Bible that says the exact opposite. So
Yeah, and who wrote the actual study notes on it? Was it a pastor or was it an actual scholar?
I want to say it was I don't know, theologian.
I doubt it. I've read those study Bibles. Life Application, NIV study Bible, those are trash.
No,
they're not written by scholars.
No, mine is a prophecy study Bible.
By what, Tim LaHaye? Yeah, I've got that Bible.
No, it's not Tim LaHaye. It's Doug Batchelor.
That's on my other bookshelf. I actually have that study Bible. That's trash too.
The Doug Batchelor one?
Yeah.
It's not.
What?
It's pastoral.
I don't think it's not his like pastoral interpretation. It's just the interpretation of the doctrine of the church, basically.
Yeah, of the one guy.
No, not the one guy. It's a Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, he's a pastor, not a theologian.
Yeah, it's not what I'm saying. He didn't write the study. It's not his study. It's based off of. It's a commentary based off of the doctrines of the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Right. Yeah, because you're a Seventh-day Adventist, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, yes.
Yeah. I'm familiar with your theology. My brother's a Seventh-day. Everything you've said, I've already heard a million times.
Your brother's Seventh-day Adventist?
Yep.
Awesome.
I'm quite familiar with Seventh-day Adventist theology. It's failed over and over again.
So
the many attempts of Jesus' second coming is nothing but a smorgasbord of failures.
Does he know the Daniel prophecies or not really? He doesn't really study them.
No, he knows all the prophets pretty well. In fact, he likes Daniel, but I mean, he'll talk about any of them.
Do you guys debate or no?
No, I don't debate with my actual family members. I love them.
Well, yeah, you don't debate if it's going to cause argument, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate you giving me the time, Justin. We will agree to disagree. But I appreciate the time, and yeah, I think I'll give someone else a chance to jump up here and chat.
All right. Well,
unless you have any more things you want to throw at me.
Well, I mean, you know my favorite topic. I'll talk about all the failed prophecies of Jesus all night if you let me.
I don't study that. I never really studied those.
You should.
I'm not really into those.
Because the minute you realize that Jesus wasn't the Messiah is the minute you stop holding on to these nonsense interpretations of Revelation and Daniel.
No, you know that's not true, because you know
It
that
is true.
It's faith-based. No, you know that it's faith-based. So you know that a person's belief doesn't just come off of the knowledge that they know. It's going to come out of what their experience is. And I mean, you know.
But whether or not Jesus is a Messiah is directly related to what the New Testament says about him. And if the New Testament is wrong, then there's no reason to believe he's a Messiah. Do you think that the New Testament can be wrong?
I'm not sure. I just know that you can't debate someone's experience, and
I'm not debating your experience. I'm debating what the Bible says.
I know, but I'm not going to say, do I believe as my current state right now that the Bible is the infallible word of God? Yes. And if there's something that I don't fully understand, am I possibly interpreting it wrong? Yes. So the thing about it is I'm going to believe it. There's some things I'm going to believe by faith.
No matter what the book says.
No matter, yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what the Bible actually says. You're going to believe no matter what.
Yes.
Oh, so you're not interested in actual evidence. What you're doing is interested in post hoc rationalization. You already have a belief, and you're saying, how can I go back to this book and justify my belief? Not actually read all of it, but how can I go to the parts of the book that I like that it will justify my belief system?
No, it's how much of it am I going to take in before I hit a threshold where it's like enough. I've read enough, I believe enough, and I don't need to go into every minute detail of it because I'm not going to understand it. Like,
well, that's the problem. You haven't read enough. Also, thank you, Mark, for the $5 super chat. Mark says, "Thank God it's over." It's not over yet, Mark. We're about to get there. So if the Bible says lies about the Messiah, then I'm not inclined to believe that this is the Messiah. So it says here, according to Matthew 21, that Jesus was supposed to be an actual king. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and a battle bow will be cut off. Did Jesus end all war in Israel?
Well, I believe that Israel in the New Testament is me. I'm Israel.
No, you're not.
I believe in spiritual Israel.
No,
I believe in spiritual Israel.
It's
Yeah, you have literal
Jesus.
Israel.
Jesus
You have literal Israel
Jesus
and
didn't ride a
spiritual
donkey into spiritual Israel.
Okay, but what I do think that it's there's a point where it's talking about spiritual Israel and it's talking about
Not
literal
here.
Israel. And we have to be
This
able
is
to
a
determine the
king,
difference.
an actual king, ruling over a people group.
Yeah, but I don't believe that he came to do that here on earth. That
But
he's going to do
that-
that. I believe that
that's the
right now
problem.
he's in his sanctuary in heaven in the most holy place, and right now we're in the investigative judgment.
Yep, that's the
know
problem,
the
because the
belief,
prophets
then
tell
you
you
know
that
my
he's
belief.
going to rule over an actual kingdom.
So I have a question for you.
You never
your
read any of the
interpretation-
prophets. You've only read
I have I just-
Daniel,
I'm
and then you forgot to read Jeremiah.
No,
You forgot to read
no.
Isaiah. You forgot to read Habakkuk and Zephaniah and Obadiah. I know you never read those guys.
I read them. They're just not relevant to me right.
They're so
not
relevant because they're
right
telling you
now.
what the Messiah is going to do, and Jesus didn't do any of the things that the Messiah was supposed to do. Not one. He did not one thing that the Messiah was supposed to do.
I have a question. Is your interpretation infallible?
Nobody's interpretation is infallible, but you can't provide me an interpretation that is satisfactory for anyone using logic. So it's
So
clearly
what-
said that he's going to be a king, and he was never a king. It says he's going to end all war in Israel, and he didn't end all war in
so
Israel.
Okay, so I have a question. What kind of king was he supposed to be?
He was
What
supposed
does
to
that
be
mean?
a Davidic king from the line of David.
What's your interpretation of king? What was it? Why do Christians say that? Was he going to be a king here on earth now or at some time? At his second coming or when he came to show us how to live?
There's no second coming in the Old Testament. There's just the Messiah comes. And what's he going to do when he comes? He's going to restore the people in the towns of the hill country, of the Shephelah, of the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, and in the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pasture under the hand of the one who counts them, says the Lord. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Does it say that the Messiah is going to come and die and then come back thousands of years later? Or does it say that they're going to be restored to their land and there's going to be a king?
Is that talking about literal Israel or
Yeah.
spiritual Israel? Or
Literal-
do you know the difference? Or
literal,
can you be
literal Israel, the
how can
Shephelah
you be sure
of the
of that?
Negev,
How can you be sure that it's
in the land of Benjamin.
Mhm.
Do you know where the land of Benjamin is?
I don't know. Where is the land of Benjamin?
It's southwest Judea. It's the smallest tribe. It got assimilated into Judea after the Babylonian Empire invaded, or after the Assyrian Empire invaded. So it says literal people, literal places. It says in the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, in the towns of Judah. What is a town if it's not a town?
Isn't there a New Jerusalem coming from heaven?
No, that's bullshit New Testament propaganda.
Okay, so again, New Testament. You don't believe in the New Testament. So
Because
when
the
you
New
read it-
Testament contradicts the Old Testament. That's what I'm
Because when you
trying to
couple
show
it-
you. The Old
Okay,
Testament
because-
doesn't say anything about a spiritual kingdom.
when you couple it with the New Testament, you begin to understand that the Old Testament is talking about spirituality.
It's not. That's what happens when you read the New Testament and you never read the Old Testament. If you bothered to read the Old Testament, you would see that these are actual places in physical, geographical regions. And when the Messiah comes, he's going to rescue them. They will be saved. Jerusalem will live in safety. And then what happens? It says, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. Where is the throne of the house of Israel?
I'm telling you, there's two ways to interpret it, and you're interpreting everything literal.
Because that's what it says. It says that it says their sheep. Their sheep are going to be counted by shepherds again. They're going to live in Benjamin, around Jerusalem, and in the towns of Judah. Your level of cope is unprecedented, even for a Christian.
So all these prophecies are all literal, and none of them have any spiritual application. They're not spiritual at all.
They're quite literal predictions of what's going to happen.
Okay. So you're seeing it through one way. That's it. There's no argument there.
No, I'm not seeing it. I'm reading it word for word, and you're saying, I don't like what the words mean. Let me change all of the words.
No, I'm saying if you keep it internally consistent with the rest of Scripture,
I am.
Then there's no reason why you can't extrapolate the fact that it's talking about a spiritual Jerusalem and a spiritual Israel.
No, there's no spiritual Jerusalem in the Old Testament, not single one. The only kingdom there is the one in the actual land, which is why every single Messianic prophecy deals with them living in the land. My servant David will be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob. What land was given to Jacob? What do we call it? What's the land given to Jacob?
Jerusalem. I don't know.
Israel, the north and the southern kingdoms. Right. The land promised to Jacob is the promised land, all territories of the 12 tribes. It says in which your ancestors had lived. So it's a physical, geographical location in which the ancestors actually lived in.
You know what? I have not read it as thoroughly. Are those conditional prophecies? Are they like conditional upon promises?
Nope.
They were not conditional? So all of the promises to Israel were not conditional?
Yep. This would be conditional if there was an if statement, but there's not.
So none of those are conditional. So if I read
none of them are
through it,
conditional.
I'm not going to have any conditions on it that this is what's going to happen if.
Yep. Not only are there not conditions, but in the book of Ezekiel, God says, I am going to be doing this imminently. I'm going to be doing them in haste.
So what do Christians say? What do Christians tell you? I don't know. What's their argument?
They've never read it. They have no argument. They have the same. They have the same response that you have.
Okay, so there's no Christian that you've argued. What is Christian standpoint on the viewpoint on that? Why do they believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah?
They've never read this.
They've
never read this because this text isn't quoted in the New Testament. Christians don't read the Old Testament. They'll read maybe the book of Daniel, maybe the book of Genesis, and then they skip out on all the rest.
Okay, sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm cleaning and doing the same time. All right, so tell me the text. I'm going to go there right now.
I'm in Ezekiel 37.
All right, let's go to Ezekiel 37, and we're reading it all in context, right?
Yep. Ezekiel 37 is about the restoration. Tippy Tappy, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, sending a nice cup of tea. I appreciate that.
100% sure that this isn't spiritual.
Yeah, 100% sure.
There's no possible way that it can be.
There's no, and if you would stop talking and let me read it, you would see it.
Okay. So
my servant David will be king over them, and they will have one. 37.
Oh, I'm getting there. Give me a minute.
Justin, really quick, also, do you know who also does this kind of bending, stretching, and rationalizing the text?
Every Christian I've ever met.
Mormons.
Oh, yeah. They're the worst. They're the worst.
Right? They can use the same argument. Well, it just fits, right? The Book of Mormon, it just fits.
Yeah, thank you, Fen, for the hats. I appreciate that. Big W, Fen. All right, let me read it. My servant David will be king over them, and they will have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. The land that was promised and given to their forefathers is a literal land. It's a literal place.
So when God says he's going to have Jerusalem in the New Testament come down from heaven, what's that?
It's bullshit. It's cope.
Is it bullshit because it could be talking about this right here?
No.
And it lines up?
No,
And that makes
it doesn't line up. It says that they will live in the land that was promised.
So God's not rebuilding the earth?
Oh, yeah, according to the New Testament and even according to some of the Old Testament,
So
there's
if
going
you
to...
line it up with the New Testament, then it does fit.
It doesn't fit. So just stop talking long enough to let me respond to what you said. So it says here that they will live in the land, which is where?
In the land, which go ahead, just tell me, 'cause I'm not.
The land that was promised to Jacob. That's where the 12 tribes settled. That's the promised land. That's Israel. And when are they going to do this?
They shall live. I shall make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will bless them. When what? Let me see. My dwelling place.
When the Messiah comes. My servant David will be king over them.
Okay.
Right? So
Okay, yeah.
Jesus came. He was never a king. He didn't rule over anybody. He didn't restore anybody to their land. Not only that, what the New Testament teaches directly contradicts what was supposed to happen when the Messiah comes. Because Jeremiah says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days, in that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. We already read this, but we didn't keep reading. It says, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of house of Israel, and the Levitical priest will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. The book of Hebrews directly contradicts this text. This text says when the Messiah comes, not only is Israel going to be reunited, but there will be offerings and sacrifices in my presence in the temple of grain and burnt offerings again, which is in complete alignment with the entire second half of Ezekiel. The entire second half of Ezekiel details specifically what sacrifices are going to be had and when. Also, David Jordan, thank you so much for the $6.66 over PayPal. I appreciate that. Roger, thank you for the $50 over Venmo. Roger says, I don't do this enough. Your content is a lifeline. Thank you for all the amazing lives. Thank you so much, Roger, for the support. I appreciate that. So when the Messiah comes, the Levitical priests are going to be reestablished. This is a huge thing in all of the prophets, especially in the book of Ezekiel. Ezekiel says that not only are the Levites going to be established again, but that the Gentiles who are going to be joined to Israel in worshiping Yahweh are going to have to be circumcised in the flesh.
Okay.
That's Ezekiel 44. So nothing in the New Testament. There's no New Testament doctrine that lines up with the Old Testament. It contradicts it at every turn.
I just don't think it's being interpreted right. I don't know. I
Well,
don't know
then
yet. I'm gonna study it and look at it. This is one I'll have to come back on.
Okay.
So I get a sense though that it's talking about something spiritual and not literal. I'll look at it, of course. I'll check it out. But yeah, I think a lot of times there are things that are supposed to be spiritual that you'll sometimes just take them as straight literal. A lot of things, actually.
Because the land that was promised to Jacob is a literal land. When it says that they will live in the towns of Judah, how would you interpret the towns of Judah as anything but the towns of Judah? You're just in denial.
No, because I mean, you'll have people that'll read the book of Daniel and say it's a beast. How could this be? And they'll be like, this makes no sense, and they'll read it makes no sense. But it
Daniel
doesn't.
is using apocalyptic imagery. He's telling you that these are images, and the images represent something else. That's the whole point of apocalyptic literature. Jeremiah is not apocalyptic literature. Jeremiah is straightforward. This is what's going to happen.
Okay. I just think it's a future spiritual restoration of God's people, symbolizing the dry bones coming back to life, like revival. I think it's spiritual, and I think you're interpreting it.
And they're going to be restored to their land.
I think it's a spiritual inheritance rather than a literal geographical location. And
it gives the geographical location. It says in the land of Benjamin, in the Shephelah, in the towns of Judah. These are all geographical locations.
I just think it's closely linked to the second coming of Christ and the establishment of God's kingdom on earth.
It's not. It's closely linked to the restoration of the Israelites in their actual homeland in towns that are located in Judea.
So, okay. What is this? Let me see. The two sticks. So there's nothing spiritual in here. There's no inclination that would lead us to, I mean, it says the dry bones live. So there's nothing here that's talking about anything spiritual.
The dry bones are a vision. Did you bother to read the whole chapter? The dry bones are a vision, and then after the vision is given, there's an interpretation.
Yeah, I think it's a spiritual application.
It's not. We'll just read it again real slowly here, since you're coping hard. We'll as slow as humanly possible. So what happens here, it says, I'll put it back on the screen for you. The hand of the Lord came upon me, and he brought me out by the Spirit of the Lord and set me down in the middle of a valley, and it was full of bones. He led me all around them, and there were very many lying in the valley, and they were very dry. He said to me, O mortal, can these bones live? And I answered, O Lord God, you know. Then he said to me, prophesy to these bones, and say to them, O you dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God to these bones, I will cause, so on and so forth. Okay, so then he prophesies, and it has been commanded, yada, yada, yada. So the prophecy is about doing. Do you think that he was literally whisked away to a physical valley of dry bones, or do you think he was having a vision?
I think he was having a vision.
Right. And then guess what? In verse 11, he gives an interpretation. This is not part of the vision. It says,
okay, so wait,
then he said to me, mortal, these dry bones are the whole house of Israel.
Which is who?
The whole house of Israel.
That's spiritual Israel. He's talking about spiritual
doesn't say
Israel.
spiritual Israel, because it's the whole house of Israel, and they're going to be restored to what? What are they going to be restored to?
Talking about spiritual Israel.
It's not.
How do you know that?
Because he tells you he's bringing them back from Babylon, mom life. If you bother to read all of Ezekiel and all of Jeremiah, you would understand. Again, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, no one will ever hear you. For 1,000,000 years, you're going to be on the internet for 4,000 years, just mumbling in the background of me talking. Every single time you do it, no one will ever hear you.
But
so
you can hear
it's I can hear you. Yes, that's why I keep talking
That's all
over
I
you.
care about.
Therefore, prophesy and say to them, "Thus saith the Lord God: I am going to open your graves." Where are they right now?
He's going to open their graves.
When Ezekiel prophesies, where are they?
They're in vision.
No,
vision, right?
no. Where are the Israelites?
It depends. If you're talking spiritual Israel, he's talking about a future time.
In real time, when this prophecy was supposedly given, where are the Israelites and where is Ezekiel?
I don't know. They're in Babylon, right?
They're in Babylon, yes. They're in the land of the enemies. The whole prophecy is about the return from Babylon. What does he say is going to happen? He says he's going to restore them to their land.
Okay. And he talks about, like, say, he's going to restore them to their land. Okay. I
He
think
says
he's talking about the spiritual inheritance rather than a little.
he's not. He
The
says,
restoration scene closely linked to the second coming.
I don't know what you're reading, but you're wrong. Thus saith the Lord God, I will take the people of Israel from the nations among which they have gone, and I will gather them from every quarter and bring them into their own land. This is not a spiritual kingdom. This is the nations of Israel who had been scattered coming back to their homeland. That's why it says, I will make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel, geographical location.
We're going to agree to disagree. I don't think that. I really think it's talking about spiritual Israel, and
it's not.
talking about spiritual Babylon, which
It's
is
not talking about spiritual Babylon. It's talking. They're literally in captivity in Babylon when the prophecy is being given.
He's talking about a future event, though.
Yes, I know. When they come back from Babylon, he's prophesying before they came back. That's why he says, "Never again shall you be divided into two nations." Why were they divided into two nations? Was it a spiritual division? Was it a spiritual division? Just answer it. No, it wasn't. Israel was literally divided into two different kingdoms. That's why he says when he restores them to the land, they'll be united as one kingdom. Because it's not a spiritual interpretation. This is embarrassing.
Okay. Well, I don't see how it can't be spiritual as well.
Because you can't just say that you don't like what it means, and I'm going to apply a secondary spiritual interpretation to it because I don't like what it actually says. You're just coping. You're saying, I don't like what the book says, so I'm just going to invent a new meaning for it. I could do that for anything. I could do that for the Quran. I can go get the Quran right now, and I can just say, all this is spiritual. None of this has any meaning for the people that lived at that time period. I'm just going to reinterpret everything to be about me. Anyone can do that. That's easy.
Then he said to me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. What is the house of Israel?
Well,
Have you bothered to read the Old Testament? Do you know what the house of Israel is?
Okay, what's the house of Israel?
It's literally the 12 tribes.
Okay, so it's literally the 12 tribes, right? So there's nothing to say that it's not talking about, if it's talking about the whole house of Israel, you can't say that it's not talking about the whole house of spiritual Israel.
There's no such thing as a spiritual Israel.
Well, I will disagree with you.
Okay,
on that
find me one passage in the Old Testament that gives a spiritual Israel.
Well, you're cutting half of the book out. So if you're not,
I'm helping you to understand that your New Testament is a book of bullshit. The New Testament authors knew that the prophecies didn't come true, and rather than actually going back and giving an honest look at what the Old Testament says, all it's doing is coping. It's saying, "Listen, I don't like what it says. I'm just going to change the words and make the words mean something than what they actually say." It's just coping.
No, Justin, the Old Testament is all about the physical Israel. The New Testament is all about spiritual Israel. Almost everything you read in the New Testament is all about a spiritual replication of the Old Testament.
I know, because
that is how it works.
Because the New Testament authors couldn't come to grips with what the Old Testament actually said. There's not a single interpretation in the Old Testament that says anything about a spiritual anything. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat, Tippy Tappy. Tippy Tappy says, "Mom, are you familiar with what cognitive dissonance is?" She doesn't know what cognitive dissonance is, but she's in it right now. She's neck deep in it.
So you're saying there's no such thing as spiritual Israel?
There's no spiritual Israel in the Old Testament.
It does not talk about the New Testament doesn't at all talk about
there's no spiritual Israel in the Old Testament. The book that gave you the prophecies says nothing about a spiritual Israel. And also, thank you, Unicorn, for the 6-month subscription. I appreciate that.
Let me see. Let me go to Romans.
I don't care what Romans says until you can find me one passage in the Old Testament that is talking about a spiritual Israel. I don't care what the New Testament says.
So there is nothing spiritual about the Old Testament. There's no such thing as spirit.
There's no spiritual Israel in the Old Testament.
How many times are you going to ask that?
About 100, I guess.
I guess.
Mom Life, I think one of the things you're missing, Mom Life, is that just like you reject the Book of Mormon, we reject the New Testament because there's no such thing as the New Testament. There's just the Tanakh. That's it.
So you would have to reject the New Testament because
Because
it would make the Old Testament make sense.
no, because it contradicts everything in the Old Testament.
No, it's because it's a
No,
spiritual.
it's not a spiritual. That's just coping. You're just engaging in coping. It contradicts everything the Old Testament says.
You are literally rationalizing exactly like Mormons do with the Book of Mormon.
Yep. This is exactly what they do. I know. My uncle's a Mormon. We've had this conversation. Also, John Ackerman, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate you, John.
You have a diverse family, Justin.
I know.
I know. I was gonna say, man.
Well, that's why we don't really have a lot of fundamentalism in the family, because everybody kind of is on a different page. So like there's no need to argue. None of us really are picking sides because we're all kind of somewhere different, right? We've got a little bit of Mormon, mostly Christian. We've got a Seventh-day Adventist. We've got some Baptists. My twin brother refuses to admit it, but he's basically agnostic. He doesn't really believe this stuff anymore.
I have no. I'm the only Christian in my family.
Yeah. Jess, thank you for the 1 month subscription. I appreciate that. So to the point, everything in the Old Testament is just dead straight literal interpretation. It's really easy when it says that, listen, you were divided into two kingdoms and then you were scattered among the nations. We know what that means. They were divided by the Assyrians and the Babylonians and they were scattered. And then he says, I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to bring you back to your homeland. I'm going to restore your kingdom. I'm going to put a king on the throne. It's wild that we would say, yeah, they were literally scattered. But then when we talk about the restoration, now all of a sudden it's spiritual. Well, why?
I think I think because I think it applies to all people, not just Israel. And if you apply it
doesn't.
to all people, you have all of God's true worshipers and true believers that in these end times, yes, we are scattered right now.
We're literally not. Were we divided into two kingdoms?
I do believe that there's a lot in spiritual Babylon, which is your apostate Christianity and those that are like in these Babylon, meaning confusion, right? So
do you see how all of your interpretations is just coping? Every interpretation you have is that words don't mean what they actually mean. Every single thing that you say, all you're doing is going to the Old Testament. You're saying, nope, none of those words mean what they actually mean. I'm just going to invent new meanings for them.
Okay, what does Babylon mean?
Well, that's a hotly debated topic because the Hebrew interpretation, the Hebrew interpretation of what Babel means isn't necessarily true according to the language that gave the name Babylon. So
you tell me then. What do you think Babylon is? There's no spiritual meaning to Babylon. It's just physical Babylon. There's nothing else to it.
In the New Testament, they try to apply a spiritual meaning. In the Old Testament, they don't.
Okay, so in order to have a complete book, you need the Old and New Testament.
No, you don't. You don't need the New Testament. The New Testament contradicts the Old Testament. It's, again,
I believe.
I've told you. I'll say this for the last time. I don't interpret the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament for the same reason you don't interpret the New Testament through the lens of the Book of Mormon. They don't agree. They contradict.
Because I am a physical being and a spiritual being, I need both.
I don't.
So there you go.
I need rationality. I need to look at a text, and the text says what it says. I'm not going to go into the text and say, okay, what words can I change in here to make it say what I want it to say? That's dishonest.
Because you don't believe in spirituality.
No, wrong. I believed in this God. I believed in this God when I came to these revelations. I believed in the same God that you believed in when I came to the realization that the text didn't actually get supported.
Did it not get supported, or were you not able to interpret it from a spiritual lens?
No, I was honest with it. I didn't go into coping and say, okay, well, as long as I change the meaning of all the words, then it can mean what I want it to mean. That's just being dishonest with the text.
Not just change it, just keep it consistent.
It's not consistent.
If you have a spiritual Israel...
There's no spiritual Israel in the Old Testament. Until you can find me one passage in the Old Testament that says anything about a spiritual Israel, I have no reason to believe that spiritual Israel is a thing.
Okay. Then, yeah, I mean, that was the whole... That was, to me, that was Christ's whole point, part of the point of him coming is to like show us. So I don't know.
Mom, let me ask you this question. Do you believe that it's a good idea for any person to start with the conclusion that a book must be true and can't have errors and then go about trying to prove it true, or the opposite?
No, I think you should. I think that you have, an experience, right? And once somebody has that experience, then you start trying to understand that experience, and then you have a book that explains it to you, and it all makes sense. You do what you do with that, right?
It's the Book of Mormon, then, right? So that means the Book of Mormon is true.
Yep.
To them, it's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
That's not the question I'm asking you. That's not what I asked you.
Go ahead.
That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you whether it was true for them.
But that's the only way I can see it. It's true for them, not true for me. That's how I think it works.
It was true for you and not true for me?
Yeah, that's how things work sometimes. If I'm looking at, let's just say this.
No, 2 plus 2 is empirically the same for everybody.
Okay. I'm standing on one side of the number 6. You're standing on the other side. You see a 9. I see a 6. Who's correct?
It's still 6.
Not if you're standing on the other side of it. You're going to see it as a 9.
Well,
and you're absolutely.
You mean
right.
if you're upside down?
Well, no. It's who wrote it.
It doesn't matter if you're looking at it backwards. In order for it to be flipped, one of you have to be upside down.
Okay, so no, because is it a 6 or a 9? Who wrote it?
If you're looking at it backwards, it's still a backwards 6. You have to flip yourself upside down for it to become a 9.
If we are standing on the opposite sides, Justin,
you're saying it wrong. I'm trying to help you. You're saying the analogy wrong.
Okay,
you can't look at it from opposite sides. One of you have to be upside down. That's what makes a 6 a 9.
Okay. So what if it's a 9? Then someone's upside down?
Yeah, exactly. If one of it's a 9, then somebody's upside down.
And how do you know the difference?
Because we have gravity.
We both walked up to it. It's literally written on the ground in front of us. I came at it from one angle. You came at it from the other. We don't know who put it there. We don't know if they intended it to be a 6 or if they intended it to be a 9. Which one of between me or you is going to be correct?
Well,
and can we know?
Well, the image that you're looking at is both a 6 and a 9, but as it turns out, 6 and 9 are different numbers mathematically. Exactly. So as it turns out, 2 plus 2 is always going to be 4. We're not talking about the fact that when somebody decided what the numbers are going to look like, that they picked 2 numbers that were going to look relatively similar depending on how you put it. We're talking about what these numbers actually represent. And as it turns out, 2 is a firm representative of 2. And when we add 2 together twice, we get 4.
No, what we're talking about is when we approached it.
No, that's not what we're talking about. That's not it at all. That's not at all. That's not at all what he brought up. So you're trying to answer a question with an analogy that wasn't an actual answer to the question.
Because it's a matter of perspective.
It's not a matter of perspective. What he's trying to demonstrate is that when we're talking about what is real, what is true, it's not what's true for you. It's just something that is either true or it's not true. If 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, then it's always equal to 4. It doesn't matter who's looking at it.
Okay. Can I explain why your analogy also doesn't work, Mom? Because if a figure is on the floor, it could be a 6 or a 9 depending on how we approach the object. I get what you're saying there. The issue is that you're saying we don't know who put it there. The thing is, though, when it comes to the Bible interpretations, we do know who put it there, and we can reconstruct their language. And we're telling you that these people who wrote this, they wrote it as a 9, and you're saying that it's 6.
I mean, to the best of our ability, we can. We don't have 100%
Parker,
evidence for
thank you for the dinosaur, Parker. Big W.
Parker here?
No, not that Parker.
Oh, I like him.
Yeah, I wish that was that Parker. But yeah, according to the best of our ability, we can confirm that. Oh, she's gone.
Where'd she go? Listen, I've talked to Mom Life enough to know that she doesn't cut and run. I think she got disconnected. Give her a second. She must have dropped her phone or something. While we're waiting on her to get back in, Mellow Matt, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Mellow Matt says the New Testament apostles saw that it was a 6 and frantically flipped it to a 9. That's great.
That's so much. That is great.
That's pretty much what happened. All right.
Get what I'm saying, Mom Life? That's what I'm saying. Like we can, to the best of our interpretations, to the best of what we can reconstruct, we know that the ancients who wrote this figure was writing it as a 6. But you're saying that it has to be a 9 because I just interpret it that way. That would be dishonest. You don't
I
think so?
think to the best of our ability, we try to interpret, were they doing a 6 or a 9? I think that's the truth of it. I don't think that we are infallible in our interpretations. I don't think I'm infallible. I don't think Justin's infallible. So I can't just accept. I have to go with not just what the book says, but I also have to go with my personal experience, which obviously I don't want to get into all that here, right? But there's also a personal experience to it. And there's also the fact that I'm not the only one. If I were the only one, it'd be like, okay, I'm a little crazy. But there's millions that can align themselves and understand that there is a spiritual application when we read these things, and we can come to a consensus on it. And it's not just one person doing it, it's millions of people. Then you have to question, is there something to this? Like we all just have, the millions of us just have cognitive dissonance, I guess.
Yeah,
or we
you do.
have other
And you know that there are
experiences
millions
go
of
along
people
with
who
it.
got together and disagreed with you, and we call them the Jewish people?
So, no, I get that. So, Justin.
I'm sure the Jewish people don't know how to interpret their own text, though, I'm sure.
I mean, I think we're all fallible humans. So what brought you to the conclusion, Justin? I've never heard why you all of a sudden, or not all of a sudden, but you decided not to believe. Was it based on these texts? Were these the texts that you read and you decided that I'm not a Christian? Like, were there ever any experiences and then you were able to explain those experiences that you may or may not have had, that you had, and you were able to explain those in a different way? So it brought you to a non-belief?
Studying the Bible took me away from this fairy tale because the Bible got a lot of problems. One, the manuscripts are atrocious. We do somersaults over the meaning of one particular word, but if you actually just study the original manuscripts, we have actually no idea what was in the originals. In fact, the Hebrew manuscripts are written in a form of Hebrew that are hundreds upon hundreds and hundreds of years after the script of the actual Hebrew Bible when it would have been written. Like if any of it was written during the time of King David, they weren't writing it in Aramaic block script Hebrew. They would have been writing in Paleo Hebrew. We have no manuscripts whatsoever from that time period. We have no idea what was in the Bible when they were originally supposedly written. That being said, we also have a terrible, terrible history of redaction in the Hebrew Bible. Like the book of Jeremiah, if you look at the manuscripts, every manuscript is different. Like entire sections of chapter 7 are just missing in some. And we've got even like Greek editions of Jeremiah. Jeremiah was being edited for like 300 years after the fact. All of these books show a huge history of redaction. I have no reason to believe that any of these people actually said what was in the books, these prophecies, because all of the prophecies were being edited long after the fact. So the manuscript evidence is a problem for one. Number two, the Old Testament prophecies, they just failed. Like all of them, like almost none of them come true. Except for the ones that were obviously written after the fact, like going into Babylon or Assyria. Those are pretty easy slam dunks from history. Number three, the prophecies about Jesus, the ones that the New Testament uses, are all fallaciously applied. They're just random ass Old Testament quotations that they just apply to Jesus, and then they call it prophecy. Half of them aren't even prophecies. Most of them are just random quotations from a random book, and they just call it a prophecy. So if Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, he's definitely not the Messiah.
But like you believe he existed though? Or
I mean, he was probably a real person. Like what we know about him, it's hard to ascertain because the New Testament seems to contradict the evidence that we have elsewhere. For example, we read about Jesus of Nazareth character from Sanhedrin 43a, written in the Talmudic writings, and it doesn't say he was crucified. It says he was stoned and then hung up on a stick. We've got other writings from like Celsus, an early opponent of Christianity, that claims that he spent all of his formative years in Egypt. He wasn't just there until the death of Herod. He was there until he became a young man. Then he came back. The disciples, the names of the disciples of Jesus are all different in the earliest texts. We don't have any extra biblical evidence that his disciples were his disciples until until we get the writings of the early church fathers. But those early church fathers didn't even know the disciples. They're just going off of tradition. So we don't really know what's true and what's not true about the Jesus mythology.
So purely intellectual discovery led you to what you believe now today.
Yeah,
basically,
it's purely intellectual, because you can't interpret the real world just because you had a mystical experience and then say, oh, well, it must be that the religion I know most about is true, because that's just nonsense. Now, when I was a young Christian, I had experiences, that I would have interpreted as, religious experiences. And guess what I did? I interpreted them as being affiliated with Christianity. The Christian God must be real, right? But until you actually read the book and you're just honest with what the book says, then once you get to the point where you realize, oh, the book's all bullshit, then the first thing you do is you reinterpret all those events. Okay, well, that thing that I experienced prior, it must be something else. And that's a really easy thing to do. It's really easy to rationalize these experiences, because you know what nobody ever experiences? Nobody ever experiences a leg growing back. That's the kind of stuff that keeps people in the faith no matter what the Bible says. But that kind of stuff never happens.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, well, all right. Yeah, I miracles and stuff like that, I think that's very, for my belief system, like that's very dangerous ground. I think that's one way that in the last days, Satan's going to use miracles to deceive people into believing that he is Christ.
Well, that's what Jesus did. He's the false prophet from Deuteronomy 13. He's the blasphemer.
Yeah, I guess you can look at it that way, but I guess you can look at it that way. But I think it's going to be on a serious scale. Like if somebody came today and was doing all these miracles and they came as an angel of light, what would you do? Would you believe?
I wouldn't believe in the Bible, no.
So would you believe the person there before you performing all these miracles?
I don't know. I'd have to listen to him speak to tell me who he was.
Mom,
what if he told you he was just because in my belief system, that is what Satan is coming to do. And my fear is that people are they're gonna believe him.
Mom, did you know that there's people out there, many people are easily deceived?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you realize there are people like David Blaine and magicians that will go out on the streets and people don't know who he is, and he'll do a magic trick and people will be absolutely certain that he did the supernatural, when in reality he did not.
Yeah, no, the miracles I'm talking about is like literal demons posing as dead loved ones, all that kind of craziness.
The problem is, Mom, you have no way to confirm that. You have no way to confirm that something is in fact a demon.
So the thing about it is if I follow scripture the way I interpret it, God's very clear, don't communicate with the dead, period. So if something like that were to come to me, I'd immediately go back to my faith and reject it, right? Like, nope.
So don't communicate with Jesus.
But someone that doesn't have, I don't think Jesus would come to me and communicate that way, because he knows I would be like it'd have to be, I don't know.
So Jesus never died?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's communicating with the dead, isn't it?
I think he rose from the dead.
So? Did he die?
So
Yeah.
Jesus is a zombie?
Did he shed his mortal body?
He rose in his mortal body, didn't he?
No, Corinthians says he was given a new glorious body.
Well, he was transformed. I mean, we don't have his body, so there was an empty tomb. So he was in his, he resurrected in his body.
Right? No, it says that he received a new body in 1 Corinthians 15.
Well, he still had the holes in his hands, right?
Now,
I don't know. Where are we going with
not
this?
when he
Like,
went up into heaven.
Jesus Christ, like I'm communicating with someone from the dead.
My point is that the prohibition against communicating to the dead is exactly what you would be doing if you were communicating with Jesus, which reinforces what I said before, that Jesus is just the false prophet from Deuteronomy 13.
Well, I feel like I have an obligation to share my beliefs with people, not to enforce it on them, but at least
Why?
to share it with them. So if
Are
they
we
do
going to
come
hell?
pass, no, but if they do come to pass, then they can say, "Oh, I remember this, and that so and so told.
Actually,
you know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you another reason why I'm not a Christian, because the Christian message is the most barbaric message in all of eternity. So it's the most cruel religion ever invented. Why should I go to hell for not believing this thing? Why do I need tortured for that?
So here's the thing, Justin. If you know I'm Seventh-day Adventist, you know I don't believe in hell like that. If you know the Seventh-day Adventist beliefs.
There's various forms of belief even within Seventh-day.
Well, do you know what the Seventh-day Adventist belief is on hell?
Well, like my brother, for example, was a big fan of Abraham's bosom, and then either annihilation or, essentially purgatory. So
no.
So which camp are you in?
So I'm in the camp of that you'll be utterly destroyed. You will be left with no root.
Yeah, annihilation.
So if you go,
yeah.
So complete annihilation, right? So
at the very end, yeah. So if I die now, I get annihilated at the end. That's Revelation 21:8.
Yeah. So basically, well, if you logically think about it, Justin, if you were to create a perfect race, how would you do that? How would you create a race that is perfect?
I wouldn't, but that's not the point. I'm saying why do I need to be tortured in hell and then annihilated because I didn't believe a thing?
But see, I don't think it's torturous. We don't believe that you burn
so the
for
wailing
eternity.
of Nash. I didn't say eternity. I said until you're annihilated.
So how much torture is there? No, I don't think there's.
Okay, so when you're literally in hell flame, you're not being tortured.
I think the flame that you're thrown into is, I think the fire that comes forth before God. I think you're thrown back into Him. I think He consumes you back into Himself.
That's not what it says. That's not in the Bible.
You get thrown to the lake of fire, right?
Yeah, the lake of fire, the second death.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
the
if you
end,
look
though.
But if you look in Daniel, right, and he says a lake of fire proceeds before him.
Doesn't
talking
say that
about
in
God.
Daniel.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Fire. Watch.
The fire of God is not the same as the lake of fire.
I believe it is. I don't see why it isn't. Because he's talking about judgment right there in the book of Daniel.
In Daniel chapter,
and thrones were put in place. The Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was as white as snow, and the hair. So he's talking about judgment. The thrones were seated. He's going to be opening the books, and the hairs on his head was like pure wool, and the throne was a fiery flame, and wheels of burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. I believe that's the lake of fire. 1,000s and 1,000s ministers to him, 10,000s times 10,000 stood before him. The court was seated and the books were opened. I think that's judgment, and when they're judged,
yes, but
they will be thrown into. I think that's the lake
God's
of fire.
throne is not in the lake of fire.
But a lake of fire proceeds before him.
Yes, during the judgment. That's not where he currently is. The lake of fire is supposed to be under the earth.
Where do you get that from?
He's on the firmament.
Yeah, I don't know what that interpretation is. That's not the way I interpreted it.
Yeah, there's no lake of fire on top of the firmament.
No, I do not. I believe that. I believe he is the lake of fire. I believe that fire that proceeds before him is the lake of fire.
Okay, well you can be wrong,
And
and
he
you can
is
put the lake of fire anywhere you want, but you're still missing the point. The point of the matter is that until you are annihilated in the lake of fire, you're being tortured. Why do you think there's wailing and gnashing of teeth?
Because when you're, I think the wailing and the gnashing of, I'd have to go back and read it, but I think the wailing and the gnashing of teeth is basically like, not like a metaphor, but it's just like saying how.
Right, yeah, the parts you don't like are always a metaphor. I know, yeah.
Metaphor. No, it's not a metaphor. It's real. Like, here's the thing. If you say, hey, God's going to set up his government, I don't want to obey his government here on earth, then what do we do with you?
Oh, fantastic. I'm glad you finally got to the point. Okay, so we finally got to the point. Yeah, you've created what is a false dichotomy. So, for example, God didn't have to create a place where you get sent into hellfire. If, for example, you don't believe in this thing, he could just send you to a place where non-believers can go and do their own damn thing. What he doesn't have to do is torture you or exterminate you. Neither of those things are a requirement.
Okay. So what happens when you die? What?
It says that they will throw them into a blazing furnace where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew 13:42. So why, for me merely not believing, do I need to be tortured and then annihilated?
So I don't believe that's what happens to you when you die. When you die, you're asleep until the second resurrection.
But that's not in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's in
No, it's
Revelation.
not.
Woe to him who takes part in the second resurrection.
Yeah, I know about the resurrection.
Yeah, the second resurrection, the resurrection where the dead are resurrected and thrown into the lake of fire with the false prophet
Yeah.
and the beast. And they're completely consumed.
Yeah. That's the very end, the second death, yes.
So I think that it's like however long it takes to burn. I don't know what a soul is. So however long it takes to consume that is how long someone's gonna burn for, right? It's not eternity.
Frank, thank you for the $6.66. Frank says it's wild that we as ex-Christian used to talk and think like this too. Cringe, yeah.
So
I agree. It
so
is cringy
you
that
don't-
people believe this kind of nonsense. So here's the thing. What you're suggesting is that because I merely don't believe a thing, that I should get tortured in my afterlife.
No, I don't believe that. I think you're going to be judged on your heart. I don't think you're going to be judged on because you don't believe in Jesus.
Oh, then good. I don't need this. I don't need this God for anything then.
I think you're going to be judged on your heart. I think he's going to read your heart, and that's what you're going to be judged on. You're going to be judged on the intentions.
So
of your
Jesus
heart.
died for nothing. Thank you for finally
And he's
saying it.
definitely not gonna have
You
to
heard it
spend
here.
eternity with him if
Jesus
you don't
died for nothing. You're going to get judged on your own heart, guys. So why did Jesus need to die then? If we're just going to be judged on the condition of our heart, what did Jesus die for?
You're going to be judged on the convictions that he brings to you, whether you reject them or not. So if
Yeah.
he brings you conviction to your heart,
Well,
and in
he
your heart
he doesn't
reject
exist.
him, but I'm saying if he brings you conviction to your heart and you reject that, what do you want him to do with that?
Do with what?
Like just force you to be with him for
But
eternity?
he hasn't convicted me of anything. And again, number one, he could do that. Yes, that'd be fine. Number
Yes,
two, if he actually did allow us to be with him in eternity, even though we don't believe now, you know what we would fucking do if he put us there? We would believe because we'd see him. That's the reason why we don't believe. So what you're saying is that, well, golly gee, these people who don't believe because they have no evidence, it would be cruel to actually let them be with God so then they would know that he exists. That would be terrible. That's a stupid, stupid cope. If God is real and God wants his creation to be with him, then he needs to actually make his ass appear and give us the evidence that we need to know that he's real. And then if he doesn't give us that, he shouldn't be torturing us or killing us or annihilating us because we didn't actually have any evidence.
So Justin, would evidence change somebody's heart?
Of course.
You know that's not true because if Jesus Christ did exist and this good, it did not change their hearts.
Yeah, but that's all bullshit.
Some believed, some didn't.
The heart does no thinking; it pumps blood.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that seeing miracles is going to change a person?
Belief is
Israel.
belief is not
Maybe that's what we
a belief
have
is not a
Israel for.
condition of the heart.
Okay, so let's look at Israel. Did they witness God?
No.
He didn't part. Okay, according to the
No.
book, he
Fuck
parted
no.
the Red Sea, all these miracles.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
None of it's true.
You can't even confirm
the
a
stories
miracle.
are there to show you that even though he continually did for them, they still rejected him.
But they didn't. Those were in 1,000 years after the Exodus.
Okay, let's look at the Exodus, right? Let's just pretend the Exodus is real. Did it change their hearts?
The Exodus
No.
most certainly isn't real. Not only is it not real, the Bible can't even figure out when it happened.
All right, so you believe that if you physically saw God, which he says you can't because you like Moses couldn't even see him, right? According
No,
to
Moses
Scripture,
did. It says
you had to hide
Moses
him
talked to him face to face as a man talks to a friend. And it says in Exodus 24 that Nadab, Abihu, Moses, and 70 elders went up on the mountain and they beheld God. So people see him all the time.
So if you saw God face to face, you're automatically going to change your beliefs and believe this book that you've been
No, I
telling
wouldn't.
yourself
I wouldn't believe
lies
this
for all
book.
this time. So what are you going to do?
I would believe that the God exists because I'm looking at him. But I wouldn't believe that this book is true.
And if he told you the book was true, what are you going to do? What do you do with that?
Well, I'd say he's a liar then.
Exactly. You're not going to believe no matter what you see.
Yeah, because the book is full of lies. The book is full of demonstrable lies. Like it says that the earth is flat and there's a dome over it.
I believe that even if somebody saw God, it would not change their heart. We obviously have a heart issue.
Right, I know. Do you see how toxic your religion is? Your religion requires you to look at people who don't believe for good reasons. You have to view us as being wicked or having bad hearts or not being sincere. That's your only rationalization. It's not that somebody who just honestly read the text came to a different conclusion to you. No, it can't be that. It must be that I have a heart condition.
So you think I view myself different than you because I believe and you don't? You think I have a better heart?
Yeah, that's why you laid out the analogy that even if I saw, I wouldn't change my heart, because obviously that's the thing that's keeping me from believing.
That's completely false.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Not what Jesus Christ came.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Because my belief is that I do have a heart condition and that there is a remedy for it. You believe you don't have an issue, so you can't fix an issue that you don't believe exists.
Yeah, I don't have an issue. You and I have the same hearts.
So I believe that we have the exact same hearts. I believe that there's something wrong with it and it needs to be fixed.
I think there's something wrong with yours, not mine.
Why do you believe that? Mom, why do you believe there's something wrong with us?
You don't think there's anything
Hold on,
wrong with
Mom,
yours.
Mom,
You don't think ego, pride, and all these things are an issue.
Mom, I have a question. What is wrong with us? What's the problem?
What's the problem with humanity? Me? What's the problem with me?
Humanity.
There's a problem with our hearts. Yeah, what's the problem with humanity?
Our hearts are inclined to be selfish. And that leads to very wicked things, which we
maybe yours,
see on earth.
Not mine.
Which is demonstrably not true. It's demonstrably not true. You don't even believe what you just said. The heart doesn't think, so it can't be selfish.
Okay, we're not talking about a physical heart.
So then
Again,
you're talking about your fucking brain.
We're talking.
You're talking about your brain. So stop using Bible language.
Okay.
But Mom, even that isn't true, because we're not inclined to be selfish. We're inclined to be more altruistic, because if we weren't, society wouldn't exist.
Evolution hardwired us for attachment, connection, and community. And what does it even mean?
Okay, so how do we
Jesus
fix
on your heart?
Okay, do you have a solution for the problems that we have? Our rapists, are all these evil, wicked things. Do you have a solution for that? Is there a way we can get to a place where that stuff does not exist anymore?
There's not a way to force people to not do bad things.
Okay, I want a solution I want a solution. I need a solution.
There's
Fix it.
there's no solution. You don't have one, neither do I.
Wait, a solution to what?
If everybody followed the 10 Commandments perfectly, would it fix it?
No, we don't own slaves.
Do you mean the 10 Commandments, four of
They
which
didn't
were
follow.
about?
They didn't follow the 10 Commandments, and we know that they didn't love their neighbor as themselves.
That's not part of the 10.
Let's just look at the 10 Commandments.
That's Leviticus 19:18. That's not part of the 10 Commandments.
wanna
The 10
look at
Commandments says that you can own slaves, basically. You just can't covet your neighbor's slaves.
No, I just want to look at the 10 Commandments.
Why? Which ones?
The
Deuteronomy
the
or
law
Exodus?
that God wrote with his finger. and gave to
The
Moses.
Deuteronomy edition or the Exodus edition?
I want the moral law. I want.
The Deuteronomy edition or the Exodus edition. They're in there twice.
Okay, let's look at Exodus.
All right.
20.
Do you expect that in the 10, your God says, don't essay?
I'm just talking about the 10 Commandments.
That's exactly what I'm asking you about. You asked, how are we going to deal with all of the rapists and other things? I'm curious if your 10 Commandments includes one against essay.
We shouldn't be doing that. If we were perfect, we wouldn't even have an inclination to do that.
That was not my question.
No, it does not specifically say that.
Right, but he used 4 of the 10 to talk about worshiping him.
Okay, and he used the last 6 to talk about our relationship with one another. If you kept those last 6, would you sexually assault somebody? No.
That was not my question.
Oh yeah, you definitely would. Also, Conquistador, thank you for the $5 super chat. Conquist says maybe if we actually prosecuted the religious leaders that grape children, it might scare people a little.
Amen. Please
Never
do.
mind, y'all turn a blind eye to them. I know they do it all the time.
I believe in the death penalty.
Okay, so show me in the 10 Commandments where it says that you can't essay somebody.
Okay. Let's see. Show you where again?
Yeah, you said if we followed the 10 Commandments, then there would be no graping. But show me where that's outlawed in the 10 Commandments.
Don't covet your neighbor's stuff. Don't covet their body. Don't covet nothing of theirs.
That's not what it says. It didn't say don't lust. It says don't covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Because of course, women are property, which is wild
so
that
don't
you're up here talking over a man.
That's okay. Don't
believing
if you're not
that
coveting.
that you're a New Testament Christian. Okay, so it doesn't
Okay,
say
how about not-
doesn't say
you shall
anything
not
about
steal.
sexual assault.
Do not steal.
What about it?
Well, if you're sexually assaulting, you're stealing something from somebody.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
If
No,
they're
you're
a
not.
virgin, did you steal their virginity? Yes.
Virginity is not a thing to steal.
Okay, you stole a lot from them.
You didn't steal. Virginity is a state of
I
being.
look at it that way. I do believe that when you do something bad to somebody, you're stealing their peace, their joy, their happiness.
Oh, right,
everything.
that's
You're
right. I know
taking-
words don't mean words. You just change the word to mean everything you want it to mean. I know. I don't know why I keep forgetting that the cure for every problem is to always change the meaning of the words.
So you're saying that doesn't like you're not stealing anything from like again we're back to the on a spiritual level and you don't
I know.
see things as
It's,
spiritual.
everything's spiritualized. I know. Mark, thank you for the super chat. Mark says, hate the sin, elect the sinner. That's exactly what we do here in America, y'all. We elect those damn sinners. I have no reason.
They chose Barabbas.
All right. Have you read where you can you can own slaves? Are you familiar with that regulation from the Bible? Do you think we should own slaves or no?
I've seen all your arguments on these, Justin.
Which is why you have no rebuttal for it. Why does the Bible
No,
say you can own slaves?
No, I think that God was working with humanity and people, and that was a part of their culture. And if you're
Oh.
going to change their hearts and you're going to change them, you don't just come in. If you just came in and said you're going to do this, they would have been like, who are you? No, absolutely not. Like they would have rejected it.
Oh, okay. So they didn't reject any of his other laws then.
They kind of did.
They rejected all of his laws. Oh, isn't that weird? I thought you just said he couldn't give a law if they were going to not do it.
So you don't think?
Mom life, listen to what I said. You said that he couldn't tell them not to do slavery because he knew they wouldn't obey. But they didn't know. Stop talking. You're not listening.
Yes, he could have told them.
You cannot respond to what I'm saying if you don't hear what I'm saying. You're telling me that he couldn't tell them not to own slaves because he knew they wouldn't listen. But they didn't listen to the commands that he did fucking give. So there's nothing preventing him from saying don't own slave. Also, Flanker, thank you for the $2 super chat. Flanker says spiritual slaves, Justin. I forgot. They're all spiritual slaves. Now, I would like you to respond to the thing I actually said before you pivot away.
Okay, you said could he have told them not to have slaves?
Yeah.
Yes, he could have. No,
Great.
he did not tell them not to.
Right.
You're right.
Because he's okay with it.
I'm not sure.
Can I kind of point out something that's a bit ridiculous of what you said, Bob? You first said that the cure to all the ills of the world is the Ten Commandments, but one of the ills of the world is slavery. And the Ten Commandments didn't get rid of that. You, in fact, confirmed that he told them they could do it. So the Ten Commandments is useless.
Well, I think if you
And apparently Yahweh found it so important to say that his people shouldn't eat shellfish, but yet he couldn't say don't own people as property.
Yeah. Make sure you're not mixing your fabrics. Definitely don't mix your fabrics or eat animals that chew the cud with split hooves. But owning slaves, you can do that.
do you know there is something to the mixed fabrics thing? Have you ever looked at that?
I have, and it's nonsense.
Kind of cool. I like that.
I'm
I think
I'm
everything
surprised
is
that you
a-
fell for that. I'm not
You don't
surprised
think
that you fell for
everything-
it. There's no such
You don't
thing
think-
as healing fabrics. Fabrics don't have
No,
wavelengths.
Yes, they do. We
No,
can measure them.
no, they
Scientifically,
don't.
we can.
No, they don't. That's bullshit. Read the study. It's a fake study by a fake doctor. Already read it.
You don't think everything is has a frequency?
Fabrics don't have frequencies. No.
But definitely much more important, of course, than owning people as
Everything
property
is
and being able
everything
to
is an
do so.
electron. Everything has to have a frequency. 100%.
No, it
That's
quite literally
scientific.
doesn't. You're talking to an actual electrical engineer. I don't think electrical fields is a thing you want to go down right now. Also, Conquistador, thank you for the $5 super chat. Conquif says, does she realize Christians will be serving Israelites for all of eternity, including a huge wall? Who in their right mind would want to be a slave?
Does he realize
that is true?
The true people of God are Israelites. That when in the New Testament, Jesus basically denounced the actual Israelites and said, if you were of Abraham, you would do what Abraham does. So he basically said, you're not Israel. You're not Israel because you don't do what Abraham does.
Oh, sure. Yeah, who's going to be ruling and reigning? Who's going to be ruling and reigning according to the words of Jesus?
Spiritual Israel.
Over the 12 tribes of Israel.
It's all it's spiritual.
Who's going to be ruling and reigning over them?
Jesus Christ.
Nope, the 12 disciples. Come on, read your book. Okay, so back at the bar, we're talking. What the hell were we talking about?
I don't know, but I feel here's the thing.
Well, hold on. We were actually talking about something. I'm not gonna let you pivot.
Talking about slavery, how evil God is, how he murders babies, how he.
He does do all that.
How he allows child marriage, all that stuff. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, he does do all those things. Another reason why I don't believe in this deity.
So basically, what we were saying is because he permits it, he teaches it, basically. So if you're permitting something, you're teaching it.
Yeah, exactly that, because he tells you to follow the law forever. Forever. Have you read Deuteronomy? Have you seen where he says to follow the law forever?
Yeah, I believe there's a ceremonial laws, and I believe there is the moral law.
Show me in the Bible where that exists. Show me that in the Bible.
It's you can reason it. It's easy enough to reason.
You can't reason it.
Laws.
No, you can't.
You can't see that there are ceremonial laws.
He says to do everything in the law code forever. He doesn't say he didn't say do some of them.
He also said Sodom and Gomorrah would be burning forever. So that must mean that forever doesn't actually mean forever. That when he uses the word forever, it's an exaggerated term, and that's okay to do. We do it all the time.
Oh, okay. So forever doesn't mean forever then. So when God says that he reigns forever, it doesn't mean forever.
Maybe not. I don't know. But he uses it in an exaggerated way. We know that. If you believe the Bible, you can see that he uses forever in an exaggerated way.
I think you're referring to the words of Jesus, not the words of God, right?
No, I'm talking about
in Jude 1
scripture, even when it talks about
in
hell,
Jude. Where does it say that Sodom and Gomorrah is burning forever?
It says that it would burn forever and ever.
Where?
No, let me see. Let me get my books out.
By the way, 1 Samuel chapter 15 is not just an allowance. It's allegedly Yahweh commanding stuff to happen.
It's a command, yeah.
By the way, guys, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson is about to start.
Oh, damn. Well, I'm getting offline here in just a minute.
I'm going to go watch that. Where does it talk about Sodom and Gomorrah burning forever?
That's what I'm
looking
looking
say that
for.
it would burn forever?
Nope.
What does it say?
It says that they serve an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire, which is the way hell is always described. The fire of hell is always described as unquenchable eternal fire.
Yeah, because God is because he is an eternal fire and he is unquenchable.
That's right, yeah. Yep.
We have unquenchable fires today that burn out.
That's right, yes. And Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by the everlasting fire of God. Didn't say that they're burning forever. It also says in Deuteronomy as well, not just forever, but it says all the days that you live on the earth. Every single day that you live on earth is a day that you should be following the laws. It's Deuteronomy 12, verse 1.
Again, you don't believe in the New Testament, so I think that Jesus, basically, when he came, he did away with the ceremonial laws, not the moral law, which is the Ten Commandments, which I think we should still be.
Well,
we do.
Did Jesus say that?
No one's going to argue to not keep.
Did Jesus say that?
He didn't have to say it. It was implied.
What text implied that the law is going away from Jesus? Because he says in
What
Matthew
he said-
chapter 5 that if you teaches others to not follow the law, I'll just read it for you.
Yeah, he's talking about the moral law.
He didn't say the
Ten
moral law.
Commandments.
He said, do not think. No, he's not talking about the Ten Commandments. He says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophet. Does he say the Ten Commandments or does he say the law?
You know it better than me. What law was he talking
The
about?
law of Moses.
Okay, in the Greek in the Hebrew, what there was more than one word for law, correct?
In Greek, there's namas, which is most likely what's used here, and it's referred to
Okay.
as the law of Moses. There's no division in the law anywhere in the Bible.
What's the law of Moses?
It's everything you find in the first 5 books.
I think it's the Ten Commandments.
It's not.
Okay, so what is he talking about?
He
when
tells
says
you
nailed-
he
what law did
he
nail
lists
to the cross?
he lists the law. He didn't know any law to the cross. That's an invention of the Apostle Paul. And in the same chapter,
now it's an
in this
invention.
in the same chapter, I don't know why you don't have any Holy Spirit patience. In the same chapter where he says to follow the law, he specifically gives them laws to follow that are from the law of Moses that aren't in the 10 Commandments.
Okay, such as
Sure.
the health law, which I believe you should keep.
He also tells you to follow Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus 19:18.
Which is,
Those are laws of the law of Moses that are not part of the 10 Commandments.
well, I think you should follow the health laws. I believe in the health laws.
You should follow all the laws because he said to follow all the laws. Never once does Jesus divide the laws into differing sets of laws. In fact, nobody in the Bible does. That's an invention of you guys.
What? Say that again.
That's an invention that you guys made, the division of laws. That's not in the Bible.
Well, one talks about morality, and the other talks about like. I mean, if you're reading it and you're looking at the 10 Commandments, those are all moral things.
So?
What you eat and what you don't eat doesn't have anything to do with with the condition of your heart and your morality.
It does, because God says, obey my law. And by obeying my law, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So
Okay,
if
but
you
we're
don't
talking
obey
about
the law, you're sinning.
Okay, but I'm talking about the physical act of eating or not eating something. Whether we're not talking about if it's obeying the law. I'm talking about the physical act when he says, don't eat this, don't eat that.
What about it? It's part of the Mosaic law, I know.
Yes, but it's not a thing of morality.
It is,
following
yes.
God- following-
Not obeying God's law is always a matter of morality.
is about-
yes,
yes, obeying
and
God is-
and God gave a law code. Where can we find that law code?
Which law of God would you not follow? Of the Old Testament, which ones would you say are not good to follow?
I definitely wouldn't be sacrificing animals. I definitely wouldn't be making men marry women when they become raped. I definitely wouldn't be stoning women because they didn't bleed on their wedding night. I definitely wouldn't allow anyone to own a slave. I mean, I can go on and on. There's tons of laws in the Old Testament. I certainly wouldn't be allowing my warriors to kidnap women in war.
Okay.
Also, Justin, just a moment ago, though, didn't it seem like the parsing she was doing is a little bit of leaning on her own understanding?
It does. It certainly does.
Which part?
The parsing of the law that he just said. There's no parsing of the law. We follow all of it.
Mm-hmm. There's
so
not.
when you try to parse it, you're leaning on your own understanding.
Luke 10:25 through 28. Let me pull it up.
Hey, Justin, I appreciate you letting me host, man, but I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, all right?
Good to see you, Volsey.
No problem. Next
Guys,
time you do this, I'll be back up.
Definitely. Make sure you're dropping Volsey a follow, y'all. Luke 10 says, an expert in the law stood up to test Jesus. Teacher, he said, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And he said to him, what is written in the law? Where can we find something written in the law?
In the Old Testament.
That's right. And he said, what is written in the law? What do you read there? And he answered, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and all your strength, and with all your mind, and your neighbor as yourself. Is that part of the 10 Commandments, or is that something else?
The 10 Commandments.
No, it's not. Neither one of those are in the 10 Commandments. This is a quote from Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus 19:18.
Okay, can I speak real quick? if you were then to follow up that question with Jesus, how do I love God? What's he going to do? He's going to point you to the first 4 commandments. If you were to ask
He's going
him,
to point
okay,
you to the
Jesus,
law of Moses.
he's going to point you to the first 4 commandments because he just
He's going to point you to the law of Moses. You're just saying you know what Jesus would do. We
because I know
actually have the words of Jesus, and Jesus says to follow all the commands.
He's talking about the 10 commandments.
He's not. He never mentions the 10 commandments once.
The whole 10 commandments are
Okay.
summed up.
He says, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and with all your strength." Is that part of the 10 commandments?
That's the first.
You're wrong. It's not the first commandment.
I think it's the first. No, it's the first 4 commandments.
It's not. It's a direct quotation from Deuteronomy 6:5.
Okay.
And then he says, "You will love your neighbor as yourself." Where does that come from?
The last 6 of the commandments.
No, it doesn't. That comes from Leviticus 19:18. It's a direct quote
it's the
from
last
Leviticus 19:18.
And it's the last 6.
It's not.
It's the last 6.
It's a direct quote from Leviticus.
This is a nervous laugh because it feels like you know that you
Yeah.
are making stuff up.
No, because Justin gets mad. He gets irritated.
Because you're a bad liar. It's a direct quote from Leviticus, and you know it. Just like this is a direct quote from Deuteronomy.
Okay. You still can't convince me that God is this evil tyrant.
He says you can own slaves.
Let's go to 1 Samuel 15.
You can read them. I've read all the stuff.
So how is that loving? How is 1 Samuel 15 loving?
The same way it's loving for him not to intervene right now in everything that's going on.
Why is that loving? Do you not intervene when your child's about to get harmed?
I absolutely do.
Oh,
If I
okay.
can.
So it's loving to let your child get pummeled, but only if you're God.
Because you don't see the big picture. You're not standing back and looking at the big picture.
I am looking at the big picture, and it's a bunch
Okay,
of
let's look at-
bullshit, which is why
okay,
I'm going to
let's look
read
at-
you another passage that proves you're wrong. Luke 16:28. This
But
is
I wanna-
the story of Lazarus. He says, in order to prevent his brothers from going to the hellfire, he says, "I have 5 brothers that he may warn them so that they will not also come to this place of torment." Abraham replied, "They have Moses and the prophets. They should not listen to, they should listen to them." He said, "No, Father Abraham, but if someone from the dead goes to them, they will repent." And he said to him, "If they do not listen to Moses and the prophets, neither will they be convinced." Isn't it interesting that Moses and the prophets is not the 10 commandments and the prophets? The books of Moses, the law of Moses, is one compendium.
Okay.
There's no division ever of the laws.
So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Can we look at the big picture now?
The lie, the big lie.
No, I want you're going to play God.
I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, I can if you want me to. I'd be a better God than yours.
Okay, let's see. I want to see it. So I want you to create humans, a race, and I want you to give them the ability to choose against you. Or no, what I want you to do is I want you to create a perfect race. Okay, so in my analogy, you're going to create a perfect race.
Easy.
And you're also going to create them with the ability to love.
Yep.
Okay. So if you do that, and they truly have free will, do they have the ability to choose against you? Yes or no?
Yep.
Okay, so what do you do with them when they choose against you?
I would actually appear to them and love them anyways, and I wouldn't torture them.
Okay, so now
The same way I do with my child. When my child does something I don't want, I don't torture my child. I reiterate my expectations, and I still love my child.
Okay, so let's look at Lucifer. All right, let's look at what happened with Lucifer.
Pivot. This is a huge pivot. We're talking about making a human race. Are you aware that according to Revelations chapter 7 and 21, that when this new kingdom comes, there's people are going to be having free will, and there's no tears, no more suffering, no more sorrow?
Okay, so they choose against you, right? And they go and they start doing what we do down here.
That's not answering my question. Are you aware that in your worldview, that when Jesus comes back and establishes the new kingdom and all that nonsense, that people will have no more suffering, no more tears, no more sorrow, but they'll still have free will, won't they?
Yeah, we will never do it again. Guarantee.
Okay, so you don't need to get rid of free will to get people to behave properly. There's obviously alternative mechanisms. You can give them desires that causes them to not harm each other.
Okay, so in giving them free will, they can choose against you.
Of course, they can choose against you, but that doesn't mean they can choose to hurt you. Like, I can choose not to go on a date with somebody, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to throw rocks at their windows or a brick through their car doors or through their car windshield. So you can choose something without giving them the option of doing something terrible.
So if malice starts growing in the heart, what do you do with that? It exists.
I just told you they won't have those desires.
How are you gonna create them to not have those desires?
I never said that they wouldn't have the desires, but I would prevent the outcome of those desires. Like if they wished to, like, for example, if somebody rose up and tried to stone his brother, I would prevent the stoning from happening.
Okay, so you're gonna physically stop him from stoning.
Sure.
Great. What do you think life's going to be like for him if you continually stop him from doing what he wants to do? Or do you think he's going to get frustrated?
Yeah, and he learned his lesson. He'd learn not to do the things that I told him not to because every time he tried to do it, I stopped him.
And you think that would work? You don't think that would? Have you ever tried to stop a child from doing what they want to do? How do they respond to that?
Yeah, it works really well. I have a child.
Okay, we have children. When I try to stop my child from doing something that they want to do, they get pretty angry.
Maybe yours don't like you.
Mine love me. My kids love me very much.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Ian,
you stop them.
What were you gonna say before I cut you off?
I was just gonna say there's like a really good example of this. So God could have given us
That could have joined us.
God could have given us like an anatomy that required consent in order for us to do the deed. He could have given us so the only way that your parts work is if you both release specific pheromones, and if one party isn't releasing the pheromones, then nobody's parts work. That way, the only way that anyone could do the deed is consensually. So you could just have it like hardwired into the anatomy that something like grape is impossible, or alternatively, you could give like a fish anatomy. So there's lots of ways that you could avoid evil just by giving us like a different anatomy.
So Justin, my question is, did you stopping them change their heart from wanting to do it?
It can, yeah. Me stopping them teaches them that if they try to do this thing, it won't happen. Now, I'm not saying that I have to control their desires.
But the desire is gonna start growing and have a tendency towards evil. Say it does. What do you do with that?
I don't do anything. That's
continually stop them from doing bad things, right?
Yeah, so, I'm omnipotent. I'm omnipresent. I can do those kinds of things. It is no sweat off my back to stop people from harming other people.
So what kind of society does that now look like? Did you create the perfect human race that you wanted?
I never said I can create a perfect human race.
Well, I'm saying, remember, we're doing this analogy. I want you to create this perfect human race.
Okay, then I would give them the desires to not harm each other, yeah. Just like I don't have a desire to harm anyone. Ian, do you?
Only if it's funny.
Yeah, as it turns out, our behaviors are dictated by our desires, and those desires can be manipulated. So I would just create human beings so that they didn't have the desires to hurt each other.
So the issue is when we sinned, we allowed something to come into our heart that we cannot purge out.
I didn't do that. No.
No, you didn't. But
no, but
Adam and Eve did, right?
You left my analogy. My analogy. No, there's no sin that comes and lives in anybody's heart.
Okay,
not in my world.
So what happens when? Okay, so you're creating this perfect human race that's now living down here on this planet, and you have to intervene in everything, or you said you're going to somehow create them with free will, but also the inability to do bad things, which you can create them with the inability to do bad things. But does that change?
I didn't say the inability to do bad things. I said I would make sure that they had the appropriate desires.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Justin. Wait. I think I just thought of something really interesting. Wouldn't this just be Adam and Eve without the tree?
Yeah, it literally would be, yep. Also, Conquistador, thank you for the $5 super chat. Conquist says, the last time someone played the Let's Create the Perfect Race game, over 2 million people died. Yeah, that's 100% true.
Yeah, I'm not saying to do that, by the way. What I'm
So,
saying is the means in which to create a perfect race is the way God is doing it right now.
Oh, it's definitely not. Because
I
you've already
see it.
acknowledged that people are going to be in heaven, they're going to have free will, and they're not going to sin. So whatever mechanism God is using, whatever mechanism that God is using in heaven to keep people from sinning, even though they have free will, is the same mechanism that I'll invoke.
The reason why people aren't going to sin again is because they're going to know the results of turning against God, because they're going to have seen it, known it, and they will not do it again.
Oh,
they will have known better.
Okay, then in my worldview, they'll know the consequence of their actions, and so they won't do it.
How are they going to know that? They've never experienced it, so you're going to
Okay,
give them experiences.
do the people on earth know the consequences of sin?
Do we fully know?
Do the people on earth know the consequences of sin?
What consequences? What do you mean? What
Okay,
consequences?
well, we know the outcome of our sin in your worldview. Even now, Mom, I don't know why you keep talking over me. It's never going to work. I've told you 100 times. Every time you talk, rather than listening to my response, no one will ever hear you. There's hundreds of people on YouTube that will be watching this. None of them will ever hear what you say. So whatever mechanism that God is using to keep people from sinning in his heaven is the same mechanism that I would invoke. Now, as it turns out, the mechanism that you're saying is going to happen is that people are going to know the ramifications of their sin, so they're not going to want to sin. But that doesn't ring true to me, because people know the ramification of their sin now, and they still sin.
Yeah, I don't think they fully do. I don't think people fully comprehend the ramifications of, especially. Yeah, no, I don't think they always fully understand it.
Okay, what do we not understand? What's left to understand?
I think that when he recreates us with a perfect heart again, back to reestablishing us back in that nature, we will have had the experience that we didn't previously have.
Okay, so just what I told you, I would give them the desires to not do the bad things. I would give them that heart, the thing that God is going to do to them. So you haven't really solved anything. God can have people that do the things that he wants them to do.
So he did that, and look at what happened.
But I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think that they had that heart. I think that God destined them to fail, because Ephesians chapter 1 says that Jesus Christ, they were elect in Jesus Christ before the foundation of the earth, which is reiterated as well in the book of Revelation and elsewhere, that Jesus Christ was slain before the foundation of the world. This whole sin nonsense was part of the storyline from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think when Satan sinned, it had to play itself out in order for us to know what the true ramifications of going against the law of God is.
But you don't like the law of God.
I love the law of God. What are you talking about?
Okay, then should we be stoning women if they don't bleed on their wedding
I
night?
like the moral law of God. The other laws of God, I don't fully understand.
Oh, so Deuteronomy 22 is a moral law. It's what to do when a woman lies about her virginity. We'll just read it for you, because I'm sure you haven't read it yet.
I've read it.
All right. Also, Daniel Silva, thank you for the $10 super chat. Is there such a thing as sin? I know bad behavior exists, but sin means divine punishment. What are they not understanding? What life am I on, and why am I still making mistakes? I actually don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm an atheist. I don't believe we actually sin, but so
sin is the definition of sin is just not obeying God's law.
Well, that's according to Paul. It says that sin is the transgression of the law. In the Old Testament, there's a couple words for sin. Chatat is a popular word, or chata, and but both of them just mean to miss the mark or to do the thing incorrectly. That's neither here nor there. All right. So it says, suppose a man marries a woman after going into her, dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman when I was with her. I did not find evidence of her virginity. And you already know that the evidence of the young woman's virginity is whether or not she bled on a sheet. Okay. Now, if she doesn't bleed on the sheet, which only about half of women do anyways, then she gets stoned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now this is a moral law. This is about what to do when a woman lies about her virginity. So when a woman lies about her virginity, should she get stoned?
No,
Oh, but I thought you liked the moral laws.
I'm all about the Ten Commandments.
Oh, so you don't like all the moral laws. You only want to cherry pick the 10.
Okay, sure. I only want to cherry pick the 10.
Okay, so you don't like God's moral laws.
I do not agree with the way they did things in the Old Testament. Absolutely not.
With the way God
No.
did things.
With the way God did things. No, I
Yeah.
do not. I'm not in agreement with the way God did things.
Okay, well, finally we found
that doesn't
a
make
point
him
that you
not-
and I agree on. So, Ian, I think you and I have a call with Dr. Blitz, don't we?
Oh wait, I thought Blitz said.
Did he reschedule?
Yeah, I could have sworn Blitz said that he wasn't going to be awake in time.
Okay, cool. Wasn't sure. Anyways, listen, we've been on, Mom, you've been on for a long time. So I'm going to get some rest. Although I've got we might bring up one more guest. But only if Ian wants to talk to him, because I already told him I won't platform him until he, well, we'll see. Mom Life, good to talk to you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Justin,
I'm
for
sure I'll
having
see you
me.
in the future.
We'll see.
Cheers.
All right. You have a good one. I'm going to go watch the fight.
All right. All right, we're going to bring RC in, but if he goes on another racist tangent, he's getting blocked forever.
I thought it was going to be Q Diddy. That's too bad.
Oh, I won't let Q Diddy in. Yeah, I already told Q Diddy that he's not allowed in here unless the first thing out of his mouth is it's not okay to marry women that are children, which I guess that's a good starting point for RC. RC, what should the legal age of consent be?
I don't have a problem with 18.
Yeah, reasonable. That's like eminently reasonable. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. Are all the races equal?
Are all the races, like human races, equal?
Yeah.
In terms of value, yeah. We're equally valuable.
Okay. Fair enough.
So from an evolutionist standpoint, how are all the races equal? You think we're all one human race?
Oh, there comes the pivot. Yeah,
right. There's different.
I think
how is that a pivot?
we're all one human race. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like
So
one
there's different
species,
breeds
yeah.
of dogs, but all humans are the same, right? There's not different breeds of human though.
Well, that's a race.
Yeah,
We're-
there's differences within.
Yeah, we're
our
talking about
species.
the human race, just like the species of dog has got an umbrella term to refer to dog. So
Yeah, I believe all humans have value equally because God's our creator, but you don't believe in God. So how can all humans have equal value?
because we're all equal, because we're all humans.
Based off what standard?
There's no such standard. It's just based on the fact that we're all human beings, and
Yeah.
since we are all human beings, we're of
Yeah.
we're of the same characteristics. So
what gives us human beings more value than other species on the planet?
I don't necessarily know if we do. Like, I don't know if we have necessarily more value than, say, like a dog. What I do know is that we have more rational capability, thinking capabilities, and we have, a higher level of intellect. But that's neither here nor there. I assume you came up to address the topic on the board?
Yeah, I mean, I have a belief in God, and you have a belief that there's no God. So this is a belief versus a belief.
No, incorrect. I have a lack of belief in any God. It's
Yeah, you
a
have
belief
belief in
versus a...
abiogenesis.
Do you have a belief that the tooth fairy is not real?
No, I don't believe in the tooth fairy, but you
Oh,
believe in
and I don't
abiogenesis,
believe
right?
in your God, so I have a
Yeah,
lack
you have
of
a
belief.
and we have you believe in abiogenesis, right? That
I mean,
how
I
do you
think
think life
abiogenesis
originated?
is a pretty good explanation, but even if abiogenesis was wrong, it wouldn't make your God real. So the
I'm
theist
not saying
still
that.
needs to actually defend their particular God. And if I remember correctly, your God is the Christian God?
Yes, but I mean,
Right.
we have to. but
So what's
you
the
do have a
evidence
belief.
for the
You have a
Christian
belief.
God?
You have a belief. You make it
I don't
seem
have
like
a belief. I know this. I know you're going to run away so hard. So what's the evidence
then
for
what-
the Christian God being real,
What's the
RC?
evidence that life originated absent the
What's
creator?
the evidence that your
So
God
what's
is
the evidence
real?
that life originated absent the
It-
creator?
it
'Cause
doesn't
you just like to
matter.
attack- you just like to attack.
I know he's so scared to actually talk. He's just like
You're
a precept.
constantly
That's
on
all
the
he's got.
offensive.
He's got absolutely
never get
nothing.
you never
So
respond to
what's
This
the
is literally
evidence?
just burden shifting,
I know
yeah.
this is all he does. This all he has is burden shifting and
constantly on the
racist
offensive. You won't
tirades.
respond to my question.
So is easy enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If all of science was wrong tomorrow, it wouldn't make your God real. It doesn't. You still have to defend your God. If all of
You just
science
said
was
that you don't
wrong,
believe-
RC, if all of science was wrong, it wouldn't make the tooth fairy real either. So
Right, and if
you
it-
still need to defend your God. What is the evidence that your God is real?
You won't answer any of my questions, so you're gonna make me answer yours.
You're on my stage. Yes, you can cry about it all you want.
so you won't
So I
answer
want to
any
know the
questions at
evidence
all.
for your God, because
You're
you
just
can't
a
just
cynic.
presuppose that
You're
your
just a
God is
cynic.
true, because then I would just presuppose that the tooth fairy is true.
You're just a cynic. That's all.
I'm not a cynic. I know you have no rational defense of your deity.
You
Zero.
have no rational defense that life can originate absent the creator.
What's life?
You and I are life, right?
Is God
You
alive?
can't- So you have no.
Is God
justifiable
alive?
So how did life?
Is God
originate on
alive?
Earth? How did life?
Is God
originate on Earth?
alive?
You can't answer.
Listen,
any
you
of
can
my
you can
questions.
cry
That's
all
crazy.
you want. I'm asking you a very easy question about life. Is God alive?
Yes, God's alive.
Okay, how do you know that God's alive?
Because he came down in human form, died, resurrected, and we have evidence of this. So then, how? do you
Okay,
know
so
that
what's
life
what's the
originated-
evidence
so how
of
do you know
this?
life originated
What's
absent
what's the
creator?
evidence of it?
Same evidence that we have for historical figures.
Okay, no. What's the evidence that he was God and not just a guy
So
that
how
died?
do you know life originated? See, you won't answer the question though. See, this
The
is not-
question's
this is
very
such a
easy.
bad
Life
take.
is just
Such a bad
chemical
take.
reactions. That's all it is. It's just the ability to
reactions?
reproduce and to consume energy from the environment. That's what life is. And that's why I know that your God is not alive, because your
So why did
God
life originate
doesn't
on
do
Earth
any
and
of
not any
those
other
things. So your God doesn't do any of those things. He doesn't fit into the definition of being alive. Just like your God
what's your
is
proof
supposedly
that-
male, but he doesn't have a penis, because your
So how
God
does life come
doesn't
from
actually
nothing?
have any mechanisms
life
of
come from
determination. Also, Philo Dragon, thank you so much for the
Won't answer any
unicorn.
questions.
I know you're crying so hard. You want to run away from your
How
God
does
so
life come
much.
from nothing?
Life doesn't come from nothing. Life
So what did it
is
come from?
is chemical reaction. All life is just chemical reaction.
Where did
so
those chemicals come from?
it comes from the universe. Universe is
Came from
eternal.
nothing.
No, the
The
universe
universe
didn't
just
come
always
from nothing.
existed?
The universe always
The universe has a
existed.
starting point.
The universe doesn't have a starting point.
Most physicists agree the universe had a starting
No,
point.
the observable universe had a starting point called the Big Bang sometimes, or the Great Expansion, but that doesn't mean that it didn't exist prior to that. Have you read
what was
any
before the Big Bang?
Well, I don't know if we actually know, but we have theories. So we've got
Exactly.
quantum foam, we've got the rebound theory or the elastic universe theory, we've got
Faith.
no, we don't have faith at all.
Faith.
Not even
Belief.
close. No, faith is stupid. So
you put your faith in these different physicists that have these
no,
theories.
they actually have
Yes,
data
that's your
points.
worldview.
Your faith doesn't have any data points. Your Bible
Those are your gods.
is a huge cope. It's full of failed prophecies. It's full of barbaric morals. It's
Really?
full of bad history.
My Bible built the Western world.
No,
What
your
did
Bible quite
atheism
literally
build?
didn't.
What did your atheism
the Western
build?
world wasn't built on the Bible.
You know what your atheism built? Depression and.
This guy's just cap. I wanted to actually read the book with you. Want
That's
to read
what
the
your-
book with
that's
me?
what atheism built.
Do you want to?
Wait, are you're asking what science built?
Yes. No, I'm talking about.
Science got us to the moon.
Science is not equivalent with atheism.
Well, yeah, I mean, you keep on trying to like force us to defend like these scientific theories as being equivalent to atheism, but then when you ask like, well, what did atheism do? Suddenly now it's like completely distinct from science.
No, science has absolute necessity in our life. It's just observing God's created universe.
It definitely
that's
not.
cool.
That's what science is. Science is a tool. You guys are trying to prove science. You're trying to disprove
Science
God with
says that the
science.
Earth is a sphere. The Bible says it's flat.
No, the Bible doesn't say it's flat. Show me where in the Bible it says the Earth is flat.
Job 38:14. Have you read
It
Job?
says the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's read it.
I'm going to show it to you. You're not going to like this at all. These guys never read the book. Ian's read this.
Yeah.
Oh, by
It says-
us not reading the book, you go
It
to.
says it takes form
you go
like
to
it says it
contradictions of
takes
Bible
form.
dot-
It says it takes form like clay under a seal. Do you know what clay under a seal looks like? Have you ever seen it?
No, I've not seen clay under a seal.
I'll show you a picture of it.
That doesn't prove the Earth is flat. You took
It,
one
it
verse
says
out of the Bible. and
it
you're, "Oh,
says
the
that
Earth
it's flat.
That's crazy.
It says that it's formed like clay beneath a seal, and I'm going to show you what an ancient Israelite clay seal looked like. Oh, it's a flat disc, just like the book says. Isaiah 40:22 says it's a disc.
So
Oops.
what is- so
Oops. Is that
where does it
is that
say-
flat?
Yeah, so where does it say
Oh,
it in Isaiah?
okay. Yep.
No, first of all, that's not even flat.
It is. Yep. It's a disc.
No, that's not flat.
Yeah, it's a disc.
No, turn around and look at your girl. That's flat. That's not flat, though.
What girl? I got no girl.
Oh, that's not a surprise.
That's the best you got?
No, but I gotta keep it PG.
This guy. At least he didn't.
Gotta keep it
At least he
Speaking
didn't
of-
go on a
speaking of-
racist rant. Go ahead,
Speaking
buddy.
of girls,
rant.
how
Why
old
would
was
you think
Mary?
that?
Well, according to the proto-evangelism of James, she was most likely around 12 or 13. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's not. I don't know if you know what flat looks like. That's not flat.
It definitely is. Yes, it's flat.
Yeah, that's flat. Okay.
Yeah. That's,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
flat. That's what clay beneath
You
the
wanna
seal
type
looks
in
like.
Flat on images, that's not going to come up. You're going to get a flat surface, like a table. That's a flat surface.
Yeah, that's flat. A clay seal is flat.
Yeah, that picture you showed is not flat.
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you think that's flat?
This is. In fact, here's another one. There's tons
You think
of
a
them.
bunch
Oop.
of bumps is flat?
It has texture. In fact,
wow, so-
and the
so
passage
yeah.
the passage even indicates that. If you keep reading, it indicates that there's texture.
So you
But
you took two
so
lines
it's
out
so
of the
it's
Bible.
like clay beneath a seal. Now, is there any Bible passage that says that it's round?
It doesn't make claim to.
Oh, okay. So
That's
every
not the
time
point of the
every
Bible.
time it talks about the earth, it talks about it the same way all the ancient people thought about it. All the ancient people believed that it was flat, circular with a dome over top of it. Isn't it weird that the Bible says the same thing? It's almost like these ancient goat herders didn't know anything about how the universe worked.
Doesn't lay claim that it's flat.
It says it's formed like clay beneath a seal, which is flat.
That does not mean it's flat, and the pictures you
does.
showed aren't flat either.
It is.
No.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait,
You
is
can
the
keep
Earth
just saying
shaped like
yup, that
the
doesn't prove
things
your
that,
point.
that were shown? Like, it can be. If it's that shape, then the Bible's wrong.
You can put clay under you can put clay under a sphere, or you can put clay under a glass object and still have it be a sphere. It doesn't
Wait, I
mean
want
it's
you to.
bad.
That's not no, because that's not possible.
Yeah,
There's
yes, it is.
no
I can
object
literally
you could put
form
clay
clay
under that
into
would
a
make
ball,
it into
put
a
and
sphere.
put a
That's not
glass top
true.
over it.
That's like just not how physics works, because you would
You
need
can
it
put
to
a
be.
glass top over a clay ball, and it's still a clay ball. What are you talking about?
Oh, I mean, if you already make it into a ball, yeah.
Okay,
But-
and that's what God did.
But-
Like, what are you
Oh.
talking
But this
about?
isn't a ball. This is a disc.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is a sphere?
No, that's not a sphere.
Oh, it's a disc.
Sure.
Okay,
That's not
so
what the
right,
Bible
yeah,
says.
the Bible says it's formed just like the picture I showed
Does
you.
it say it's a disc? Does it say the Earth is a disc?
Yes, it does in Isaiah 40:22. It literally
Let's read
says.
that.
All right.
Yeah, let's read that. And then go to the original Hebrew translation of what disc means, because you're
Sure.
reading in English.
Oh, sure. Do you actually know Hebrew?
No, but you
Okay,
can look at
well, it turns
translations.
out that I do. So
You actually
Isaiah
know Hebrew?
40:22. Let me put it on the screen for you.
Are you Jewish?
Nope.
Why do you
Says
know
it
Hebrew?
is because I have a biblical education. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth. Do you know what this word is in Hebrew for
Wait,
this?
you have a biblical education?
I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, which is why I'm going to cook you. Says it is he who
Did you
sits
used to be a pastor?
Yep, is he who sits above the circle of the
Damn,
earth.
were you married? And you probably got
I
a
don't.
divorce after
I
you
don't.
became an atheist, right?
No, I was an atheist before that.
And then you got a divorce. That's sad, man.
It's not sad.
I'll pray for you. It is sad.
It wasn't
Your
sad.
whole- your life.
I wanted a divorce. That's why I had a divorce.
That's sad, man.
So
I think
what?
it would be way more sad if Justin like stayed in the relationship that he was unhappy. in.
Like, how did?
Yeah. So what we're not going to do is have you come up here and make ad homs about my my personal life. So it says here that Yahweh sits above the circle of the earth. Now, there's a really interesting Hebrew word here. Do you know what it is?
Go ahead.
It's chag, which means
You need a hug.
either a disc or a circle. Do you know the difference between a disc or a circle?
Go ahead. Tell me the difference between a disc or a circle.
A disc is not hollow, and a circle is. This is a circle.
A circle's hollow?
Yep, a circle is hollow, and a disc is filled in. So, for example, that's a disc.
Yeah.
And that's a circle. Now, the Hebrew word here can mean either. Obviously, it's referring to a disc because
What do
the
you
earth
mean,
isn't hollow.
obviously?
Because in the English language, a disc is not the same as a
Yeah,
circle.
They're both pointing that the Earth is round. I don't like.
Is
You're just
but-
reading.
is
into the text.
saying it's a disc.
Oh, God disproved. good arguments.
No, I can disprove your God, this particular
Your
God,
God
in
too,
quite a few
that you
ways.
believe
So,
in.
for
Why
example,
did you stop believing
we can
in
just
God?
because the book is nonsense. So we can just go
Wait a
to
second. So you
First
studied it for
Kings,
years, became
chapter
a pastor.
6.
So what happened that you think the
If you would stop talking, I'll just show you exactly the
you sound like an
problems
angry
with the Bible. All right, First Kings chapter 6. I'm going to show you another problem that you've probably never seen.
Oh, Blitz wants up.
Oh, Blitz is here. That's good to see.
Yeah.
Philo,
yeah,
I'm
let's just 4v1 it now.
Aaron.
You joined.
Aaron, I'm gonna make room on the panel. Okay, you mind if I pop you down?
Yeah, sounds good. No problem.
All right, thanks for being here,
I'm
brother.
just here to hang out. I just woke up. I just wanted to say
Yeah,
hi.
Blitz is just waking up.
Yeah.
So according to First Kings chapter 6, it says, it came to pass in the 480th year after the children of Israel had came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. Okay. Now, do you know what approximate time period Solomon started to build the house of the Lord?
No.
About 970 BCE. So what he's saying is about 480 years prior to that, the Exodus happened. So this is why most people put the Exodus in the middle of the 1400s. It would have been about 1450. Follow so far?
Yeah, it's estimating, but sure.
Yeah, it's pretty damn close. Now, the problem with this is if you go to Exodus chapter 1, verse 11, it says, referring to the Israelite slaves, they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Pithom, and Ramses. So it's saying here that the Israelites, while they were still in Egypt, built the storehouses of Ramses. Now, when did Ramses live?
I don't know.
1200s. He reigned from 1279 to like 1225, which means they couldn't have built his storehouses because they exited Egypt 200 years prior. So, big fail on history. Want me to keep going? I'll keep going.
Yeah, sure. Keep going. I mean, this does not disprove that God exists.
It disproves that the book is full of lies. What are you going to say there, Ian?
No, there's tons of historical evidence.
What's Arcee's rationalization for that?
Over me. That's cool.
Yeah, what's your rationalization for why the book keeps getting things wrong?
It's very clear because every historical figure, including those in the Bible, there is information that's off by a few years. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It was all orally passed down. That's how history was passed down thousands of years ago.
Okay, so the book's not true.
That doesn't mean the book isn't true. 3 people can watch a car accident just because they have slightly different information. It doesn't mean a car didn't get into an accident.
Oh, did they have an Exodus in the 1400s or the 1200s?
What does that have anything to do with the analogy?
Because 200 years is not a difference of opinion. It's a difference of timetable.
No, we're talking about thousands of years ago, right?
Yeah, I know. And the book says that the Exodus happened in the 1400s. That couldn't have happened because Pharaoh Ramses wasn't alive yet. The book
doesn't disprove anything. These are just oral traditions.
Yeah,
they got it
okay.
off. They were off by a few years.
Okay, so the book lied.
It's not a few years.
200 years.
What are you talking about?
200 years.
Do you think all historical records of every historical figure agree with one another?
So it's off by 200 years. Just say it.
I have not even looked into the text. I'm taking you at your good word. Sure. If
I read it to you.
You read like 5 verses to me. That doesn't make it necessarily true. But I'm not even going to say that you're lying. I'll take you at your word. But now answer me. Does every historical figure's documents about that historical figure match up and they're all in agreement?
Are those from God?
Can you answer my question without responding with
Sandman, thank you for the $2 super chat. Sandman says, read my last super chat. Thanks, Justin. I don't see your last super chat. Oh, I do. Oh, I see it now. Sandman had a $5 super chat that I missed. I'm so sorry. It says no mention of microbiology either, almost like microscopes hadn't been invented yet. Weird that God didn't know about viruses, which is a good point because all these sicknesses get blamed on unclean spirits in the Bible, which is what people of the ancient world believed were causing all these things, which obviously wasn't the case. So I'm going to bring you to a passage because I've still got it open from the last guest. I don't know if you were paying attention, but do you think that the God that created the human body should know everything about it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that he should know how female anatomy works?
kind of like weird questions is it? No, I don't. No, you're gonna ask these rhetorical questions. No,
Okay.
I think that God.
Oh, wait,
does.
wait,
So-
so then God's not all knowing.
Yes.
Oh, God's
what?
not all knowing, therefore he doesn't
Like
exist.
you're just like
W
leading me to
concession.
this trapdoor question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
W.
Let's see what
Yeah,
trapdoor.
just
then-
fall into the trap. It's
Yeah,
fine.
then God's not all knowing.
Yeah, W
Yeah,
track
got
door. So suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So clearly he's saying, listen, I lay with the woman and she didn't bleed. I didn't find evidence of the virginity. Says the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town will take the man and punish him, and then, of course, he gets fined, and she's forced to be married to him forever. And then if it's true that she didn't bleed, it says, if, however, the charge is true that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of the town will stone her until she is unalive. So if the woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, she gets stoned. Do you think that's a good thing?
So that's a separate question. But you said God doesn't know her anatomy.
We're
What
almost
about
there.
this So what about this proves that he doesn't know her anatomy?
Oh, because only about half of these women would have bled their first time. Statistically, only about 40 to 50% of women bleed the first time they do the deed, which means half
What does
of
this have
half
anything
of
to do with
the
God not
half of
knowing
the
their
women
anatomy?
because half of the women being executed here would have actually been innocent.
Okay, so God does know their anatomy. Like, that doesn't
Okay,
prove anything.
so then
Well,
you,
then
you've
God's
got
sanctioning
what are
the
you
unaliving
talking
of
about?
innocent women.
Okay, so yeah, you have to bite the
After-
bullet. Either God is sanctioning the killing of innocent women, or he
Trapdoor failed.
or he doesn't know
Trapdoor
how the
failed.
hymen works.
This is how you guys work. You just
Trapdoor
ask a
failed,
bunch of
RC
leading
says,
Yeah.
after
trapdoor
affirming
questions.
like the justness of
Yeah.
the death of innocent women.
Let's just ask a bunch of leading trapdoor
Okay, so
questions.
so
Trapdoor failed.
RC, so it's okay for God to have innocent women executed?
Yeah, totally okay.
What?
Oh, yeah. This is the nonsense you have to justify to hold these positions. Corbin,
Yeah,
thank you for
remember-
the
There's
two.
no innocence in an atheist point of view. There's no such thing as
We're talking
innocence
about
in
your
Christ.
worldview. We're critiquing your worldview, RC.
Yeah, because you won't answer any questions. about
Corbin
your
Nelson,
worldview.
thank you for the $2
All you
super
can do is
chat.
just
He
be a
says, just
cynic
go
and
over to
attack our
Genesis
belief.
chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2. I don't know what you mean by that,
Crazy.
Corbin. I'm sorry. Yeah, so in your worldview, then, you think it's okay to execute innocent people?
Is that what God called for?
Yeah, he did.
How?
We just read it, Deuteronomy 22.
So it's saying that those women that don't bleed are not virgins.
Yep.
Right, correct. So the women that are not virgins are not going to bleed.
No, there are women
technically,
who
there are
don't
some women that-
bleed
Yeah.
and are going to be accused of being non-virgins because they didn't bleed. But in fact, only about half of women bleed their first time. In fact, we do a poll every time we do it. And guys in the chat, put a 1, or sorry, ladies in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you didn't bleed your first time. I want to see it.
Ew, I don't want to see that. That's gross.
I know
don't look.
you've never seen a VJJ. I'm sure of that.
I'm curious.
That's
How
gross.
many?
A lot of ones.
You know what? No,
Well,
never
I don't-
mind.
I don't
Never mind.
wanna
I don't want to get
know
your ban.
this.
I don't want to get your live ban, Justin.
You have men putting ones in the chat, bro.
No, I don't see any men in there.
I saw a guy's profile picture.
I
I guess he didn't bleed on his first time. That's crazy.
There's a guy that put a
Did you
2. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's a lot of ones. So women, on average, slightly less than half the time actually bleed. Now, here's the crazy thing about this, right? Suppose somebody doesn't bleed their first time. It's actually more likely that this is a woman who is a virgin, but she just didn't bleed because her biological makeup, dictated that that was the course of events, which means that's the most likely woman to be brought up on charges, is the woman who statistically just wouldn't have bled given her biology, which means more than half of the women being brought up on charges would have actually been innocent.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's exceptions for that. Don't know if they're.
Oh, well, okay, find it in the book for me then.
The book doesn't list every single exception. The book doesn't list every single gray area.
Okay, so now that brings me to
So what's
point
the
number
principle
2, which
behind
is
it?
what
So the
what
principle
happens to
behind
the
it-
man if the man is caught lying?
Okay, the principle behind it is that the woman needs to be a virgin.
Yeah, what happens if the man is caught
So-
lying?
So you're just like stretching with the,
Well,
with
and,
the text
and
says.
how? Tell us, RC, how do they determine whether or not It was a virgin.
Yeah, that was one of the ways, but I don't know. I didn't live there at the time. I'm sure there were other methods.
Oh, yeah, sure. And what are they found in the Bible?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't list that in the Bible.
Gotcha. Is God a perfect communicator?
God is a perfect communicator.
Oh, well, it doesn't seem like it, because it seems like he would have listed out the ways.
It would be impossible for the Bible to list out every single nuance point.
It's already 2,000 pages long. Why not?
Yeah.
It won't fit within 2,000 pages.
You couldn't add one more paragraph?
That one more paragraph's not going to sum up every single critical question that you're going to have on it.
You could just have something like this, have an inspection to make sure she has an intact hymen beforehand. Or you could say something like, it doesn't really matter if she's a virgin. You shouldn't be killing her for not bleeding. Because can you find me the regulation where men have to be virgins when they get married?
Nope, there's a double standard.
Yeah, it is a double standard. Now, when the man is caught lying in this chapter, what happens to him?
It's a different punishment.
Yeah, he doesn't get executed. So when she lies, she gets executed. When he lies, he pays a fine, not even to her, but to her father. You think that's a good thing?
Yeah.
Oh, that is a good thing that they get executed?
Yes. Like, actually, or are you
Yeah,
just
I think that everything God did is good. Everything God instructed was good.
Jesus.
So the slavery was good too, then.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You guys are like laughing and scoffing, yet you justify murdering
you
justify murdering babies.
No, I don't. I don't.
Right?
So the slavery was good too.
Wait. But you want to know who actually justifies murdering
it's
babies?
Not a pivot. Like you
pivot.
You're on a moral
Nobody kills
murdering like tens of millions of babies.
Yeah, nobody kills more babies than the Yahweh.
Yeah.
So like, how many holes do women have below the belly button?
Yeah, it's 3. Weirdo.
Okay,
like, what kind of like
Just
strange
checking.
question is that, man?
Just checking, bro.
Yeah, just checking, bro. So weird.
So then,
like, all your like weird trapdoor, like clickbaity.
RC, listen, you can cry. You can cry all you want, RC.
It's not like
so.
Okay.
So then, I just want to make sure I get your buy-in. Then, so it was good then when God told them that they can own slaves.
Yeah.
That was good. Okay, just making sure. I'm just getting them on record. Okay. So then it was also good then.
God deems morality, we don't.
Okay, so in Deuteronomy 22:28, it was good that he said if you meet an unbetrothed virgin,
yes, everything God said is good,
and you sleep with her by force.
Everything you're going to ask about God. Now define good for me.
Oh, good according to the English language is just
good according to
good according to the English language is something that is desirable or typically beneficial, whereas bad is something that is undesirable or unbeneficial. Now I know that in Philbro land, I know in Philbro land that the good has a different definition, but I don't use Philbro definitions.
Yeah.
So how do you define something good? How do you know what's good and how do you know what's bad?
I just asked you.
Is generally taken to be like the things that should happen.
Because you're asking, is it good for God to do this?
Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, typically we take good to be like the things that should happen.
Yeah, I agree. Good is the thing that should happen. Yeah.
So then, I can't hear your definition when all 3 of you are talking.
That's because
I'm just reading Reddit, bro.
Well, we weren't all 3 talking.
So how do you define good?
We just gave you 2 different definitions.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not talking to them.
I already gave you my definition. I know I know you're crying because you're up here looking like a fool, justifying slavery and executing women who don't bleed.
You need 3
I'd be trying to run away too from the Bible. I'd be running away as hard as quite possible. I'd be buying a ticket right now to get away from the Bibleville.
Yeah, I don't care. So can you define good?
I just did. Yep.
So define it. Say it again.
I already did. You weren't listening?
So say it. No, I was.
Your ears don't work?
At the same time.
Your ears don't work? I already did. I just did. Why weren't you listening?
I can see why she left you, bro. I see
she
why
didn't
you
leave
turned
me.
Away from God.
This is all he has. This is all he has.
No, it's not all. It's just sad, bro.
What's sad is that you believe it's okay to execute women that don't bleed on their wedding night, and you think it's okay to own slaves. You also believe in a Messiah that fulfilled 0 prophecies. I already did, and you weren't listening.
You are running away from.
I already
defining
did. I
good.
gave you the exact dictionary definition. I gave you the exact dictionary definition of good. Did you hear it?
You said what's desirable. But I'm
Yes,
asking you
exactly.
how-
Yes. What is desirable is the definition
how
of
do we
good.
know what's
I'm glad that you were actually listening. Wow, it's
There
almost
are
like you heard me
adults-
the first time.
There are adults that desire children, so is that good?
No, I don't think it's good.
So
no.
then that doesn't fit the definition.
I
of
know,
good, so that's
which
why
is
I'm
which is
asking you,
why when
what is
Ian
the
supplied
standard
his
of
definition, I said yes, something that is good is also something that should be done.
Okay, so
Whereas
something
something
that
that
should
is
be done is
bad, something that is bad is something that shouldn't be done. Now,
How do we
when
know
we
what
talk
should be done?
when we talk about
How do
things
we
that
know
are
what should
when
be
we talk
done?
about things that are desirable and undesirable, it's not just about what's
How do we
desirable
know
for
what
the
should be
self.
done?
It's about what's desirable for humanity
know what
at
should be
large.
done?
Because
You
we
won't answer my question.
because you won't shut up. So if you would let me answer your first question, then you can move on to your second
already
question.
did.
But because
You said something
because you won't let me answer your first question, I can't let you move on to your next question. So we know what is beneficial and what is good, not just because I like it, not just because I find it beneficial and good for me personally. We're using a term that refers to
It's not up to
that
you.
refers to actual humanity.
Humanity agreed to unalive Jews in Germany. So is that good?
No, humanity didn't.
Yes.
No,
That
they
society
quite
did
literally
agree to that.
didn't.
Yes, they did. That society did agree to that.
Did the
So is
Jewish
that good?
folks agree to
Because
that?
humanity doesn't agree on everything.
Yeah.
So how do you know
Go
what's
ahead,
good?
Ian.
No.
Yeah,
Speak for
did the-
yourself, adult.
Yeah, wait, did the Jewish folks agree to
No,
that?
don't have Ian speak for
RC,
Just asking the
running away
question.
RC, are you going to answer the question or not?
No, I'm talking to you.
Okay, and I'm going to give you the same question then.
Don't
What
pivot
was
for
it?
Ian to answer for
Was
you.
it good for the people who suffered?
You're talking about humanity.
Was it
defining
good for the people who suffered?
No, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. Was it
You're
good
not.
for the people who
You said
suffered?
that humanity is your standard.
Was it good for the people
You
who?
won't answer my.
I'm answering your question right now. I need you to pay attention. My answer starts with a question, which elucidates my answer. Was it good when somebody does something bad to somebody else? Is it good for the person that the thing is happening to?
You said you're answering my question while you're asking me a question.
Yes, that's the
not
whole
answering
point.
my
Is
question.
it good for the person that the thing
You
is
just
happening
won't- you don't
to?
wanna you're just running away from
I'm
my
answering your question and you're being a child and you're not actually engaging with the answer.
Pathetic.
When something happens to somebody that is not good to them, even if the person doing the action thinks it's good for them, then it still doesn't make the whole thing good because we have to include
Correct.
the
So how do we
person
know?
the
What's our
person
standard for good?
we
What's
have
the
to
objective
include
measure
we
we
have
have
to
for what's
include the way that the person receiving the action is interpreting it, not just the way the person doing the action is doing it.
I agree with you. So when a rapist is getting hit and beaten, that's a good thing, right? But he doesn't agree to that. So does that mean that it's actually bad to beat a rapist off of a woman? 'Cause
No,
he doesn't agree to it.
It's not good.
Oh, so that's your
It's
standard.
not good to grape. And
That's your
if you
standard.
need to eliminate the rapist through force, then I think that's the greater
He
good.
doesn't agree to that.
It doesn't matter if he agreed to it.
You just said
It
you
doesn't.
just said
It
that the
doesn't
person
matter.
needs to
Listen,
agree to
in
it.
our society,
You
we
just said
don't
that.
we don't allow people to harm each other. I'll just start from the very beginning. So
You just said that the person being harmed.
stop talking. So in our society, we have subjective morals, and we decide as a society what those subjective morals are. When somebody in our society is hurting somebody else in our society, then we take responsibility for helping the person being hurt. Sometimes, in order to prevent the person from being hurt, you cause harm to the person who's already started to cause the harm. It's not that it's a good thing to harm the person who's causing the harm. It's that it is a necessary harm to end the harm that they started. So I'm not saying that we should randomly beat people. We should randomly get into fights with people. But if that person is causing harm to somebody else, and the only way to end the harm is to engage in other harm, then it's a justified action in that view.
So who's objectively good in this scenario between Israel and Gaza?
There's no such thing as objectively good.
So then who's subjectively good between Israel and Gaza? How do we determine?
I think this is a particular gray area because we would have to know all the
You can't
details.
answer any of this.
I
We know
can.
what's right and wrong because we believe in God. You believe in science.
All right, so you don't actually
answer
have
more
an answer. You're not answering. I didn't ask you a question. I'm trying to answer your question, and you keep wanting to steamroll, and I won't let you do it. So it's a gray area because I don't know all the details of what started this war. I do know this though, that Palestine was living in the land, And then after World War II, or actually shortly after World War II, they were given land that wasn't theirs. The Palestinians lost land, and people came in and started taking their land. And then over the course of the next couple of decades, they started losing more and more land to the people that were given land there. So it depends on what you think is justified. Is it justified to engage in some type of warfare to defend your homeland? Most likely, but as it turns out, there's a lot of peaceful Jewish people that living there as well, right? So should the Palestinians be allowed to execute or harm the Jewish people there that are just minding their own business and not encroaching on their land? I think that's where it gets gray, because a lot of the bad actors is necessarily the government and not the citizens.
Right. So you were criticizing the Old Testament of women getting stoned if they didn't follow certain things. They consented to these laws. And to that society, they agreed to that was good.
No,
so how can you say that was bad?
When did they consent to it?
Yeah,
when did
the women consent, RC? This is why I don't take RC, because he's a spaz on every live I've seen him on.
You can't even let me talk.
When did the women consent, RC?
When they kept following the Israelites out of Egypt, they consented to following this Creator God.
What are they supposed to do?
They consented by following the light. They consented by following Moses. They consented by following the commandments that Moses brought down from the mountain. That's how they consented to it. They could have left at any point. They didn't have to be part of the Israelites. They could have left.
Do you think that they would have been stoned to death if they tried to leave?
No, because that wasn't one of the laws.
I don't know. It just seems like they were
no, that wasn't one of the
laws. To
laws
death for a lot of different things.
No, that wasn't one of the laws. They consented to it, and they wanted to follow the moral hierarchy of God. And you're sitting here saying, "Oh,
no,
that's so bad
they definitely didn't."
Well, you're also saying that society deems what's good and bad. Well, societally they agreed to it. So how was that bad?
Oh, okay, so we started the conversation on asking whether or not you thought it was bad, and you don't think it's bad.
You see, you won't.
And I'm telling you that I don't think it's a good thing to execute women that are innocent, and I think that's the basis. The basis of the text, and that's what you're not understanding, because when I talk about Deuteronomy 22, I'm not talking about it as though it's actual history. To me, when I read it, it's fiction, because I don't believe that a God who created human beings would tell them to execute innocent women. And I also know that from the writings of the Jewish people, they saw that this was a problem after it was already written. And a couple hundred years after Deuteronomy was penned, the Jewish rabbis were already looking to invent reasons to not follow through on this text. So the Jewish people even knew that this was a problematic text, and they were inventing reasons to not follow it.
Right, but your standard is what the society deems as good and bad, and this society...
That's not a standard.
That's what you said.
That's not a standard.
The standard. That's what
no,
you
I didn't
said.
say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I know you're putting words in my mouth, RC. So what I didn't say was that what I didn't say that society is a standard. There's no such thing as a standard. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody gets to have an opinion on what they think should and should not be done. There is no such thing as a standard. And then we come together.
So how do we find out what's good
then
and
we
bad
come to because we come to a conclusion based on our collective experiences.
That's society.
And we measure the outcomes, and we say, look, it turns out that certain behaviors have outcomes that we don't like. Can we come to an agreement that we'd rather not have this thing be legal anymore? It's not a standard.
Societally.
It's not a standard that anyone's appealing to. What we're doing is coming to an agreement and saying, hey, there's some things. Can we have an agreement on what the things should and shouldn't be? It's not.
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you won't shut up.
It's pathetic.
It's not pathetic. What's pathetic is that you can't have an adult conversation.
You're muting me and talking over me constantly, talking about an adult
I'm muting you. Okay, so did you hear my response, or were you crying?
No, I did. You said collectively we deem. That's societally speaking.
Yes, but it's not a standard.
So then what's your standard of deciding something's good or bad?
I just told you it's not a standard. There's no standard that I have to appeal to. The only thing we have to know is... I just told you, I've told you 5 minutes ago that morality in my worldview is completely subjective. Yeah. Everybody gets to have an opinion on what they think should and should not be done. And then we can come together as a society. If it turns out that driving 150 miles an hour is not a good idea because people keep getting into accidents, then we can come together as a society and say, hey, listen, we've witnessed that when we drive over a certain speed limit, bad things happen. So maybe we should have a limit that prevents people from doing this. It's not a standard that we're appealing to. It's just an observation that we would like to prevent a particular outcome.
You appeal to your subjective selfish standard. That's what you're appealing
It's
to.
not
Because
selfish.
the person speeding, and just interrupt me, that's crazy. And because the person speeding disagrees with you. They're no more correct or incorrect than you are, because it's all subjective anyway.
Does their speeding affect other people?
Doesn't matter. It's
It does.
subjective to
Does
them.
their speeding affect other people?
That person doesn't think so.
Does their speeding affect other people?
So that person doesn't think so.
Does speeding affect other people?
Doesn't matter.
It
It's
does.
subjective.
I'll answer it for you since you're too cowardly
No,
to
because
answer
what
it.
if the other
The
people
real
say it doesn't
answer is that speeding and reckless driving affects everybody on the road. So,
No, it doesn't.
as someone who has to share the road with maniacs like you, I want rules for the roads that I get to drive on. Mike, thank you so much for the 5 subbies. I appreciate that, Mike. So yeah, when people drive recklessly, it does affect me, which means I have a say in how people drive on that road because I have a part in that road.
Can I talk now? Or am I just going to get muted 3 words in?
If you keep talking over top of me, I'll keep muting you. It's fine.
That's crazy. You say I talk and you start interrupting me and then say I'm talking over top of you. It's just ridiculous.
Are you going to respond to my response?
You can't speak on behalf of how other
Are
people
you-
feel that are driving on
Are
the
you
road.
going to respond to my response?
I'm responding to it. You're saying that it's
Okay.
affecting other drivers. You can't speak on their behalf. It's all subjective.
I just said I am on the road as well. I'm speaking
Yeah,
for myself.
speaking
I
for
share
yourself.
I share a road with other people on the road, which means I have a say in what happens on the road. It's a shared experience.
Yeah, correct. But we're deciding if something is good or bad.
Yep. And it's
Right.
bad if somebody drives recklessly.
Yeah, but that person that's driving recklessly finds it fun and thinks it's good.
Yes, but
So
it's
what
not
makes you
good
more
for
correct than
because
them?
it's not good for me.
Yeah, so that's just your selfish worldview. Exactly.
It's
what
not
my
selfish
point.
because
It
it's
is.
because it's
Whatever's
not good for
you.
it's not good for everyone else on the road either. When somebody behaves selfishly and recklessly on the road, it's bad for everybody involved because you can get into an accident and it would be bad for the people that you get into the accident with.
I hear
also
you.
bad for the
but your
reckless
whole
driver.
point is what
It is
good
also bad
you.
for the reckless
That's what-
driver.
That's your morality.
It's-
Whatever's good
it's also-
for you.
it's not-
That's selfish.
No, it's not
And
what's
that's why
good
you're
for me.
divorced.
It's what's good for society and also myself.
just
And
said
that's
for
not
me.
and that's not why I'm divorced, okay?
You just said for me, whatever good for me, and you took the
I've
easy route.
I've said
and
it
got divorced.
I've said
That's
it
good for you,
I've said
right?
it 10 times. It's not just about what's good for
crazy,
me,
man.
it's about what's good for me and good for society.
How can you determine what's good for society if all of society doesn't agree with you?
Because we can agree on some things. We can agree that we shouldn't let people own tanks. We can agree that we shouldn't let people drive 200 miles an hour. We can agree that we shouldn't let people walk around and stab each other with knives. There are a lot of things we can agree on. And the things that we do agree on, like maybe we shouldn't be allowed to shoot each other, those are really easy things to codify.
Right, but the Israelites did agree that they wanted to follow these rules by God. So how can you say that that's bad?
I didn't say that it was bad that these people agreed to
Good,
it.
you
What
just
I'm
consented
saying...
that God's rules were good. Thank you.
No, I didn't. What I'm saying is that the rule itself is bad.
No, they
Yeah,
agreed that it was good. So I appeal to them.
Yeah, and
They
I
agreed
and I
that it was
and I
good.
disagree, and all of society disagrees.
No, that society at that point didn't. They collectively agreed.
I
that it was good.
disagree. No, I've read the writings of the Jews, and they disagreed as well. The
No, they
Jewish
didn't.
rabbis quite literally made rules around Deuteronomy 22 to prevent women from getting stoned because they
No,
knew
I'm
that
talking about the Israelites.
because they knew, yes, the Jewish rabbis are Israelites. So they
you
knew
possession
from a
thoughts.
very early age, they knew from a very early time period that this was a problematic law, which is why they wrote other laws around it.
Those Israelites living at that time under those rules consented to it and agreed to it. Therefore, it was good.
They didn't.
For
They didn't have a choice.
you. They did have a choice.
They didn't have a choice.
They did have a choice.
They didn't
could
have a
followed-
choice.
Abraham didn't have to follow the commandment of God. Noah didn't have to follow the commandment of
Wait,
God.
did
They all
Isaac?
had a choice.
What
Every
about-
single
what
one
about-
of them had a choice.
did
And they
No,
followed
the,
through with
the
it.
women born into this society didn't have a choice.
Yes, they
Isaac
did.
No,
consent
they
to be
didn't.
Nearly sacrificed.
Okay, just ridiculous, man.
Did Isaac consent to be nearly sacrificed?
No, his father consented to following God, and he didn't get
Oh, okay.
sacrificed.
So Isaac did. Well, no, I mean, but Isaac was gonna. Or
Did I
Abraham
consent
was
to my
gonna kill
parents
him.
for giving birth to me?
Isaac was.
So are
or
my
Abraham was
parents
gonna
evil
kill
because
him,
I
right?
exist?
Can we agree? Can we agree that Abraham was gonna kill him?
Yeah, because he was loyal to God, but he didn't.
And Isaac didn't consent to that.
Did Isaac
unaliving.
fight against his father to do it?
He didn't know it was happening.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
so then, but you're
it's called
asking
the
me if
binding
Isaac
of Isaac for a
consented.
reason.
Isaac
So
was
presumably he was
unaware.
being tied down.
Isaac was unaware.
Well, he was being tied down, so,
So then
presumably he
it
was
wasn't a
not
consent.
consenting.
Like, why mute me? That's
Because you can't stop
moment
talking
you
long
look,
enough.
you're losing the
We can't even hear the question. So there's no way that you can answer the question if you're talking. And I'd like to hear the question to know if you can actually answer it.
just crazy.
What's crazy is that you can't have an adult conversation.
Also, just interestingly enough, and this is related to Deuteronomy 23, and actually in Deuteronomy 24, it explicitly says that women can only get divorces if their husbands consent.
Yep.
It's not about whether a woman wants to leave; it's whether her husband will.
Yeah, and
let
the
her.
woman agreed to those rules.
When?
Again, no, they didn't. These women are born into society.
In the Bible, where those women disagreed with those rules.
They're born into the society.
Yeah, can you show me where the women were disagreeing?
There's no agreeing
So you
or
can't-
disagreeing.
why
The
they
women
disagreed with the rules.
Okay, then show me in the Bible where the women agreed to it.
No, I can't prove a negative.
I can't prove a negative either. I can't prove a negative either.
RC, because your claim is the positive. Ours would be proving the negative.
You're asserting that they did not want to follow those rules and they were forced into it. Show me.
No, I didn't assert that at all. What I'm asserting is that
So
your
then don't
claim
place this
that all of the women agreed to this is a baseless assertion.
All right, so then you have no justification to believe that those
You
women
made
didn't
the
consent
affirmative
to it.
claim that the women agreed to it. What's the proof for your affirmative claim that the
Same
women
reason
agreed
that
to
women
it?
in like Afghanistan, they follow the rules of that. Just because you don't agree to it doesn't mean that they don't want to follow it and they don't consent to it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they don't really have a choice. Where are they going to go?
I'm just saying you're assuming.
Where are they going to go, RC?
What's the
You
alternative?
are assuming.
Where are they going to
You're
go?
assuming their consent.
Where
You
are
can't show me anywhere in the Bible.
where are they going to go?
There were.
To Aquaman,
was there no
RC? To
civilization other
Aquaman?
than Israelites that they could have gone to?
I mean, some of the women
Yeah,
probably
there were
could
other
have,
civilizations they could have gone to. That's where they
typically
could have gone.
typically they would marry into it. Yeah, but the women
So
that
they
are
could have
born,
left.
the women that are born in the culture aren't just going to leave because it's their culture. They're not just going to leave their family.
Yeah, but anyway, that society agreed to that, so that was good. Per
No,
your world
not
rule.
not the women. No, not the women that were born into it. Only the people
women
that,
that
were
were born
part
into it
of.
disagreed with it?
Only the women that were part of the covenant ceremony on Mount Sinai. But that's only if you think women actually had autonomy here. And in the Old Testament period, it's pretty clear that they don't actually really have autonomy.
So then, where did those women disagree with the lifestyle that they were?
Where did they agree with it?
Okay, that's just crazy, man.
If it's my job to prove that,
they didn't agree.
if it's my, I can show you from
Yeah,
other
yeah,
writings
just L
where the
argument,
women
bro.
actually had problems with it. Do you know? Have you read the Talmud?
It's just pathetic.
Have
man.
you read the Talmud?
No, it's a gross book.
Have you? It is a gross book, but yours is just as gross. It says in Deuteronomy 20 that you can kidnap women and children in war.
Yeah,
do you
and
think
it
that?
justifies,
Do you think that we
P3
should be
on
allowed to?
Talmud.
Do you think
It's
that we should be allowed to kidnap women?
No, first of all, it justifies P3D on the Talmud. So
Yeah,
that's just
well, your
gross.
book does too.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Numbers
No,
31.
it doesn't. It talks about like literal like 5-year-old girls in the
Yeah,
Talmud.
well, yours
So
does too. Yeah.
Numbers 31 does
Where does
too.
it say to? Where does God say it's okay to have intercourse with 5-year-old girls?
Numbers 31. They're little children, virgin girls. They're given to the warriors.
What's their age?
It
'Cause
says
young
it
girls.
says hataf. It means children.
No, it does not mean children. It means
Yes,
young girls.
hataf means children.
So that. Can you pull up the verse?
Yeah, it's in
It's,
Numbers
like, so
31,
unbelievably
17 and
bad
18.
faith, it's ridiculous.
It's not bad faith. You're just crying.
No, like you were a pastor and then you turned away. Now you're like
Yeah, because I actually
advocating for the
studied the Bible and you haven't. So
why don't you
it
just, like,
says
walk away
here
and
now
not talk
therefore
about God?
kill because
Why are you
people
so
because disgusting people like you exist. Now
That's
therefore
crazy.
kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman who is not known who has known a man by sleeping with him, but all the young
Yeah.
girls who have not
Young
known a man.
girls, yeah.
Yeah, and what's the Hebrew word there?
Yeah, young girls does not mean child.
No, hataf is a child. A
literally what it
young
means.
girl is a child.
How old's a child?
A-
How
a-
old do they
a
say
ch-
that is?
A child
girl.
is from infancy into puberty.
Is
Yo,
that what
wait,
their
let's,
standard
wait,
was?
wait, let's put it this way. RC.
No,
if I
wait,
to-
wait,
if,
is that what their standard was?
Yeah.
RC.
Or is that just your arbitrary standard?
RC, would you sleep with RC? Would you sleep with a young girl?
No. So where does it say from?
RC,
where does
would
it
you
say
sleep
from
with a young
infant to
girl?
12-year-old?
RC,
Where does it say for that?
would
Where
you
does it
sleep
say
with
that
a
in the
young
Bible?
girl?
RC, stop
Where does it say
yapping.
that in the Bible?
Would you sleep with a young girl? RC,
Where does it say from 0
would you
to
sleep with
12
a young
years old in
girl?
the Bible?
RC, would you sleep with a young girl?
So where does it say that in the Bible?
RC, would
Host?
you sleep with a young girl?
RC, we're not
Where
going to
does
let
it
you
say
just
that in the Bible?
endlessly pivot. Can you answer the question that Ian
I'm
is
not pivoting,
asking you?
Yeah, would you sleep with a young girl?
Where does it say their age?
Would
in the
you
Bible?
sleep with a young girl?
Why won't you respond to this?
Because you're being a coward.
Yeah, ridiculous. So it doesn't say that. It doesn't say their age, and you're just being bad.
It calls them children.
No, it doesn't.
It
calls them young
does.
girls. You
A
just
young
read
girl
it. It
is a
says young
child.
girls.
A young girl is a child.
Yeah, and not always.
It is.
Not always. A
It
young girl's
is.
not always a child. No,
You're wrong.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Tough always means children.
No,
Hold
young
on,
Yes.
girls does not always mean child. That's
RC,
crazy.
RC, what is a woman?
That's a good question for you.
Can you
You
answer the
guys are the
question?
ones that say that a male can be a woman. So
Can you answer the question, please?
yeah, it's an adult human female.
Okay, now what is a girl?
A girl's a young human female.
What's a young? What does young mean there?
What's the difference between a girl and a child?
So wait a minute. Is it? Are you saying that a girl is a non-adult human female?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that there's
okay.
men
Oh,
that are
oh,
also
no.
referred to as boys. There's women
wait
that
a
are
minute,
also
wait, a
referred to
girl
as
can be an
girls.
adult human
You can use the
female?
terms interchangeably. A 35-year-old woman is still a girl. Is she not a girl?
No, she's a
I
woman.
wouldn't describe a 35-year-old woman as a girl. No.
Yeah, and she's
Girls
certainly
call
not a
each other-
toff.
Girls literally call each other girly girls all the time. And
Yeah.
they're grown women.
RC, the Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Dictionary defines toff as children. It's a collective noun.
Sure. Where
So
does it
they're-
say that
so
their
they're
age?
children.
Where does it say their age?
They're children. I don't care what their age is.
Yeah, but clearly they had different standards than they had now.
I
What's
I
their
don't
age
care
then?
what their age is. It says that they're children. You can
Yeah, but
define.
what age is that?
It's
wait,
typically.
wait. You're saying different standards actually works against you because they were considered adults at like 14.
Yeah.
So if they're children, then they're even younger than that.
No, you're just reading into the text.
It
Wait,
says
I'm sorry,
children.
You're just reading into the text. You're putting age that you're assuming that they are into
I
the
did.
text.
I didn't give an age. It says child.
All right. No, it says young girl.
It says children.
Okay.
So yeah, your book definitely condones taking of young children virgins and distributing them to warriors. That's what it
No,
condones.
and it doesn't say that those warriors
Your
are
book
having
is sick.
intercourse with them either.
What's a warrior gonna do with a young girl that's distributed as war spoil?
I'll take care of her.
No.
Why are you assuming he's gonna have intercourse with her until she's of adult age?
Because that's exactly what the Bible says you can do to the women that you kidnap. Have you read Deuteronomy 21?
I have read Deuteronomy 21, and I've heard that argument so many times. This is all you
Yeah,
guys do.
and
You
what's
just
what's
pick
it
the
say
Bible.
when you
Here,
what's it
explain this
say
verse.
when
Here,
you
explain
take?
this verse.
I'll just read
Here,
it for
explain this
you.
verse.
It says, when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take captives, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her into your house and she shall shave her head and clip her nails and discard her captive's clothes and remain in your house a full month mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her, so on and so forth. So you're allowed to kidnap women in war and just go into them as long as they're hottie toddies. And according to Numbers 31, it doesn't even matter if they're children hottie toddies.
Yeah, but you already lost the argument because you said whatever the society agrees to is good, and that society.
I didn't agree. I didn't.
You said
I didn't.
collective
RC.
agreement
I
is good.
never said
You
that
said
at all.
collective agreement
RC,
is
you're not
good.
listening
You
to
have
anything
lying.
I said.
You just said.
I
collective
never said
agreement
that
is
what
good.
society agrees on is good.
That's what you have said. Yes,
No,
you're
it's
lying.
not.
Yes, everybody. heard you say
Bullshit.
it.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said society gets to agree on what we permit and what we don't permit. I never said
That's
that. I never said that if society agrees on something, then by definition it is good.
But that society agreed to do that.
I don't think all of them did, but it's clear that many of them
most of them
did. Yes, it's clear that many of them did, and I would conclude that I would conclude that they're men, but I don't think that it's good. The same way that other people living at that time period also didn't think that it was good. Do you think the women that were being kidnapped thought it was good?
How do we know what's good or not?
Do you think
Just what
do you think
individuals say?
do you think the women being kidnapped thought it was
Okay,
good?
enough with these emotional appeal
Do you think the
questions.
women
It's
being
ridiculous.
kidnapped thought it was good?
I think whatever God commands us to do is
Do
good,
you
yes.
think that the women being
I already
kidnapped
answered your
thought it was
question.
good?
God commanded it. It's good.
It's a yes or no question. Do you think
already
that
answered your question.
did the women believe that it was good being kidnapped?
It's so bad faith. It's
You know,
just
last
crazy.
time I was kidnapped.
What a
I definitely
coward!
thought
Won't
it was
answer
good.
a single
What a
question.
coward.
RC,
I've answered
do the
every
women
question.
getting kidnapped think that it's a good thing?
If they consented to God's law, then yeah.
These aren't consenting women. These are women kidnapped in war.
Where does it say they didn't consent?
Because they're kidnapped. They're captives.
Where does it say they didn't
It
consent?
says they're captives. They're
Do you think a prisoner
prisoners.
can give consent?
Just to be clear, if they consented, it would be a sleepover, not a kidnapping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that society agreed that that was okay. You've said that as long as a society
that's not what
collectively
Justin
agrees
That's
with
not what I
something, then
said.
it's okay.
That's not
Yes.
what Justin
Okay. So you're
said.
just going back
Yeah.
on something you said 5 seconds ago.
John, thank you for the $10 super chat. John says the mental gymnastics required to try and defend this stuff is baffling. I know it is baffling that people, like grown adults, will defend this nonsense. So
You defend
the
women murdering
so
babies.
no, I don't.
Like,
so
yes, you do. You
so,
agree with
no,
abortion.
No, you
agree
have
with
you've
women
never
getting
even.
abortions.
First of all, you've never heard me talk about abortion. Second of all, your Bible says abortion's okay. Have you read Numbers 5?
Here we go again.
I'll just read Numbers 5 for you since you haven't actually read Numbers 5.
You just cannot stop from pivoting.
Yeah,
You
this
think abortions are good?
motherfucker does
I'm-
not
You
cannot-
know about the bitter liquid.
He doesn't. So this is a really interesting thing. If you suspect that your wife cheated on you, says the Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and say to them, if any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, and if a man has intercourse with her, but it is hidden from her husband so that she is undetected, though she has defiled herself and there is no witnesses against her, she has not been caught in the act. If a spirit of jealousy comes upon him and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a spirit of jealousy comes upon him and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself. So if she's jealous, it doesn't matter. Or if he's jealous, it doesn't matter if she did it. If the man's jealous, this is what he gets to do. He gets to bring his wife to the priest. He shall bring an offering required for her 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour. And he shall pour no oil on it or put no frankincense on it, for it is a grain offering of jealousy. And then the priest will bring her near and set her before the Lord. The priest will take holy water in an earthen vessel and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle and put it into the water. The priest shall set the woman before the Lord, dishevel the woman's hair, and place in her hands the grain offering of remembrance. And then everything gets burnt and mixed up into this bitter, poisonous drink, and she has to curse it. The drink of curse, it says, in his own hand, the priest shall then have the water of bitterness that brings the curse, and the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so, and then guess what? If it turns out that she cheated, the baby gets aborted.
Can I respond? Like, how many seconds do I have to respond before I'm muted?
I don't know,
I got,
maybe,
like, 5 seconds?
are you going to respond to what I read?
Depends how stupid the response is, I think.
Yeah.
Like, this smug behavior is just so ridiculous.
Ridiculously funny. Hey-o, up top.
Yeah, are you going to respond to the verse in Numbers 5? Or are you going to pivot?
Yeah, God said he knew us before we were formed in the womb.
Does Numbers 5 say that the woman is going to drink a poison and her womb is going to fall out?
No, it doesn't say her womb's going to fall out.
It does, yeah.
It does.
So,
It's exactly what it says.
So it's saying that if she cheated, she's going to drink this concoction.
Yep.
And that, yeah, right.
And,
so in that
if she's guilty,
I just already interrupted.
her private parts fall away.
Okay. W God, actually.
So you think that's good? If we suspect a woman cheats, we should give her a magic potion.
Yeah, we do live under a different standard.
W abortion?
Well, it's funny because the God of the Bible says to do this law code forever.
Yeah, no. God gets to determine who's alive or not. I'm okay with that. Humans
Okay,
don't get to
so we
determine
should
who's
be
alive or
allowed to
not.
make women drink a potion.
No. We don't get to determine who's alive or not. God
Wait,
does.
did God change his mind on giving abortions?
No.
Oh,
We
so
don't
then he still thinks
we
it's
don't
okay.
get to
So
unalive.
abortions are good. There we go.
No. God can do what he wants.
W abortion. There we go.
No, that's not. No, we can't decide what is good or right.
All you
or bad.
need is to make sure that yeah, he's got to be jealous, guys. That's it.
No, God determines what is right or wrong.
Yeah,
not
and he said
us.
it's
We
okay
can't
to have
unalive someone
abortions.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it's wrong to punish people for somebody else's crime? Like, so if person A commits a crime, can we punish person B for it?
Yeah, you can't unalive them unless it's self-defense.
Right. What I'm asking is, if person A commits a crime, can I lock their brother up for the crime?
Sure.
Why?
You can't take their life away.
I'm asking you, if I commit a
My
crime,
argument is you can't take somebody else's life away unless
RC,
it's self-defense.
if somebody in your family commits a crime, should you be sent to prison for it?
No, but that's not my argument.
Okay, and
You're
why?
not engaging with what I said.
And why shouldn't you be sent to prison
You're not
for
engaging
somebody?
with what I said.
I don't care what you said. I started.
know you don't. You don't care
I
for the
started a line of conversation, and you're running from it. So I ask you a very simple question: should somebody be punished for somebody else's crime?
No, human beings shouldn't have the power to do that.
Oh, okay, but God should be allowed to punish somebody for somebody else's
Yeah,
crime?
absolutely. He created us.
Okay, so if somebody commits a crime, it's okay if God just randomly punishes somebody else.
That's not how God works, though.
All right, I'm about to show you that you're lying
There
and you
we
haven't
go.
read the
Another
book.
trapdoor.
So the Lord set a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died from Dan to Beersheba. Do you know why this pestilence was sent?
Here, another trapdoor. Is this all
Must
you
have been
do?
something pretty bad.
Do you
if
know
it's
why?
Like 70,000 people.
RC, do you know why?
It's just crazy.
RC, do you know
It's
why?
crazy. Can you have a good faith conversation?
Can you actually defend your God for once rather than run
Can
away
you
from
have a
it?
good faith conversation?
This is a
My
good
God
faith
doesn't need
conversation. I'm trying to
My God does
demonstrate to
not need
you.
defending.
Listen, you're the one that believes in this stuff. So do you
Yeah,
know
my
why?
God doesn't
Do you know
need
why
defending.
God set the pestilence?
Can you have a good faith conversation?
This is a good faith conversation. Can you stop
it's
crying?
You ask leading questions.
Can you
and
stop
pull up
crying?
you pull verses out
Can
of
you stop
context,
crying?
And you're like, here, gotcha. Yeah, I thought you guys wanted men to be more emotional. I thought the whole point is for men to be more emotional.
All right, so I
Like,
want
why do
to
you
I
make
want to
fun of
read this
men being
actual
emotional?
passage. So RC, I'll ask you again. Do you know why God sent the pestilence?
Yeah, I'm not responding to these bad faith questions anymore.
It's an easy question. It's because David took a census.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
just not
so
doing
so
it.
David took a census. So God set a pestilence because of David's sin and killed 70,000 Israelites. And David even notices the injustice. When David saw the angel who was destroying the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned, and I the shepherd have done evil. But these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand, I pray, be against me and my father's house. So David is clearly understanding that, hey, I committed a sin, God. Why are you destroying all these people? But you don't seem to have a problem with that, do you? You think God should just be able to randomly execute 70,000 people for somebody else's sin?
Yeah, W God.
There you go. That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
All right.
What you want to hear? I'm just gonna tell you what you want to hear. It's just crazy.
Listen, I just want you to admit the vileness of your book. I know you're going to defend it at every turn, which is why I keep reading them to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that we demonstrated that your God is a barbarian and you're totally cool with it, let's talk about my favorite topic ever, which is that Jesus is the biggest failure, pile of sadness Messiah that ever lived. So I'm going to take you to Matthew 16, 27, and 28.
You got your hand-picked verses, your trapdoor questions. Like,
I
you feel
know,
good
and
about
you're just
yourself
gonna.
doing
I
this?
feel great about it. Also, Aaron, thank you so much
it's
for the
pathetic.
$10 super chat. Aaron says the word "good" has no content or substance in Christianity. It's just a circle with no meaning. God is good, and good is God, and God is good. Meaningless. I agree with that, Philo.
Yeah, just
I agree.
bully your arguments through. Mute your guests.
All right. I don't need to
go
mute
the
my
way you
guests
want.
when they actually have adult conversations. So this is
Right.
Jesus talking to the disciples. He says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And funny enough, all those people died and he didn't come back.
Oh, wow. God disproven. Got me.
Okay, so
double you conception.
wow.
Welcome to atheism,
Here,
bro.
you just clip this and then send it to all your atheists. Wow.
So Jesus lied.
Oh, wow. Yeah, wow, bro.
What's
I'm
your
not gonna
response?
engage- You're not even trying to have a good faith
What's your
conversation.
response? Why did this prophecy fail?
Oh, I don't know, man. It just failed. Why don't you read the entire book?
I did. I have 2 degrees in biblical
You're pulling
studies.
2 verses out of context and
Okay,
expecting
then
me to
give me the
defend it.
context.
Yeah, you have to read the entire book.
Use your Holy Spirit and give me the context. I've read the whole thing.
So bad faith, just crazy.
Then respond to it. Why do I know what's happening but you don't?
Yeah, so Jesus isn't real, right?
No, I think he was a real person. I just think he's a loser that got executed by his own people.
So why are you insulting him?
Because he's dead.
So you insult all dead people?
I would insult you too, and you're not dead.
All right, so why are you insulting Jesus?
Because I don't care about him. He's dead.
Okay, there's a lot of people I don't care about.
Because he's a
that are
false
dead.
prophet. Because people like you follow him, and you're vile.
What did Jesus do that was wrong?
He lied. He was a blasphemer. He led thousands of people.
Lied to people that believed in God.
He led
So
thousands
all
of
them are
people
liars.
astray.
Astray from what?
Astray from not rebelling against the Roman Empire. Are you aware that Jesus was
That's not what Jesus led astray.
Jesus was actively making people hostile towards the Roman government?
Oh, you like the Roman Empire?
No, I'm saying that the Roman government executed innocent
so
people.
The Roman government was immoral, so he's leading them away.
RC,
from that.
you're
Why
not
is that
listening to
bad?
me. Because of Jesus, the Jewish people went to war. They rebelled against Rome.
What's the name of that war?
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's a war that started.
Name one.
There's not. There's not
You
like.
just said they went to war. What's the name of that war?
There's the Roman Jewish wars. There's a whole slew of them.
Oh, okay. So there's not a war. That's
Okay. What I'm telling you.
It's literally called the Roman Jewish Wars.
Yes,
so why are you
and
insulting
it
Jesus
and it
then?
even shows up in the New Testament. I think in
If you
Acts
don't
chapter
agree with the Roman
17.
Empire,
So I
so
want
why are you
to.
defending them?
So I'm not going to let you pivot. I want you to
No, so
come
why-
back
so
and
why are you
come back and
insulting
address. No, I'm going to let you cry.
So
I
you
want
have no
you
reason.
to
You're just
address. I want you to
You're
address.
rebelling against God.
I want you to address why this is a lie. Why is this lie in the
Well,
Bible?
When you tell me why you're insulting Jesus.
Because he's a false Messiah.
Yeah, but you're not. You don't even believe in God, so who cares?
It doesn't matter. You
he's the
do.
false Messiah.
I
They
live. I have to live in the same country as you. I breathe the same airspace as you. I live with you buffoons. So because this guy exists, people like you exist. You know who's
Yeah,
never.
We built the Western world. What did it?
You know who's never been on my panel acting like an absolute child is a Jewish person. I've never seen a Jewish person on my panel acting like a child, but I see it from Christians all day long, which is why I will talk about Jesus every day of the week, because he is a false Messiah and he didn't do anything, and the book is vile.
Yeah,
So
everyone knows the true Messiah is the Egyptian.
it definitely is. Yeah. So and just answer the passage. Why did this not come true?
Don't know.
All right, that's a fair answer. John Ackerman, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. John says, "Stop showing me why I'm wrong and have a good faith conversation." I know. Oh, don't read the Bible to me. Oh my goodness, let's not do that. All right, I'm going to read another passage to you. This is from Zechariah.
You just have hand-selected verses. So
I've-
why do you insult Jesus?
I don't insult Jesus.
Because he's a false Messiah. You don't even believe in any Messiah.
I insult every religious figure. I insult Muhammad. I'll insult Buddha. I'll insult whatever religious figure that I'm debating right now, because
But I'm talking
religion.
about Jesus.
Because religion
So why
is
insult him?
because religion is a plague, and you're an example of it. That's why. So
why is it
in
bad?
Zechariah chapter 9.
Why is it bad? Why is what
Stop!
Jesus taught
Stop
bad?
pivoting, RC. I'm not going to let you pivot.
Can you tell me what
in
Jesus taught that
Zechariah,
was bad?
in Zechariah chapter 9, it says in Matthew
Jesus
21
teach that was
that this was fulfilled. Have you
What
read
did
Matthew?
Jesus teach that was bad?
Have you read Matthew 21?
What did Jesus?
I'm
teach
not going to
that
let
was
you
bad?
pivot. You're in my
What
live.
did Jesus teach that?
You're in my live. I will not let you pivot. We're going to read the Bible whether you like it or not. You can stay and read the Bible with me, or you can leave, but you won't be pivoting. And he left. There you go.
Oh, that's so sad. Wait, is there in the guest request box, is there a guy named Way Too Rizful? I got a blood sports debate this guy.
No, we've got somebody named Norguy in here.
Wait, Way Too Rizful, you got to come up in the guest request box. Otherwise,
this.
you're a coward.
Yeah.
God, it's like a base need. Like if you laid out Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like my foundational need is to blood sports debate this guy.
Well, let's see if he comes in. We've only got one person in the
otherwise-
queue.
Otherwise,
By the
That's
way,
right.
and there is something interesting, and like, what, and you know, I have to defend my people here. So the Talmud has a lot of gross things in it, but it's not a book from God, and that's the important thing, right? It's a bunch of rabbis from like the 1st century to the 8th century, roughly, who came and had opinions about things, and so those are how we determine, or those are how how we would determine some laws, but like they're not inspired by God, they're not the words of God, so they don't carry the same weight as things like Muhammad marrying Aisha, who
Right.
was literally a prophet, or or God commanding people to be stoned to death in the Torah or in the New Testament, right? The weight is different, so it comes off as anti-Semitism when people are like, but the Talmud says pedophilia, right? Like that's not the word of God. That's not the intent.
Right. Well, now that you bring that up, RC is like super anti-Semitic. I should have pressed into that, but I was focused on reading the book. But for anyone who hasn't seen RC, he's like super anti-Semitic. Like that's definitely something that I would bring up if you get him on a live. But it can get your live banned too. You got to be careful with what you say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, guys, it's almost 2 a.m.
Way Too Rizful is like running like Forrest Gump.
Yeah, look at him.
It's ridiculous.
He's trying to recruit people. He said, Coco, if you go up, I'll go up. Why are you trying to recruit people?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're terrified.
Fuck? Yeah, I wish Lizzie would come up and then it can be Lizzie fucking laughing as we cook the heck out of him.
Yeah, I haven't got to talk to Lizzie since like last year. I talked to Lizzie once or twice and absolutely roasted Lizzie. It didn't go
wait,
so.
you must be thinking of a different Lizzie because this Lizzie is chill.
No, not this one. I just see her pop into the box. This is not the Lizzie that I roasted. Yeah, there's another Lizzie on the app that's an apologist.
Oh, yeah.
Come on up.
Yeah, Lizzie's up. No, now, my God, yeah, now he has to come on up.
Come on up. You said you'd come up.
Yeah, Way Too Rizful. Lizzie's up. Come on
He's
up.
scared. Listen, I won't even join the discussion. I'll let these guys. It won't be me and Ian and everyone versus you.
Shut up.
Yeah, it'll just be Ian. Coming up.
Yeah, come up.
Don't be scared.
Okay.
Wait, does he not have the Holy Spirit?
Oh no, he's like the might of God behind him.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's funny because the Holy Spirit would be 2v1. Oh, he did come up. There we go. All right, listen. I'm true to my word. Okay, I'm gonna take a bathroom break for a second. And Ian, this is your guy.
Wait,
All right,
Ian.
buddy.
The reason why I came up was to debate Lizzie. They were talking trash, calling me a runner in the comments, so I said go up.
Wait. Well, Lizzie's not a debater, and you were talking
Wait,
shit
hold
at
on.
me. So
Wait, no, I didn't say I would do
wait,
anything
why
right
do
now.
you? Are you scared to debate me?
It's not about being scared. It's about knowing.
How about you just lay out your best argument for the existence of God?
I'd say the best argument I have is really the transcendental argument for the existence of God.
Yeah. What are the premises? Let's hear them.
I don't have my premises on me. That's why I wasn't planning on
Oh, you
debating
left
tonight.
your premises in your other pants. Oh, how about I give you the premises? So premise 1 to the transcendental argument for God is that if any proposition is true, then God is real. A proposition is true, therefore God is real. Those are the premises. So what's the argument for premise 1?
The premises I'm familiar with is that that logical absolutes exist.
That's a premise.
Okay. Do you agree that there are logical absolutes? I don't have my formal arguments on my computer.
What do you mean by absolutes?
Logical absolutes like the law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction.
Oh, sure, that laws
law
of
of
logic
identity.
exist. Yeah, we can grant laws of logic, sure.
Do you agree that laws of logic are that the logical absolutes are objectively true?
What do you mean by objectively true?
Meaning can't fail to. Hold on. There's it's on my computer. There's a specific definition for objectivity versus stance independent, right? I think it's stance independent.
Yeah, sure. So that they hold independent of any stances. Sure, yeah.
They're true regardless of stance. Okay,
Yep.
do those laws of logic exist in the mind or outside of the mind?
Well, if they're objective, then they couldn't exist exclusively in the mind, or they couldn't be grounded in a mind, because otherwise they would be subjective, not objective.
So where else are they?
Oh, that's just burden
grounded?
shifting. It's your burden to prove that God is the only way that they can exist.
Is the only way that what you agree they exist, correct?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, how do you believe that they exist if it's not? I mean,
Yeah,
you
so
said
I
it's
think
not
that
in
they're
mind, so
grounded
then
in
where
the
do they go?
ontology of being itself. Where do you think these are grounded?
In the ontology of being their self. What does that even mean?
Oh, okay, yeah. So just how some things are, and that there's like a specific essence to being in itself, that being is necessarily self-consistent, whereas non-being is self-inconsistent, which means that the law of non-contradiction, for example, is just present in being itself. Now, I'll ask you the question that you just dodged. where do you think these laws are grounded?
Well, I mean, I think the laws are grounded in, I think that they are concepts for one, and that concepts are grounded in the mind.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Why would God think of these laws rather
Wait,
than
hold
other
on, hold on.
laws?
I miss premises, and the reason behind this is because I don't have my computer on me.
Yeah. Wait. So why would?
Do you agree? Wait, hold on. I miss a premise before that one that I want to get to. Do you agree that these laws of logic are concepts?
What do you mean by that? Do you mean like we can conceptualize them, or that like fundamentally what they are is like concepts in a mind?
Like representations of things.
That these laws are representations? No, I think that they are embodied by being itself. No, I don't agree. I don't agree with that at
Embodied by
all.
being itself. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, just that being is self-consistent, whereas non-being is self-inconsistent. So that's gonna just account for the law of non-contradiction. So why would God think of these laws rather than other laws?
What other laws are there to think about?
Yeah, why wouldn't God just think of law of logic other than the law of non-contradiction? Why did he choose this one specifically?
I mean, it's grounded in his nature. I don't
Oh,
know
and what
you mean
grounds
by he
God's
chose-
nature?
What grounds God's nature?
Yeah.
I mean, he is his nature.
What do you think the question was, and how do you think you answered it?
I mean, you're trying to figure out where is God's nature grounded. That question didn't really make sense to me because God is a divine nature.
Okay, wait. So which part of that question doesn't make sense? So you know how some things are grounded?
Yeah, some things subsist in other things.
Yeah, so
he's self-subsistent.
Oh, so God's nature is grounded by God's nature.
I mean, he is his nature.
Oh, sure, but what grounds his nature?
Why does his nature need to be grounded by something?
Oh, wait, so because otherwise his nature is ungrounded. So otherwise your argument falls apart because the atheist can just say, well, logic is just ungrounded.
Okay, but then the atheist has to prove that too.
Oh, wait, go
So
ahead and prove that.
you're
Go ahead and prove that
disagreeing.
God's nature is ungrounded.
I mean, I asked you a question, you disagreed with the premise, but you're not explaining why. Like, you're not explaining
Well, wait,
why
because go ahead and that wouldn't be my burden to then
I mean, I don't even
prove
have my formal argument on
that
me. If I really have my
logic is
formal argument,
ungrounded. It's also not even what I believe, but the way you like completely like ruin your own argument is if you say God's nature is ungrounded, because then the atheist can just say, well, I believe in logic and logic is ungrounded.
I mean, I don't know how to explain.
I know you don't know how
you.
to explain. It's because the people who gave you this argument set you up for failure. This is genuinely the worst argument. Like,
Well,
learn fine-tuning unironically.
For one, I don't have the argument on me, so I didn't even run a formal argument. If I really had my computer with my definitions, I could. So
I
that's why
bet
I
you
said
would, yeah.
That's why I said I don't want to come up tonight. But people were talking about I was running in the chat, so I wanted to debate them.
Yeah, do
'Cause
you think you did well?
I mean, no, I don't have my I didn't run a formal argument, so there was nothing that I could have done well without my argument.
Yeah, I bet even God had to scroll on this one. God's all-knowing, but he's trying hard to repress this debate.
I guess so. Yeah, I do need my script. I need my script.
Listen,
yeah, of course.
It's nice talking to you. Wait, when are you gonna debate Sig?
Well,
Sig?
Sig told me explicitly he doesn't want to debate God. So I'm happy to debate him on God if he ever wants to. But he told me explicitly he doesn't really care about actually debating whether or not God exists.
While we've got the guests here, I put together a couple of syllogisms because I don't do philosophy, but I'm dabbling. Maybe we could try them out.
Yeah.
People are saying I should try and understand my position, but there's a formal argument I could run. I don't have it memorized. I don't run arguments.
What you
right
actually need is like a real position, because what tag is just like a cheap parlor trick that breaks really easily.
now. I disagree.
Well, because
I'll come back-
you're
I'll
just
come back
saying
with a
like,
formal
well, how
argument.
do you ground all this shit when you don't ground it yourself? Like all of these things are just grounded in God's nature, but of course God's nature isn't grounded in anything. So
No.
you're grounding like logic, intelligibility, morals, induction, all this other stuff in God's ungrounded nature. So the atheist now gets to say, well, I just ground, I just hold logic, morality, intelligibility, all that other stuff as being ungrounded.
Well, for one, that's a red herring fallacy, because we were talking about concepts. We weren't talking about logic in general. I went back to concepts to establish the laws of those certain laws of logics as being concepts.
Yeah, that's fine. But
Which
if you
would
ground
exist
these
in,
things in
which
God's
could even
nature,
exist in human mind.
if you ground these things in God's nature, then you auto lose because God's nature is ungrounded. So
Well,
then the
that's a red
atheist can
herring
just say
because
whatever thing you're trying to get them to ground, they can just say, well, this thing's ungrounded, and you can't complain because God's nature is ungrounded.
well, that's a red herring regardless, because I was talking about concepts being, if they are in a mind, if they are dependent on existing in a mind, or do they exist outside of a mind in general? Like humans can
Do
have
concepts
exist only in the mind, or do they exist somewhere outside of the mind?
So, okay. Concepts specifically are mental, but some concepts are mental representations. So, for example, I have a concept of my best friend. Now, my best friend doesn't exist solely in my mind. She also exists
Aw,
outside
you
of
have a
my
concept
mind.
of me?
But does the concept of the best friend,
Self-roast.
does the concept of the best friend exist only in the mind?
The concept does, but
Okay.
it's just a representation of something
And then
external.
the next premise before the red herring was, are logical absolutes concepts?
Are logical absolutes concepts? No.
Wait, they're not. What are they?
I think that they're part of the ontology of being.
What does that mean?
So ontology is the study of being, and the ontology of being in itself is one of pure self-consistency.
How does that prove anything about it not being a concept?
Because it would just be fundamental to the nature of all the things that are, that they're self-consistent, that they don't contradict themselves.
Is it a fundamental concept or not?
It's not it's not in a mind. It's a property. It's not a concept.
Wait, so the statement that any contradictory statement is that doesn't exist in the mind, that purely in the mind, it can be represented anywhere else?
That these things are the things that are contradictory are relegated to non-being.
Yeah, so contradictions can't exist in reality, correct?
Yeah, they exist in non-being.
What does that mean?
That they aren't.
So they don't exist, correct?
Yeah.
So then how does one conceptualize that they don't exist if they're not if the law of
You can't
non-contradiction isn't a
conceptualize
concept?
a contradiction. You can't conceptualize the sun both existing and not existing. You can't conceptualize a ball that's all blue and also partially red.
You can conceptualize the fact that it can't exist like you can conceptualize the fact that it can't exist in reality.
Oh, wait, so can you go ahead and conceptualize the sun both existing and not existing?
No, that's why it's a concept that you know can't exist.
Oh, yeah, so you can't conceptualize it, yeah.
But the concept of that is that it can't exist, correct?
But what do you mean by the concept of that? The
Like the law of
concept of
law of
a squared
non-contradiction.
circle, for example, is that it would have 4 sides and also no sides.
Law of non-contradiction represents it represents something that can't exist, correct?
The law of non-contradiction represents something that can't exist.
Yeah, so if you say if you say two contradictory things that can't exist in reality, and that's what the law of
Yeah,
non-contradiction
just
is,
that
does it
a
represent
proposition and its negation is false, yeah.
does it represent that those statements can't exist together in reality, which is what the law of
Yeah,
non-contradiction is?
the proposition and its negation is false, yeah.
Okay, so we already established that concepts are representations of things.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you just refuted yourself. You're contradicting yourself.
What's the contradiction? Let's hear it.
So you said that law of non-contradiction isn't a concept, but then I just went into the definitions. So I went into the definitions of it, and I called it a representation.
You can conceptualize it in the same way I can conceptualize my best friend, but my best friend is not just a conception. Ultimately, what my best friend is a person, and ultimately what the law of non-contradiction is a property of being.
Yeah, but my point is that a law of non-contradiction can't exist in reality, so it must be merely conceptual then, right?
No, I think it exists in the ontology of being.
You think concepts exist?
I don't think it's ultimately, I don't think it's conceptual. We conceptualize it, but it's fundamentally not ultimately conceptual.
If we conceptualize it, but it can't exist in reality, then how is it not merely
The
conceptual?
law of non-contradiction does exist in reality.
The law of non-contradict. Wait, so something can be red and blue at the same time? Like something can
Contradictions
be 100%
don't
red.
exist, but the law of non-contradiction does exist.
I mean, the concept of it, correct?
No, the property of it, inherent to being itself.
I mean, do you know
The
we've
things
already
that
established-
are self-consistent. The things that aren't are self-inconsistent.
We've already established what the law of non-contradiction is, which is that just two things can't be, two opposing statements or like directly opposing statements can't exist at the same time. Like P and not P.
Yeah, sure.
So that can't exist in reality. How is it not merely conceptual? I'm still not. You're saying that can't exist in
Well, wait,
reality.
like a contradiction can't exist in reality. The law of non-contradiction can exist in reality. This is not that complicated.
The law of non-contradictory.
Jeez,
of
Jay
contradiction.
Dyer is not sending his best.
I mean, I don't have my formal argument on me, or I would could. I got
I
all
assume
the
some of them are
explanations to
good
this in my.
people.
I mean, I got the explanation to all of this in my notes, so I will come back up another time and cook. But I just you're saying that something that can't exist in reality exists. That's a contradiction.
I'm not saying that at all. That's the opposite of what I'm saying.
While we got you here, I want to read a super chat from Aaron. Aaron says, David Hume's problem of induction is not solved by a mere assertion of God any more than a mere assertion of anything else we make up. Saying something is so doesn't make it so.
I mean, this would be a deductive argument if I had my formal argument. So I don't know why they're bringing up induction, but it is what it is.
You just wait. I'm going to get my formal argument and then you'll see.
Also, Ian, we've got a super chat for you, Ian.
Yeah.
John Ackerman, thank you so much for the $9 super chat. John asks, or he asks and states, he says, Ian is dope. Does he have a channel? And actually he does. But Ian, you want to use this moment to plug yourself? Because I love your content.
Thank you so much. Yeah, on TikTok, my main account is allegedly.ian. On YouTube, my account is allegedly-ian. I try to go live every day to debate mostly God, but sometimes I branch off into real life stuff, but then the real life stuff makes me sad, so I go back to debating make-believe.
Yeah, imaginary friends.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, Ian, it was nice talking to you. 2 years ago, I actually talked to Dr. Blitz. I brought like a second law of thermodynamics argument a long time ago. I go way back with this stuff.
But I don't remember it. So,
wait, Justin,
maybe
did you want to ask this dude some syllogisms?
I had one. I want to. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Okay, so this is the shortest one I've made so far. Premise number one. This is a biblical syllogism. It says, premise number one, all of the law can be summed up in one of the two commands. Love God, love man. Are you familiar with this passage?
No.
That's fine. I'll read it to you. Let's grab Matthew 22. I'll put it on the screen.
Oop. Could you do Revised Standard Version edition Catholic edition, RSVCE?
Well, I'm using the same translation that the Catholic Bible uses, so it should be the same. It's the New Revised Standard Edition updated, but it's the same one in the Catholic Bible.
Yeah.
So Jesus says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and all your mind. This is the greatest and first commandment. And second is like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang all of the law and the prophets, right? So he's saying that loving God and loving man, all of the law and the prophets get into one of those two categories, right?
I mean, I guess so.
Right? Okay. So premise number two is that the law includes commands to execute people that are breaking the Sabbath. Yes or no?
Yeah, I did see some things in like Leviticus.
Yeah. So then oh, go ahead.
Yeah, where there was like some it was pretty punishable.
Yeah.
or breaking the Sabbath. You know?
So then the conclusion is that it's loving to execute people that are breaking the Sabbath.
It's loving.
Yeah.
Wait, can you go to premise 1 again? Read that.
Yeah, premise 1 is that all of the law can be summed up in the 2 commandments, to love God and to love man, which is a summary of what we just read in Matthew, where he says that all of the law can be summed up in the first command, which is to love God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind, and then the other is to love your neighbor as yourself. In these 2 commands
so that's
are all the law and
that's
prophets.
like the Jewish law. That's like the Jewish law, right? And Jesus fulfilled that law.
Yeah, but he didn't abolish it. He just fulfilled it. Right. So according to the logic then, right, if all of the law and the prophets can be categorized as either loving God or loving man, and the law includes executing people that are breaking the Sabbath, then it's a loving thing to execute people that are breaking the Sabbath.
I'd say, I mean, first of all, I'd say yeah, that's true. That premise 1 is true, but it's like not concludable. It's not concludable to, like, because Paul and in Romans talks about works is not necessary for the Jewish law.
Right, but does Jesus say
Somewhere
that?
in Romans.
It's I think you want Galatians 3:23, but in Matthew in Matthew chapter 5, Jesus contradicts that, right? He says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus says, gotta follow the law.
I mean, I'd probably just concede right now that you got me on more so scripturally, because like things like fulfilling the law, I'm not too good with defending, which is why I don't debate right now, but I will. I mean, I do plan, I'm an inquiring Catholic apologist, so eventually I will.
Sure.
No, but like right now I'll probably make a concession on that type of thing. I kind of more studies like philosophy, theology, like Thomas Aquinas type of things.
Right. I got one more. Can I do one more?
Well, yeah. I do just want to like make like quick note of this, right? That like most proponents of the transcendental argument for God, they aren't actually very familiar with any scripture. It's not a real argument, and I actually want every single person here. This will change your entire fucking life. Everyone here. Have any of you ever seen a single woman run the transcendental argument for God? I haven't.
I mean,
I thought you were
not
going to ask if we
one
had seen a single
one.
woman.
Does
I've
that
never
refute,
seen one.
Does that refute like the existence of God just because a woman? Or
It's-
does
Yes,
it?
actually.
What it is like it's like a machismo like debate tactic. That's what the transcendental argument for God is. It's not like
I
a
mean-
real argument. Nobody in like philosophy takes it seriously.
I mean, I'll give it to you today just because I wasn't able to have my formal argument or my notes to any of the responses I've heard, and like especially to Jay Dyer and stuff like that. But I definitely got a formal argument and notes to all the questions you were asking.
Yeah. We've got a
So I'll bring that next
$5.
time.
Sorry to interrupt. We got a $5 super chat for Ian. Dex says, question for Ian. Did you have a chance to look into the Indonesian boars that unalive because their tusks grow back up into their skulls?
No, I didn't. Fuck, I've been busy at work.
They're
but
wild.
Often at work, because I do think that makes for like a killer problem of evil that, especially if it existed before humans, because then it gets around the fall really easily.
Right.
That, like, what an unbelievable, cruel monster God must be to make boars like this. But no, I haven't looked into it deep enough.
It's a good one. There's videos and images of it that they're pretty hard to watch. But I also got a super chat from John Ackerman. John, thank you for the $9 super chat. $9.99. He says, "No, don't say Jay Dyer. If you do it 3 times in a mirror, an idiot will show up and literally tell you to stop critical thinking. It's killing his case. Yeah, don't mention Jay Dyer. He's not as
Yeah.
as.
Well, I'm not really a Jay fan. I'm more so like I'm more so an Aquinas fan, but like I would run the argument for motion and stuff like that.
Right.
I literally, like if I had all my notes on me, I would probably run that. But I promise you, I just don't have it on me.
No,
that's why I didn't want to come up.
That's based. You should get really into Thomism. You should avoid the transcendental argument like the plague. No current philosopher of religion takes it seriously. What philosophers of religion are doing are arguments related to things like fine tuning, or even bullet biting. William Craig runs like the Kalam.
I mean, my friends J. Mike, Amdir, Cease, they do pretty good at like refuting the fine tuning and stuff.
So just as a counterpoint, don't get into Thomism because it's word salad.
I know. That's why.
True.
That's why I didn't run any argument for motion or anything, because I know, like, I have a problem with like defining certain things consistently, but on my own without my notes. But host, you said you had another syllogism, right?
Yeah, this one's got 4 premises, but it's more entertaining. Want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Premise number 1 is based on James chapter 5 verse 16. The prayer of a righteous man availeth much. Have you heard that one?
I'm pretty sure that's used like for like saying prayer. Prayers like defending prayers of the saints in heaven. So I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, the James is saying that the prayer of a person that is righteous is more effective, right? It's an effective prayer, right? So premise number 1, the prayer of a righteous man is very effective. Premise number 2, whatever is asked in Jesus' name that is in God's will, he will answer. Agree so far?
I wouldn't say like whatever, like everything. There's going to be some things in his will that he's not going to want to, answer. Like,
well, then
are you talking about whenever you say answer? Do you mean like?
But then it's not in his will.
Well, whenever you say answer, do you mean like he's giving somebody that like he's saying yes to the prayer, or like he could say no?
That's what I'm saying. Anything that somebody prays for in Jesus' name that is in God's will be answered.
I mean, technically, all prayers are answered.
So, what I'm saying is,
what you mean.
But if I pray for something and it's in God's will to answer the prayer, then he's going to answer it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure what I'm trying to ask you, like to clarify, is it in his will to say yes to, like, let's say I want a Snickers, and is it in his will to say yes, or is it in his will to just answer in general, say yes or no?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he answers every prayer. I'm saying he answers the prayers that are within his will.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to clarify what you mean by when you say he's answering to the prayers. Is he saying yes to it?
He answers somebody's prayer if the prayer is in his will. If you're praying for something that is in God's will.
I mean, I guess I'll just I'll say yes. He answers all prayers.
If you want to give your child a Snickers, like you bought a Snickers, you went to the store, you got it for your child, and you're just waiting for your child to ask you for the Snickers, and they ask you for the Snickers, you're granting their request that was already part of your will. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'd say I disagree then.
So God, yes. so when people pray for things that are in God's will, God denies it.
That are in God's will to say yes to? No, he doesn't deny it.
Right, yes.
He says yes to it. Yeah.
Yes.
Never mind. Yes, I agree then.
When people pray for things to be done and those things are in God's will, then it will be done. Right?
Okay, yeah, I agree, yeah.
Okay, man, okay. So premise number 1 is that the prayer of a righteous man is effective. Premise number 2 is that theoretically, if this righteous man prays and the thing is within God's will, then God would give it to the person, right? Okay, so premise number 3, Jesus prayed and asked for the disciples and all believers to be one as Jesus as God are one, correct? That's John 17.
Yeah.
Okay. Premise number 4.
John 17:3, right?
John 17. Well, it's in 11, and it's also in 20 through 22. It's in a couple different places. So premise number 3 is that Jesus prayed and asked for his disciples to be one as God is one, as he and God are one. Okay. Now, premise number 4 is that neither the disciples nor the believers are one as Jesus and God are one. Right?
Maybe no, I disagree.
Okay. Are Jesus and God in one accord?
If he's referring to like having the same divine nature, yeah.
Right, but do they disagree with each other?
I mean, no, they have the same will and their divine nature, but Jesus also
Yeah.
has a human will.
Yeah, they have the same desires. They have the same wants for each other. They're in one accord with each other, right?
Yeah, and their divine nature.
Okay, so then the conclusion then is that Jesus is not a righteous person, or he doesn't know God's will, because believers and the disciples were not in one accord as God and Jesus are in one accord.
I mean, they are one accord, and whenever he's talking, the interpretation of the disciples being in one accord is their mission. And then, I mean, Jesus and God, God the Son and God the Father were in one accord on their mission.
Yeah, I know they were. Yeah, Jesus and God were in one accord, but the believers are not. The believers are in an utter mess of disarray. There are 45,000 different denominations, and for part of history, they were executing each other. So Jesus' prayer failed, which means if Jesus' prayer failed, either it wasn't in God's will, or Jesus wasn't actually righteous.
Well, the disciples were in one accord.
But the believers weren't.
Can you read the verse?
Which one?
The one you're talking about, where he's praying.
Yeah, John 17. Not a problem. I got you. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I'll put it on the screen. I will remain in the world no longer, but they are still in the world, and I am coming to you, Holy Father. Protect them by the power of your name, the name you gave, so that they may be one as we are one. And he's referring.
Did you go to the revised version like you were earlier?
It is. Oh, sorry. No. I apologize. It's not the revised. There we go. And I'm no longer in the world, but they are in the world, and I'm coming to you, Holy Father. Protect them in your name that you have given me, so that they may be one as we are one. And then he reiterates it down here. I ask not only on behalf of these, but also on behalf of all those who believe in me through their word, that they may be all one, as you, Father, are in me, and I am in you. May they also be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. So
that's kind of hot.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, they're deep up inside.
Okay, so they have a mission. Yeah, all the believers would do the mission.
Right. Are all the Christians?
They would be in one accord by the mission.
Are all
So,
the
like,
Christians on the same one accordness as Jesus and God are?
I'd say yes.
Okay, so all the Christians agree then. So,
I'd say yeah.
So the Catholic Church didn't spend about 150 years just randomly executing everybody that broke away?
I don't know.
Yeah, the Christians have never been in one accord. Even during the Reformation period, you had people in Geneva that were executing each other. And then in the Roman Empire, they were executing the Anabaptists. In the early stages of the Holy Roman Empire, under Theodosius II, they were executing people.
Why were they doing that?
Because they were heretics. So the church has never been in agreement. We've got thousands of denominations. The reality is
Christians have been in agreement.
They haven't. That's why we got so many denominations. For example, when we owned slaves in America, we had a whole denomination pop up just to keep slaves, the Southern Baptist Convention. The largest denomination in America was literally founded to keep slaves. So you can't tell me that the Christians are in one accord.
I mean, Christians are followers of Christ.
Right. Yes. What I'm saying is none of them agree. None of the Christians can agree on what the appropriate belief system was. Not even what Bibles or what books are supposed to be in the Bible. Like, you're a Catholic, but 90% of the people I get on here don't believe that the apocryphal books should be in the Bible. Although I agree with you. I think they should be there.
I mean, all of the followers of Christ are Christians, but non-followers of Christ are not Christian. So those who only believe in faith only are not Christian.
That's what I'm saying. So now you're realizing that the Christians don't get along, so you're going to the no true Scotsman. Well, the people who don't get along aren't real Christians.
No, it's just the people who, I mean, if you're not a follower of Christ, I mean, what a Christian literally is by definition is a follower of Christ.
Yeah.
If you don't believe in faith and works, then you're not a follower of Christ, just by definition.
And none of the Christians have been getting along for centuries. In fact, even during the early councils, like in the Council of Nicaea, one of the bishops literally slapped another one.
Oh, I've heard of that. I forgot the defense to that. It's in my notes. I don't have nothing to say to that right now.
Well, I'm just saying that it's quite obvious that the Christians have never been in one accord in the same manner that God and Jesus are in one accord.
Well, regarding the mission of spreading the good news, all followers of Christ will spread the good news.
Yeah, but that's not what he prayed for. He didn't pray that the followers of Christ would spread the good news. He prayed that the believers in Christ would be one as he and the Father are one. Do you think that came true?
Yeah, yes. Because all believers in Christ would follow faith and works, which would be the apostolics.
But they don't.
I mean,
why do we have 40,000 denominations?
I mean, I don't know, but that's irrelevant to being a believer or not a believer, you know.
I'm saying,
the Christian, that's not a believer though.
Christian, you're just denying the inevitable. Listen.
I'm basically denying
everyone here sees it. Everyone knows that Christians have never been on the same page. Not ever. There's never been a time period.
I wouldn't consider specific groups of people Christian.
I know you're doing it now. Yeah, in order to rationalize why Christians didn't actually get all on the same page the way Jesus prayed, you're just going to say, oh, the people who disagree with my particular sect of religion, those people are actually not real Christians. And they would say the same thing about you, which demonstrates my point, which is the Christians, the believers aren't actually one. Jesus' prayer failed.
The believers are one.
They're not.
That's what I'm trying to say. Because I could refute Protestantism.
No, you can't.
I could refute faith only.
No, you can't.
I can't refute Protestantism.
Nope.
Yes, I can. I promise you I can.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Not without getting.
But regardless.
Not without getting rid of Paul.
I mean, Paul doesn't refute it because he talks about works regarding the Jewish law. James proves faith and works.
James is your boy. Yeah, but Paul disagrees. In fact, James was written to disagree with Paul on purpose. But
Paul's not talking about the same kind of works.
But that's neither here nor there, because we would say the same thing about the Ethiopian church and the Orthodox church, because the Ethiopian church and the Orthodox church are they're not Protestant, but they disagree with you too. So in order to make your position work, you would need to demonstrate that everybody who's not a Catholic is somehow not a real Christian.
I mean, that's just by refuting. I mean, if my position, if the Catholic Church, if Christianity were to be true, then the Catholic Church would be true.
Wrong. So you've actually proven my point for me, which is that now I got a person on the stage who's literally saying everybody who's not part of my denomination is doing it wrong, which is quite literally what I'm saying. Every Christian I get up here, they're going to say you're doing it wrong. If I get a Coptic up here, they're going to say you're doing it wrong. If I get a Protestant up here, they're going to say you're doing it wrong. None of you guys can agree, and every one of you just wants to play a no true Scotsman, which makes my syllogism actually work, because Jesus prayed that the people who believed would be of one accord, and they're not. They all hate each other. So Jesus' prayer didn't get answered, which means either Jesus wasn't in one accord with God, or his prayer wasn't in God's will, or he wasn't righteous.
Well, for the sake of the argument, whether or not, let's say the Catholic Church, just for my answer, since my answer is, I mean, I've answered the syllogism, and the syllogism doesn't work for me because my answer to the syllogism is that only Catholics are true Christian. And for the other people, they say that only Coptic and only Orthodox are true Christians. So for their reply, their answer works as well. It
works for you, but it doesn't work for anybody else, because every other Christian is going to do the no true Scotsman, and they're going to say you're not the real Christian. So so what you're doing is proving my point to be true. You've literally proved my syllogism to be true, that when pressed on it, because Christians can't agree, they're just going to do the no true Scotsman, say, well, everyone who disagrees with me aren't real Christians, because none of you guys can agree on anything.
So because they're saying that their position is the only true position to regard you as Christian. Now,
Right.
whether they could demonstrate their position to be the actual true position
So-
is a red herring.
My father was a Christian, but he wasn't Catholic. Are you saying my father wasn't a real Christian? Because Romans 10:9 and 10 says if you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord and God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. He did that. So was he not a real Christian?
Well, can you open James 2:23?
Are you going to respond to what I said first?
Oh yeah, you're right. So okay, so you're asking me if he's not a true Christian.
Yep.
I mean, did he follow Jesus? Did he follow the teachings of Jesus?
Sure did. It says
Then I
here,
don't know. It just
if you
depends.
confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. And he did that. And my father was a devout Christian. So he wasn't a Catholic.
Those who believe with their heart will follow the teachings of Jesus too.
He did.
And the teachings of Jesus is to participate in the sacraments.
No.
No. So and the teachings of Jesus also works to do your works.
Well, I agree that Jesus did have a little bit of works teaching. He disagreed with Paul there. Paul's the problem for your faith, not Jesus, not James. The problem for your faith is Paul. Paul's off in left field, but that's neither here nor there. My father,
So,
a
to answer
very
your question- to answer your
well-meaning, firmly believing, devout Christian, you're saying is not a real Christian because he's not Catholic?
I'd say I don't believe that to be the case.
And he thinks that your church is the false church, that you guys are wrong.
Okay.
So none of y'all agree. And you can't tell me that my dad's not a true believer. My dad is a true believer. He believes this stuff with every fiber of his being.
If you believe in it, then you're going to follow it.
And he does.
To the max.
Yep.
Well, then he'd be Catholic if he followed it. Is my
He
point.
wouldn't.
If you actually follow what the Bible says, which was compiled by the Catholic Church, you would literally be Catholic.
Wrong.
Come on. Okay. Well, I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree, but I answered your syllogism, so.
Well, you tried. It was a good attempt. I appreciate it.
But I'm not going to hold y'all up. It was nice talking to y'all. You'll see me around some more, but
Yeah.
I did enjoy this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank y'all.
Seriously,
Thank
get
y'all
a
so
different argument. Oh my God, please look
I'll
into.
bring the argument.
Oh, sorry, I cut him too soon.
Oh fuck! I was just gonna say, please look into Bayesian fine tuning. The next thing that you should do is not go watch another Jay Dyer video. What you need to go watch is the debate between Luke Barnes and Alex Malpass. Get a real argument.
Yeah.
By the way,
I think he proved
I
my
found-
syllogism, did he not?
Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, yeah, like in real time, it was kind of crazy.
I knew it was going to happen.
It was kind of funny. So I found that there is indeed fossil evidence of these pigs in Indonesia.
Oh my, dude, Problem of Evil is crazy.
So they've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the current consensus is that they migrated to maybe it's Malaysia, not Indonesia. They migrated to the islands that they're on around 12 to 20 million years ago.
So before the Ark of Noah.
Before humans existed.
Right.
Before the fall of man, before
Right.
everything turned bad, these pigs were impaling their own brains. Why would I
Seems
do
that way.
that?
He's a sick fuck.
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting
Yeah,
yourself?
literally. Oh my God, dude. It's like, why are you hitting yourself? Except it's literally like perpetual and for days. Why are you stabbing yourself?
Could
with
you
your own
imagine?
bone?
Oh, that slow death of your horn growing through your skull.
Yeah. Which is crazy because there actually is an evolutionary explanation. I'm sure that it probably just comes like so late in their life that because like evolution actually doesn't happen or doesn't care about what happens too late in your life. That's why Alzheimer's is so prevalent, because it just doesn't care. Like, you've already reproduced, you already spread your genetics, but so
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna send
imagine
you
that's
the thing I found.
Probably the case with the boars.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, it's way past my bedtime. I've got to get up tomorrow. I've got a bunch of family driving in from Tennessee, so I got to I've got some.
Damn.
I know.
We got a call.
I know.
Yeah. So will you be around sometime tomorrow morning, maybe?
Okay.
Late tomorrow morning. Like I can be around. Like I don't know. Whatever noon is. Maybe early tomorrow afternoon. That would work too.
Sure, we can make that work.
Yeah. Like 10? Oh, maybe not 10. Like 11? 11 EST?
Well,
I mean, that works for me.
Yeah.
I'll be awake all day.
Yeah.
I'll be awake. Throw it in the group chat so we don't forget. We do have another super chat from John Ackerman. Thank you, John, for the $10 super chat. He says, how do they not realize that they wouldn't be Christians in the way that they believe now if they lived in the 1st or 2nd century? That's a good point, because what they believed in the 1st century is nothing like what they believe now. It's completely different. But again, that's because Christians can't agree on anything, because Jesus' prayer failed, because he either wasn't righteous or he wasn't in one accord with God, or, some other alternative that we didn't think of. Yeah, it's wild that God wouldn't grant Jesus' prayer, because if you can't grant Jesus' prayer, because technically Jesus is God, so if God didn't grant his own prayer, then it's not in God's will to grant God's will. The fuck is going on there?
Yeah, wait, what? Also, Jesus, just like, use your God powers. What? What's the point of praying?
Yeah, what's the point of Jesus praying if the God that he's praying to isn't going to answer the prayer, especially when the God that he's praying to is his own damn self?
Yeah.
Welcome, Ed.
Yeah, of course. That makes sense.
Hey, guys. Hey, I just want to say before you close off for the night, it's awesome to see Blitz in here. Awesome to see Ian in here with Justin. I mean, it just kicks ass. And I just want to let everyone know that I am the one that fulfilled Doug's prophecy.
Praise Doug.
And Justin admits it. Justin, you're the one that called it out. You remember, right, Justin?
Oh, yeah.
The 66. I'm still recovering from that 66. So
now listen,
I love you guys.
there's another God that's going to enter the ring soon. I can't tell you who he is, but Doug's going to have a partner soon.
Nice. Oh, that's gonna be awesome. All right, that'll be great.
Hell yeah.
Hey, I love you guys. Ian, Dr. Blitz, man, you guys are freaking awesome. I watch you guys all the time.
Hey,
Justin,
thanks.
I love you guys.
Thanks, bud.
Awesome.
Appreciate that.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you, Ed.
I learned so much from you guys, and it's so comforting to know that it's like you guys picking this apart, and my whole deconstruction for the last 20 years, it was so difficult. And then for the last, I would say, like 6 months, you guys surely taught me a lot. I thank you guys very much.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
man. Well, thanks for being here, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you
Take
so
it
much.
easy. All right, good
Cheers,
night.
Ed.
Yeah, no, you.
I do not envy people who needed to spend 20 years of their lives deconstructing from a cult. Like that just sounds awful.
It's rough.
Yeah.
It's rough.
For real. Yeah, but let's get a big hail Lizzie in that comment section.
Yeah.
Huge W Lizzie.
Enormous
Hail
W.
Lizzie. All bow down before Lizzie. I appreciate you, Lizzie. Thank you so much for coming up to facilitate that dude coming up. Couldn't
Yeah,
do
big
it without
dub.
you.
I wanted him to bring out the notes and the laptop.
Yeah, for just $2 a day, you can fund this presuppositionalist and get him a laptop. We should just take like sad black and white photos and videos of that dude.
Oh, I got a sound effect for
Take
this
Darth
guy.
Dawkins and then just put it through a black and white filter.
I'm hoping Darth Dawkins will come around our debate spaces, but he doesn't he doesn't do it more than once. Like he tests the water, and then if he doesn't find success, he doesn't seem to come back.
Oh, well, the deal is when he knows that you're like a competent debater, he categorically will not debate you unless he can mute you and kick you. If you are good at debate or like know what you're talking about, he's just not interested.
Yeah. I want to talk to him I don't want to talk with him about the Bible, and as soon as I mentioned the Bible, he ran.
Yeah, no, he doesn't talk about the Bible. No,
Thai people never do.
He
They may as well be Muslims.
refuses. He flat refuses. And I have like a weird interest in Darth Dawkins. Like lots of people take videos of their interactions with him and post them on the internet. There's a YouTube channel called Tom Rabbit. It's
I love
just
it.
full of videos.
I
Yeah,
love Tom Rabbit.
I love Tom Rabbit. No, he categorically will not talk to people about Jesus or the Bible or any of it.
Right. Oh, well, we'll get them. All right, guys, thanks so much for being here. Guys, if you're not following Blitz or Ian, which I can't imagine that would be the case, make sure you're dropping them a follow. Make sure you're following Lizzie as well.
True.
We're going to be live again soon. I will apologize now. I won't be live this Sunday. I've got family in all weekend. But then, we'll be up to the usual business after that. But I'm sure Dr. Blitz and Ian will be live this weekend sometime, right?
Yeah, I'm going live with Sam for the rest
I
of
mean,
the
I just troll other people's lives on the weekend. I don't do my own as a boundary, but I'll be around.
Awesome.
Hell yeah. God. No, I hope you come around. Yeah, I might be doing the lesbian topic with Sam, but if that doesn't work, then we'll just do the God topic.
Big win.
I mean, who doesn't love lesbians?
Yeah.
I mean, I love them. Yeah.
Some of my best friends are
Me too.
lesbians. But actually, like,
All right.
all right. Later, guys.
Love you.
All right,
Talk
guys.
to you later.
Have a great one.
Who are you?
End live. There we go. Get the right button. Oh, I see. John, thank you so much for the super chat, the 1099 super chat. John says, before you go, I just want to let you know I really appreciate what you do. I'll continue to support this avenue. Big W, John. Listen, I really appreciate all the comments and all the support and all the super chats. It really does mean the world to me. Anyone who gave support and super chats, we really appreciate it. It helps keep this thing going. It helps me to spend more hours doing this than more hours at work. I'd much rather be here doing this with you guys. So I really love and appreciate all y'all. I'll be back as soon as possible. This Sunday I won't be on. But also I do have an announcement on the Sunday, the December 8th. I'm going to be hosting on the Atheist Experience with Secular Rarity. So make sure you tune in for that. I'll make sure and give some announcements ahead of time. But it should be a lot of fun. I don't know when I'll be back on the line, but I'll be working on getting a spot on the line again. That was